All right. It's day 3. Longest stream of the weekend. Fair warning. Might be a little delirious by the end of this one, as we usually are. But that's half the charm, right? Just dragging ourselves across the finish line every single year. But we're back again, EJ. How are you?
I'm still here, kicking and excited. This is the last push to the top of the mountain. I really think of it as climbing. I know a lot of people think of it as like the dregs of the draft. Don't see it that way at all every year, but especially this year. There are a lot of good players left on the board. There's a lot of teams that are going to do a lot of work. And I'm really happy you're all with us because we're going to have a good day. I might lose my voice. Brett might pass out. Who knows? We'll see. It's just the excitement of the whole bit.
I got my quad shot. No alcohol today. Can't do it today. It's like 8:30 in the morning.
But I don't have a time limit, but we got work to do today.
I want to, before we get to super chats, because we somehow already have like hundreds of people in here, thank everybody who is just as big a degenerate as we are, getting out of bed early for day 3 of this.
Or staying up late, depending on where you are.
Yeah, right. May or may not have even seen most of the guys that go off the board today, but you're just doing it for the love of the game. And we appreciate you for being here. First super chat. Connor for 20 pounds once again, somehow hanging in there in Florida. Mod House update. I've been wounded by a broken cake slice. What a fucking great day by Spytech and Carol yesterday. Love you both, Raiders. Also, LMAO, Dylan Gabriel. You mean cake slicer or cake slice? Because I'm very curious how you could get wounded by a cake slice.
I mean, I read that and I was like, not sure if serious, but we'll find out. I'm sure there's a great story there and we'll hear it. But Connor, thanks for the support. And yes, the Raiders are crushing it among many other teams. And we'll talk about that.
Well, I do specifically want to highlight the Raiders. I'll bring up their class right now on the handy-dandy draft sheet. I'll just scroll down a little bit. Ashton Genty, Jack Besh, Darian Porter, Caleb Rogers, and Charles Grant. We had talked about this earlier. If you're taking Ashton Genty in the top 10, specifically for the Raiders, when they had a massive hole at left guard and a possible hole at right tackle, and depending on the Colton Miller thing, maybe even a hole in the future at left tackle, they could not approach this in any other way than 3 of their first 5 picks being some combination of running back and offensive lineman. Wasn't sure if it was going to be O-line first, running back second, or running back first, O-line second. It is a very, I guess you could say, strong interior class. I would use the word strong interior class, particularly in the middle of the draft. And to see them come out with Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant in round 3 after getting greedy and taking Ashton 6th overall. This is probably best case scenario. And then you sprinkle in Jack Besh on top of that and Darian Porter, who's just an absolute freak of nature. 10 out of 10. No notes. Like absolutely zero complaints with this.
Yeah, I might have picked a different guard, but that's quibbling because other than that, they are crushing it. Genty, Besh, Porter, Caleb, like he's fine, sure. And then Charles Grant, you're really betting on the upside. He is a developmental tackle for you in terms of he looks like a tight end right now and he moves like one too. And that's what you want in a pass protecting tackle. Has to get a little bit stronger, has to play with a little bit better leverage. But in terms of tools and understanding the game, like he's already there. So Raiders have had a tremendous class. We should probably go through super chats before we start getting into classes because if we do that, we'll just be straight into the draft.
Cal for $5. Day 3 of the NFL draft with Brett and EJ. A tradition unlike any other. Yes, a tradition we accidentally started 5 years ago. On a whim.
Happy accident.
Not thinking it through.
Happy accident. Yeah, well, lots can be said about that.
Jake Kodamachio? Machio, potentially. 1999. Thank you, Jake. Considering how often teams change coordinators, do we overvalue scheme fits when drafting? Seems like teams draft one style, like DE/CB, and then are stuck running that scheme when the DC leaves because that's who they have. At the end of the day, the best DCs and OCs create a defense that fits the personnel, and they don't try to fit square pegs into round holes. But I will say there is quite a bit of turnover at the coordinator level in the NFL. And honestly, there's quite a bit of turnover at the head coach level at the NFL. Like, guys get fired after 1 year all the time now because owners have way more money on average than they used to, so they can afford to fire guys after 1 year. So can you make a case for drafting generalists over specialists that could maybe work for multiple different styles of coaches? Sure, you can make that case, but I would first argue take the guys who are really, really, really good at something and then hire a coach that is going to use them to do that something. And if the coach can't do that, then you fire the coach, is what I would say.
Yeah, and we do focus on scheme fit because it is such a right now league. You have to have success. There is no more 3-4 year plan. Even if you're rebuilding a team from scratch, owners expect significant movement within a year and a half. So you got to go now. And that means you have to pick players who are ready to go now, both in their own development and in terms of what you're asking them to do, which is one of my issues with the Shamar Turner pick, is they're going to be asking him to do something else, which is good because the A&M defense was hot trash, and he's not going to do that anymore, which is good. He's not going to have to two gap anymore. That's good. But that doesn't mean I have no questions. And you're projecting again. Like you're saying, hey, we think he can do this other thing. And they're obviously really sure about that, or they wouldn't have picked him where they did. But I have questions, and I think there were better fits who were more ready to go in multiple ways for their current defense. They obviously disagree with that. But that is the sort of fundamental question in terms of scheme fit and readiness is you want guys that can hit the ground running because timelines are short.
By the way, chat, we got a clarification on pronunciation for the newest Miami Dolphins guard. Savoy Anaya, which is way different than we thought. But apparently
I was close. I had Savoy Inaya, and it's Savoy Inaya. So we're getting there. Had the right number of syllables. There. Yeah, we're getting there. We just want to get it right. That's all we want to do.
Christian Doyle for $50. Appreciate you, Christian, being back once again. Longtime bootlegger. Appreciate you again, Christian. Been taking off work for day 3 of the draft since 2020 just to be here. Yeah, so you were there when we on a whim decided to do this. Thank you, Christian. Back when we had like literally max 300 people in the stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had like 4,000 subs. Not even. We had like 1,800 subs the first year. It was really, really small.
Having been through a ton, Bootleg has been a staple in helping me heal. No dollar amount can repay you for what you've given me, so thank you. Hoping Isaiah Nayor gets drafted again. Well, we can't possibly repay you for having literally 5-6 years of support. That's a rare thing in this business. So once again, thank you, Christian, for that. As for Isaiah Nayor, I love him. I think he could come off the board within the next 50 picks or so. He's big. He's fast. He's got a crazy catch radius. You know, he did bounce around to several schools. He did have some medical issues. Like, I get it. But if we're looking for, like, a prototypical outside receiver that catches everything, I like Isaiah Nayor a lot.
Yeah, there's so many of these classes as I paged through this morning because we go so fast. Obviously, the picks came in really quickly yesterday. There were a lot of teams that just did not wait in round 2 and 3. Like, they traded up, took a guy, and moved on, and then the next team took a guy, and it really felt like day 3 to me in terms of pace. And there is a little bit of settling that occurs on the very short night of last night, which it is. It's one of the shortest nights of the year. And as I started to get back and see, oh, yeah, they did. They stacked that guy on top of that guy. And you start looking at those classes, and then you look at the board and how much talent is available specifically at RB, DT, safety. I think there's some really good corner depth left, depending on, again, style and what you're looking for. And then wide receiver. I think there's a bunch of sneaky wide receiver depth left. And we're going to see DT, RB, wide receiver, safety, DT, RB, like down the board, because that's where the value is. And then that interior line class is going to start to come into play. This is a very positive day for a lot of teams, and a lot of these classes are going to be improved and they're going to add depth. And that's going to continue in the UDFA process because they're not going to get through all the DTs. Not all of them are going to get drafted, not even all the ones we watched. So there's going to be guys that we watched and ranked who are going to be signed as UDFAs, and that's a wild value.
Yacker Warner for $5. Miss Super Chat from the last 2 days. Who were the dudes that jumped
There's
out
a lot of
while
those.
scouting other
Sorry about
dudes?
that, but we appreciate the support.
I want to give one specific name.
Nope. You muted yourself.
Did I? Oh, well, I muted myself for you, but not for them.
You're back. Oh, okay. Well, either way.
Quandarius Robinson, when I was watching Membu, because he was able to set a super hard edge against Membu. And I was like, who the hell is this kid? This Bama edge that I haven't heard anything about. And this was pre-Shrine Bowl, and then I saw he was on the Shrine Bowl roster, but he was going through injury stuff, so he didn't practice there. But I kept kind of going back to Quandarius Robinson, like throughout the pre-draft process, and I was like, holy shit, this is like a really, really, really good Sam linebacker. Like, I ended up liking him as like a top 15 edge in this class, and I hadn't even heard of him at all until I got to Membu.
Yeah, and then you go back and you look at some of the analytics because the tape was pretty good, and then, like I said, I'll do the work up the analytics profile after that, and I figured out real quickly why we know his agent. I was like, I know how you found this guy. Like, you were looking through these, during the season and watching the numbers he was putting up, and you were like, for the amount of rushes he's getting and the amount of production he's putting up, I think we could snag this guy. I think he is one of the guys that is perceived more highly by teams than the general public. And so when he goes off, some people might say who, but the team knows exactly who he is.
Guilherme Ribeiro for $5. Thank you. Say what you want about Shedeur, but I've never paid this much attention to day 3 ever. At least got to thank him for that. I got to think he's going this round.
We keep saying that, but yep.
Raiders or Steelers. It's the only two teams left.
It's going to be fascinating. Largely, we have draft coverage muted. Like, I have it up on the TV so I can watch the picks, but I'm not hearing all the commentary and the backstory. And actually, that's kind of the way I like it. I know a lot of you have the same thing. You have the display up, but you're listening to us or other podcasts as well. Apparently, one of the things we get when we stop doing this at night and go over social media is that it's just been a Shedeur Sanders sort of depressed cry fest, especially for Mel Kiper. And it's just turned into this big Shedeur fest about when he's not getting drafted and why and how unfair that is. And, at one point I understand that, yes, he should be off the board by now just based on tape and talent, but he was never going in the first round. A lot of this is perception of, there was talk of him early in the season being the number 1 overall pick. And when you look at tape, like, that was never the case. Like, he is a good football player. He is a solid quarterback in a quarterback hungry league. Yes, he should be off the board by day 3 based on that solely. But I think the disparity between all this, like, oh, he's going to be a top 10 pick. Oh, he's a fantastic player. He's going to change a franchise. That was never really true if you're looking at the player on tape. And it was very hard to have that discussion during this draft season because he's a very polarizing player. And anytime you bring it up, a lot of the Shedeur supporters would just shout you down and say you're wrong if you said anything at all about what he had to work on or whatever else. So it became very difficult to have that conversation. And therefore, he just sort of stayed in that spotlight. And now he's dropped and dropped even further than I think either of us had him on a tape grade. And people are just like, oh, what's going on? And the problem is, like, he didn't participate in the process. He had the chance. He came and he did his meetings at Shrine Bowl, but he didn't do any of the practices. He didn't play in the game. He didn't throw at the combine. He didn't really do anything at his pro day. Like,
I mean, he had a Big 12 pro day opportunity. Didn't do that. Had his own pro day at Colorado with not as many scripted throws as a whole bunch of other top quarterbacks have had in the past. It was pretty quick.
He's taken his chances and he hasn't taken those opportunities. He's had his chances, I should say, and he hasn't taken advantage of those opportunities, and they're all in an opportunity to compete. And somebody said something really interesting this morning, which I thought was a salient point. He's never had to compete for his job. And this is the most competitive league on the planet. I mean, you could argue, most competitive football
Well,
league
he's
on the
competed
planet.
on the
Let's
field,
just
but he hasn't had to compete for a job.
right.
Yeah.
No, he absolutely competes on the field. I'm not saying he's not a competitor. I'm not saying he's not tough and smart, because I did say those things as positives about him during the evaluation process. But he's never had to earn a job, right? He's never come into an open competition and win it, right? He's coming as the presumptive guy. That's not going to happen in this league. And he acted as if throughout the entire process that it would. And everybody said, he's good enough that he'll overcome that. And the NFL is the ultimate meritocracy. You have to prove it. Again, after today, it doesn't matter where you got drafted. It matters what you do on the field and in the weight room and in the classroom from now on. Like that is the deal. And he acted as if he was already anointed and going to be able to cruise through. And it didn't really matter what he did. And he's finding out right now that it matters a lot. Not saying he's not going to be a good pro, not saying he's not going to rise to the challenge. I think he has the tools to do that, both mentally and physically, and from a sort of mental toughness standpoint. But he's paying the price for saying, nah, I'm good enough that y'all are just going to make an exception for me. And the NFL is saying quite clearly, I mean, they drafted Dylan Gabriel ahead of him. I mean, that's all the evidence you really need.
Which, by the way, I checked in on that, and apparently the Browns were locked in. Like AB was locked in on Dylan Gabriel from the start. So it wasn't like Shedeur burned a bridge with Cleveland. Like they already started there. Like that was just how they felt about these guys.
Again, different boards, different teams, different valuations. And we said that there's going to be this wild variance, but that one in particular stands out as, okay, they saw that very differently. I mean, we could say the same thing about Detroit, trading up for Isaac Tesla. Like Isaac Tesla, cool receiver, cool player. Taking them out early and trading up to do it. Okay, you saw him very differently than I did. Like, you are sure about it. I am not that sure about it. I like him as a player. You love him. And that's what makes the draft really interesting. It's just there's a white-hot spotlight on the quarterback position.
Ben Peterson for $10. Seahawks draft has me stoked. They're getting crazy athletes with great character. I want to pull up their class right now.
They're crushing it. You're a right to be stoked. Let's put it that way. They are having a very good draft.
Gray Zabel, round 1. Didn't think they would do it, but they did, and I'm happy
they did.
Nicky Minworry traded up for him in round 2. Elijah Arroyo, freak seam ripper at tight end, also in round 2. Just has some medical flags, and then Jalen Milroe. How do you not love Jalen Milroe? Like as a person.
I'm completely on board. So I posted a thing on Twitter. It's going nuts right now in terms of a quote that he had in the room when scouts said, what do you do well? Which is a very typical question. And what do you do not well? And he started listing everything off. And they kind of stopped him and said, hey, aren't you worried that we're going to be worried if you tell us all these things that you don't do well? And he said, you should worry about anybody that doesn't do that. And also it's an insult because they don't think you watch film. And I was like, okay, that's it. I'm in. I couldn't be more in. That is the most coded response to pull me into an athlete ever. So love it. I hope he succeeds. His ceiling as a lottery ticket at quarterback, unreal. Unreal. So super, super cool.
I don't even know if he's ever going to play a game, and I still want a Milroe jersey.
Dude, he's going to play preseason games.
Hell yeah, man. Reese Loveland for $9.99. Got my coffee and leftover pizza. The Breakfast of Champions. What should the Chiefs look for going into the day? That's a good. Hold on, let me.
The Chiefs are another team that's absolutely crushing it, and we're just going to meld super chats and draft classes here because Simmons we knew was going to them. Omar Norman Lott, that Brett's guy, pass rush from the interior. I said early on day 2, if you're getting interior defensive linemen up high, they have to bring pass rush. The run stoppers are going to go today. Today is the run stopper day. Omar Norman Lott is the poster child for pass rush from interior defensive line. Ashton Gelati, I love. I think he's a great fit with the defense. I think Spags is over the moon about that pick. And then Noah Williams, one of the most underrated corners. And again, solid scheme fit. They're not going to ask him to do anything other than what he did in college at the very same level. That meshes with what Spags wants him to do so well. I love this class. I hate that I love it, because it just, it's the great team getting even better, but you got to give Brett Veach his flowers. He has some picks I scratch my head at, but so far in this draft, none of them. Like I am dead locked in on all of them.
I'm going to make a prediction for them
Go for it.
for a lot of reasons. DJ Giddens,
Yeah, local guy for sure.
supremely talented.
Character's not great. Fits a need for them. Amazing tape grade. Shiftiest back in this class, and it's not close. Yeah, I could see that. I could also see them going Devin Neal, who is a very different runner than Giddens, but also a local guy. We're talking about the Kansas, and Devin Neal is Kansas. Giddens is Kansas State. So high familiarity. I'm sure they were both at the local pro day, and they have a need there, and either one would be great. And that just illustrates this running back depth on day 3 there. And those aren't the only options. There's going to be 10 or 15 guys that get drafted today that are running backs that all have a chance to contribute. Martinez is still on the board. Like, you just go down the board and there's a lot of good players. Corey Kiner, Bashal Tootin, Brashard Smith. Like, you just keep going.
CK, happy Special Teams Day, gentlemen. Who will be the Torrey Taylor pick this year? All right, EJ.
Ooh.
What kicker are the Bears taking in round 4?
Oh, dude, I'm so out. Oh, the other one, just so everybody knows, just so Chad knows, I'm just going to put this out there. So I'm a Brashard Smith fan, and I know that Brashard Smith visited with the Bears, and Brashard Smith himself said that was his favorite visit of the process of the 30 visits for him. He said he felt like he had a really good connection with EB and the rest of the coaches there. Like, I love Brashard Smith, converted wide receiver who plays running back. I said Jaden Blue from Texas should be converted to a wide receiver the other way around because he has great wide receiver skills. I don't think he has good running back skills. They're both crazy fast. If the Bears take Jaden Blue, who I know they like, they were at his pro day, they definitely talked to him, over Brashard Smith, I'm sorry, they got the wrong running back out of Texas, right? I might be out at that point. If you take Blue over Brashard Smith, it's going to be a tough day for me.
But then if they come back and get Braden Swinson,
well, Braden Swinson would
bring
be
it back in.
Yeah, that's right. There's going to be a thing, but specifically if they go running back and it's Blue over Brashard Smith, I said I might be out for a few minutes at that one. Now that could be tough to take.
Coy Lauritsen for $5. Love you guys. You're the absolute best. Am I wrong for loving the Hawks draft class so far? Absolutely not.
No, they're doing yeoman's work. Schneider he's on one. He's on a heater.
It's amazing what happens when you give him back control of the roster. How about that? Habakkuk for $5. Thank you, Habakkuk. I'm concerned with Omar Norman Lott going to the Chiefs. I feel like they needed a run stuffer instead. Thoughts? CJ West is still out there.
Yeah, they can get one today, so don't panic. There's run stuffers galore today. You can get CJ West. You can get either of the Cams. That's Cam Jackson out of Florida, Cam Horsley out of BC. Both of them are built like brick shit houses and really contain middle runs. There's a ton of run stuffers today. Again, if you're going to get pass rush out of the DT, you got to get it higher up. So they did that. They prioritized that. Don't worry about them getting a run stuffer. If they want one, they can have a bunch of them today. They're not going to have to compete. They're not going to have to trade up. Even if the one they wanted gets taken, there's going to be 3 more waiting for them.
Let's see. Not JFK. Random numbers or letters after that. For $2. Has a team ever called you to become an analyst? No. I mean, not
straight up
media analyst? Or like
analyst. I think they mean draft analyst.
I mean, I've had some discussions about going in, and this was a few years ago at this point, discussions about like going down the scout route, like area scout, national scout, all that kind of stuff. And I told him at the time, I was like, I'm a married man with a wife who would not appreciate me being on the road for 200 days a year. I would love it, but there's no way. Like, I appreciate all the people that do it.
It's a very difficult life. I've never been approached about that. The closest I've come in that like particular vein is having questions post draft, like in this period now that we're going to go into where folks from a team maybe have reached out about a player or a type of player and said, hey, what do you think about what we did? Or, they never outwardly asked, what would you have done? But that's what they were asking. And that's a couple of times, and it's down the road, and it's been largely incidental. They didn't like come to me and say, grade our draft class. That's not no, not connected in that way.
But we do have friends in the league that we like to bounce stuff off of, and they bounce stuff off us, and we're
Oh, I
okay
had,
with being
yeah,
that far away from it.
yeah, I had texts last night that were just like congratulatory texts to guys in front offices, like, "Hey, that's a great pick. Love him. Love the fit." Or I just said, "Hey, that's a great pick" to one of them. He texted back and said, "Do you like him?" And I said, "I flat out love him. He's great." And I think he's a good fit for what you're doing. And they like that kind of thing. And we'll run into him at offensive line masterminds or the combine or whatever. And we'll have those little side conversations. They're like, "Hey, I know you like blank, or I saw your reaction on the stream," which always just flips my lid. I forget that this is on in NFL team rooms. I think it was the second year we heard that. Like, we woke up on day 2, and I remember you saying to me, "Well, I can guarantee we were on in 2 NFL buildings yesterday." And I just about spit up my milk because I was like, I started the day with an Irish coffee. Whoops. Didn't think that was going to be a thing, but I just try and kind of actually forget about that, because if I think about that too much, I won't do what I'm here to do. So
Can you paint me a realistic picture of Savon Williams in Green Bay? Such a difficult eval. I get the idea of quote unquote fun with Matt LaFleur, but is a third worth it? For me, yes, absolutely.
He's such a dog. He's so physical. Like, I know everybody's going to do the QJ thing right here, and he's a different guy.
I see him as just Cordarrelle Patterson if Cordarrelle Patterson went on this path earlier in his career.
Correct. Like, I think that is a great, approximation in terms of where he can go. Incredibly athletic. Again, played high school quarterback, understands the passing game from a different perspective because of that, and uses his physicality all over the field. Jet sweeps, behind the line of scrimmage, tunnel screen stuff, wildcat quarterback, deep down the field, just jumping up there. I mean, the highlight they're always going to show for him is him mossing those 2 guys in the end zone right in between and catching the touchdown. Like, just wildly talented physically, and uses it. Runs guys over, extremely physical. Love him.
Just lost my place. Here we go. Frank for $4.99 caught up on yesterday during a 30-mile bike ride this morning. Thanks for the great coverage. Thoughts on the Giants draft. EJ, when's the last time you did a 30-miler?
A long time ago. I don't typically get out for that long anymore. I did a 45-mile gravel ride to Seattle. Like, it's got to be 10 years ago. I went up to North Bend, and we just tooled all day. We stopped. We had lunch. We had beers.
Okay, so it wasn't you just ripping.
No. We just took all day and kind of toured through, and that was great. But I was still feeling it the next day. That's a long way to ride a bike, even for me.
I've never done it myself, but when I was growing up, my dad used to take his recumbent from Orange County all the way down to San Diego.
That's a hell of a ride. Yeah. That's a good
Christ, one. As for the Giants, Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, Darius Alexander, 1, 2, 3, bang. Hard to start better than that. And I'll say this. I wasn't a huge Jackson Dart guy, but you had to take one, right? And he approached the process in the best possible way. He throws a good ball. He's athletic. I have no idea how to translate the Ole Miss offense in the NFL at all, but I'm sure Brian Daboll thinks he can figure it out and, get him into an offense that he can thrive in. For God's sakes, he won a playoff game with Daniel Jones and won games with Tommy Cutlets. Like, he'll figure it out. But it's the Abdul Carter, Darius Alexander combo where I'm like, hell yeah, baby. We're back.
Yeah, no, that establishes, I don't even want to say a floor, because saying Abdul Carter and floor in the same sentence seems not right. But again, putting the numbers together after I watched the film is very illustrative for me. And Jackson Dart was one of the surprises of this draft class. In terms of rush yards per attempt for quarterbacks, he's second in this class behind Cam Ward, 6.5 yards per attempt for Milroe. And in terms of rushes of 10 yards plus for a quarterback, he's second. Top guy in this class, Milroe, not surprising. Jackson Dart, second. Milroe had 30 of those rushes. Jackson Dart had 28. And I was like, I saw a lot of good runs on tape and kind of surprising athleticism. JT said the same thing in our quarterbacks episode. This guy can really run.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not that he runs a little bit. He can really run. He's tough as hell. And that connection specifically with Dable, because he's maximized a running quarterback very well everywhere he's been, quite frankly. That I think is one of the tipping factors for, like, if you're on the fence about Dart, a young quarterback is going to have to run. The picture's going to get muddy. They're going to pull it down, and then they have to have some ability with their legs, which is the knock on guys like Kyle McCord. He's not going to give you a lot there. Shedeur as well is not a great running threat, but Jackson Dart really is, and in a way that a lot of people don't appreciate. They're like, oh yeah, he can run. I'm like, literally, he was, second to Milrow in rushes of 10 yards plus and second to Cam Ward in rush yards per attempt. So he can really run it.
Mike for $10. I have to criticize Tomlin's quarterback approach. I'd rather try and squeeze the juice from Fields than whatever's on the board or Rodgers. I don't know, just bad vibes. I still think they're the Kyle McCord team, and that's a sneaky one. Like, I think Kyle McCord could start games for them, and I know Steelers fans are ready to just walk into traffic when I say that. Because, like, really, Kyle McCord? Like, what are we doing here? It's better than Duck Hodges. Like, we've seen worse in Pittsburgh, and I at this point, what else you got?
And dude, he's one of the best quarterbacks throwing deep in this class in terms of deep ball accuracy. Like, if you chart it out, he is the top quarterback in this class for deep ball accuracy. And what do the Steelers want to do? Like, the Steelers want to get it down the field to DK at least, maybe DK and George Pickens if they keep him. And McCord could leverage that for them. It's not, again, trying to put a square peg in a round hole. Like, you're getting a guy that is composed. He's incredibly quick, one of the lowest times to throw in this class. I think it's 2.44 seconds. He gets the pre-snap picture very well. He executes very quickly. While he is not mobile, he manages the pocket very well. His pressure sack ratio is pretty low. He's got good size. He understands it, and he can throw it. If you watch that Syracuse offense this year, they went four verts a lot, and he paid that off. He's very good at picking the right route. I mean, I joked in our interview with him that, Kyle McCord, Madden player guaranteed. And he was like, hell yeah. He makes the right choice on four verts a lot, and the Steelers would benefit from that.
Chance for $4.99. Let Jerry cook? ?
Maybe.
Cowboys have done pretty well. I mean, if we're looking at, so it was Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezraku, Savon Rebel. I don't think I'm missing anybody.
No, right? You got it. Booker, Ezraku, and Ravel.
I can't complain about literally any of that. Like, you got offensive line help, you got pass rush help, you got a corner with massive medical upside where your own team doctor did the surgery and cleared him. Like, does it fix every one of their needs? No. Like, they still need receiver, but there's still receivers on the board. Like, there's still plenty of receivers on the board. And you're just trying, it's not like you're trying to build a whole receiving core. You're just trying to complement CD Lamb. Like, I don't know, man. Cowboys are doing pretty well here. Like, they're just taking the best players that they can. And, typically when the Cowboys have done that and they've drafted less for need and more so for talent, they've ended up with teams that win 12, 13 games.
Yeah, if we're giving them the pass for Booker, and we are, because we believe that they pick offensive line very well and they know what they're doing there. If you're looking at receiver, I'm looking at my horizontal board of who's left, and, you got Jordan Watkins, you got Torrey Horton, Badger, Armstrong, Iomanner, Bond, Jimmy Horn Jr., Keandre Lambert-Smith, Nick Nash, Jalen Lane, Rock Taylor, Dante Thornton, Restrepo, Tez Johnson. Like, you got a lot of choices here. And if they want to get that need polished off quickly, they can certainly do it. If they want to wait a little bit later, they're still going to get value down the board. Like, whoever picks Royals today, they're getting a value. Like, I know a lot of people, when I reached out to Jordan Reed, he said, yeah, I think fourth round is all right for him. I was like, ooh, I'm higher on him. But again, he's there. You don't argue with the board. Just take what falls to you. And if you need a wide receiver and you go get Jalen Royals today, you're getting a guy that is a potential outside starting wide receiver for you in the fourth round, which is bananas.
Seahawkers podcast for 1999, who had a big
Let's
event
go.
day one. Like hundreds of
Yeah.
Seahawks fans showed up.
450 people sold out. Plus, they had current and Seahawk alums there, so they crushed it. Shout out to those guys.
Best day 3 coverage anywhere. Go Hawks. Appreciate you being here. Alex Trace for $20. Excited for day 3. I don't know how to feel about the Ravens draft so far. Lots of talent, but major question of Green. Sounds like they did a lot of the homework on the guy, though. What are the best outside corners available? I'll say this about Mike Green. The Eric DaCosta answer in the presser was really, it bothered me, right? Because he's like,
great.
oh, we're comfortable with it. Yeah. And the follow-up that I really wanted the next reporter to say was, what did your scouts find out about that made you keep him on the board while other teams didn't? Because he's just like, we're comfortable with it. And it's like, well, what makes you comfortable? Like, what'd you guys find? Like, be specific. Show your homework here, because this is important, right? We're talking about 2 sexual assault allegations. So tell us what you guys found out about that made you comfortable when other teams didn't, especially with the Justin Tucker stuff going on. Like, why?
The problem was they came back and the follow-up question was, oh, we're going to have a zero tolerance policy. And the reporter did follow up and say, what does that mean? And he stumbled through it. He couldn't say what a zero tolerance policy was in this particular case. And I understand not being able to talk about the stuff in the past. There are certainly privacy limitations there and maybe legal ramifications. We don't know, but not being able to say clearly what you as the team are going to do in the future, considering you as the team just made the move, that worried me more. That was muddy. And if you're going to pick that guy, it can't be muddy. Like, your PR folks cannot allow that to be any kind of gray area. You have to be decisive and direct, and they weren't, and that bugs me.
Yeah. Like, if you don't care, just say that. Or if you didn't do it, just say that. But you got to say something.
Yeah. And you got to say what you're going to do going forward, because you got to set parameters, and they clearly don't want to do that, and or they don't want to share that, and either one is not great. So,
all right, pick is in for the Titans. I still think they could go pass rush here. I think they could go receiver here.
Oh, we had a question about outside corners. Oh, there's your boy, the absolute dig route king in this class. And Cam Ward is going to be looking at him and throwing to his cross-state rival, and that is going to be a good connection for Tennessee.
The best deep cross runner in this class, and I know that seems like such a weird compliment, because it's like, he just runs deep crossing routes. Like, anybody can run a deep crossing route. There's a lot that goes into running a good crossing route, right? Because it's about finding space in between the linebackers and the safeties. You have to read whether you're getting middle field open, middle field closed, because that's going to adjust your angle. You have to read what kind of drop you're getting from the linebacker, because that's going to adjust your angle. So you have to read the defense quickly, set the angle in your mind, turn to the quarterback looking for the ball while holding that angle and running at top speed and running through the catch. You don't want to leave your feet. You don't want to be a jumper when you're catching it. Like, if you want to get yak on that route, you have to run through the ball. He does that better than almost every other receiver in this class. He's kind of a narrow role. I see him as a speed slot receiver that is specifically built to run that kind of stuff, but he's excellent at it. So I like that fit.
Yeah, he definitely, you can see the projection of what they want him to do, and it fills a role they didn't have in the offense right now, because you're starting Calvin Ridley on one side, the recently signed Tyler Lockett on the other side, and DK doesn't really double up with either one of those. He has a clear and defined role that doesn't overlap with them, so you know when and where he's going to get playing time. Always love that. Back to the question about best available outside corners. Kobe Bryant, Quincy Riley, Bill Alcone, Dorian Strong, Zay Frazier, Marcus Harris, Zay Alexander. I would say Mac McWilliams. Ballpark depends on where you want to play him. He did play outside quite a bit in college, but I could also see a team pulling him into the slot and saying we want that extra heft on run fits.
Jags on the clock here, who so far have had a very strong draft. I'll be honest, pure BP, like they don't really have any crazy needs right now. Like I could see them doing Jalen Travis just to shore up the tackle room and get like an absolute freak of nature that they can develop. But is there any like real true need that they have to get right now? I don't think so. They got Travis Hunter, Caleb Bransaw, Wyatt Milam back to back to back.
Yeah, I could see D-line. I could also see them dipping into the tight end class if there was a role player that they wanted to add, again, just to give Trevor Lawrence like every possible receiving option and no excuses. But again, they could flip those picks, right? If there's a tight end they like a little bit later and there's a D-lineman they like now, or vice versa, right? They could look at the D-line depth and say, hey, there's going to be guys available down the board here. We'll take the tight end we want now because we think he might go, or we just want him. And we don't think there's another player that really doubles up. Because with the D-line class, outside of like high-end pass rush from interior D-line, there's so much talent overlap remaining on the board. Like if your guy goes off, there's probably two guys behind him still. Mm-hmm. So you can just go to the next two.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
South Jersey track legend. Like he was putting up crazy times in high school. Has a medical flag on the knee, which is why he went this late. But rootin' tootin', man. Like he can run. Like the acceleration is instantaneous. The long speed is there. Like it's not just the first 10 to 15 yards. It's 50 yards down the field. Way better tackle break. Like he had one of the more impressive missed tackles forced per attempts numbers in this class, even while being a smaller guy. Like he's got great contact balance. He catches the ball. Like I love Bashal Tootin. I really do. He was one of my top ranked running backs in this class. He just happened to fall to the 4th round because of medical flag. But I'll tell you what, this puts ETN on notice.
Oh, no, this is the if he plays well and stays healthy, you're gone pick, quite frankly. Like Bashal Tootin, super explosive, obviously cheaper, being picked in the 4th round, younger at this point, ran a 4.32 with a not fully healed knee. He's faster than that. I know that sounds bananas, but he is. I don't think it's the med flag. It might be. I think it's the fumbles. Right. When he went up in competition, when he got to Virginia Tech, his fumbles exploded. He had 9 in the last 2 years, which is unacceptable. So got to get a handle on the ball. If you go back and look at him, he's got the ball in a good position, but I don't know whether it's arm strength or something else, but he's got to clean that up because that will not play at the professional level. But in terms of pure explosiveness, even when he was clearly running on one leg in college, he was outrunning the fastest defensive backs in the conference. And there are a lot of fast defensive backs. And forget it. When he heals up and gets the explosion back in that leg, you're talking about Travion Henderson plus speed. That means he's the fastest back in this class. And also very skilled. That's the thing. Not just a one-trick pony. Can break tackles, has good vision, has a little bit of a spin move. Really, I think it's the fumbles, right? As long as that knee heals up. And even if it didn't, he was running on one leg and he was still faster than everybody.
He finally took off the knee brace and put up like 200 yards.
Unreal. Like great player. Love him. Ultimate slasher back in this draft and well worth 4th round pick, but he's got to clean up the fumbles. Like, if he cleans up the fumbles, he's going to be unstoppable.
So Giants pick is in. I wonder what pass rusher they took now, just because they can. If they can't throw the ball, neither can anybody else. I think that's their policy this year.
Apparently so, with the way they're drafting. But, boy, I would really be looking for extra day 3 picks today. There are so many players, and extra bites at the apple are really going to help your team and depth and special teams, down the road next year, the year after, whatever. They're going to keep you from having to overpay in free agency because you're going to have players that are functional at those positions, possible stars. I would be all about getting extra picks in day 3 in this particular draft because there's so many good players still on the board. Like, again, depending on what my needs were. If I needed like quarterback or like, great pass receiving tight ends that could really stretch the field, I might not be digging for extra picks. Oh, there it is.
Cam Scatterbo is a New York Giant.
Oh,
All right.
he is going to eat in that media market.
Look, he's not as big as Brandon Jacobs.
Nope.
But if it looks like Brandon Jacobs on tape, and it walks like Brandon Jacobs, and it talks like Brandon Jacobs, that's Brandon Jacobs. Like, oh my God.
Okay,
Tough as all hell.
I'm breathing a sigh of relief today, not because I don't like Cam Scatterbo. I do like Cam Scatterbo. I think he is a good back, and I will talk about how he is underrated in one particular aspect. But this means he's not going to be a Bear. I'm kind of happy about that. So Cam Scatterbo, how is he underrated? He is underrated as a receiving back. I know everybody saw the playoff round, the tackle breaking and the absolute just attitude of, crushing defensive backs and getting up and flexing on them. Like, he is a tone setter as a runner, and everybody knows that. But when you look at his receptions, second in this running back class in terms of receptions with 44, first in terms of receiving yards with 543, and yards per route run is 1.95, which is really high for a running back, even though his average depth of target is 0.2 yards. So they threw it at or behind the line of scrimmage on average, and he still put up all those receiving yards. So a very underrated receiving back in this class. And, one of the reasons I think they picked him because he helps round out that room in that way. And then you get all the other stuff, the tone setting, the super physical running. He was never going to be fast. Everybody's worried about the 40 time. I'm like,
oh yeah,
you've seen what he is on field. You know how fast he is. You know how physical he is. You know what you're getting. So everybody's really focused on that because, look, it's fun. I love running back play, and it was wild to watch him run through the playoffs. But when you really dig in, you're like, oh, he's a legit receiving threat. And I think a lot of people don't look at him that way.
If I need 20 yards, I'm calling Malik Neighbors' number or Tyrone Tracy. But if we're facing an 8-man box and I need 4 yards to close out the game, Cam Scatterbo's my guy. Like, he is going to break every single tackle on the way to 4 yards. And that's all he's going to get. But he's going to get that. It's valuable.
Okay, Patriots pick is in, and I just got to say, I texted Taylor Kyles, a friend of ours who covers the Patriots, and I said, you got to be living your best life right now. You got to be in hog heaven because the Patriots are crushing it. Will Campbell, we talked about him at length. Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson. Like, this is a EJ coded draft from, the second pick to the fourth pick as much as it possibly could be. And am I jealous? I am. I'm sorry. I'm jealous. That's a great draft for Vrabel and his staff.
They had one mission, and it was to make Drake May work. Like, that was it. Let's get him weapons. Let's get him protection. Trayvon Henderson counts as both. And
Correct.
let's maximize his, or rather, let's improve his development curve beyond what it was last year to maximize what we think he can be. And, if they don't spend any picks on defense at all, I think that's okay because, literally job one for the franchise right now is make Drake May work.
Yeah. Dylan says Taylor Kyles is so good, man. You are absolutely correct. One of the brightest young stars in this entire industry. I got to go on with him right before day one and his co-host, Mike Hedlick. Great coverage. Taylor's so sharp, and much like the Jalen Milroe quote is always whenever I reach out and say something or he says something to me or he asks a question, he's asking and listening. Why is that? Like, why do you think that? Like, man, I didn't see that in him. Like, tell me what I'm missing. Love his humility and sort of growth mindset. Nothing but great things to say about Taylor.
Let's see here. I want to sprinkle in a couple super chats here and there when we get tiny little breaks here. Ken, for $6.99, how would you line up the Giants' D-line next season? And is this a make-or-break season for Shane Bowen, considering how poor his scheme was? I think it wasn't poor scheme. I think Shane Bowen's a good coach. I just think he literally didn't have the dudes. On early downs this year, I mean, you could put Darius as a 5 technique, or you could put him as a 3 technique. But, if you want 3 big bodies plus Brian Burns, you can do that. If you want to go with a 5-man surface, you just throw Abdul out there as the other edge. If either of them needs a blow, you got KT.
Damn it.
What?
Craig Woodson.
Patriots. Craig Woodson, one of my
okay.
favorite safeties in this entire draft.
Super underrated, very experienced, fifth-year senior, absolute hitter from depth, and I thought that's what he was primarily before, again, I got in and studied that Cal secondary with Noel Williams, Marcus on the other side, and then Craig Woodson. Like, Craig Woodson is a great all-around safety, can play the ball deep, absolutely will come from depth and hit, which if you're going to play a lot of too high, you need to have very savvy, good blitzer, not the twitchiest guy at all, but so smart, in the right place, getting that entire secondary lined up every time. One of the most versatile all-around safeties in this class, and I am glad that he went in the 4th round because he deserves it. And boy, that's an upgrade. Like, he's going to play right away. He is so good.
In the city of London, and today has been all about Jaguars, Jag Tag, and the Elite Series Clinic. Everybody has been working so hard, but let's get down to business. With the 107th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jack Kaiser, linebacker, Notre Dame.
Ooh,
I'm not crazy, EJ.
I think you are, but go ahead and tell everybody about Jack Kaiser because I think he's steady and stable, and you were higher on him.
Jack Kaiser, undersized linebacker. He's, undersized, 231, which I guess is about
That's
normal
actually big these
for a
days.
linebacker these days. He really gave me a lot of, maybe it's like stereotyping to say like Matt Milano vibes, but he's very, very similar size to Matt Milano, and he moves similar to Matt Milano. Like, I think he's super fluid, great closing speed. I love his feet. I love his vision. I love his patience. Like, as far as like diagnosing and then pulling the trigger, like I love him as a run defender. He's not like your classic, lock, peek, shed kind of guy. Like, it's honestly Jalen Walker in this class is like the guy who rocks guards and gets off the block. Kaiser's more of a block avoider than a block shedder, but that's kind of what linebackers are these days, which is you need people with really good vision, really good like 10 to 15 yard bursts, great feet and hips so they can like kind of get around those blocks in the first place. Like, he's that, man. He's so good against the run. In coverage, I think he's really underrated in coverage. He gets good depth in his zone drops. Just a solid player. Like, that's a starting linebacker in the NFL.
He's a very solid player. I saw him as the guy that you can put out there knowing that he's going to know his assignment and for the most part complete it. Like him a lot better against the run. Extremely low missed tackle rate. Second lowest missed tackle rate in this class for interior linebackers, 4.6%, which is awesome. That's a great number. But in pass coverage, I did not have the same feeling about him that you did. NFL passer rating allowed in this class, third worst, 101.9. Really, he gets good depth, but he's easy to throw around. He does not.
He's not very.
He doesn't
long.
really.
That's
he doesn't really contest at the catch point, and he's in the right place, but he doesn't make the play. So we see that a lot in the NFL, where the windows are smaller and they'll throw it right by your ear hole if they can. But very steady guy and very struck me as a very smart guy on tape. Didn't make a lot of mental mistakes. Physically, like you said, he's not going to go up and absolutely blow guys up, but he is going to be there, make the tackle and run support. So very steady, very reliable type player. For me, that's probably 5th or 6th round, but like I can see the allure. And again, I've been wrong about guys that didn't have great pass coverage in college becoming better pass defenders in the NFL. Kaiser's going to need to do that if he's going to be a starting linebacker in the NFL, but as a sort of, like somebody said earlier in chat, special teams day, like as a special teams guy, as an attitude guy, as a smart guy that you can put out there and feel like you're not going to get burned. Like, Kaiser struck me as that for sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Raiders. The Raiders are going back to like the late 60s, early 70s AFL days. They are picking the tallest, fastest wide receivers and corners they can get their hands on.
That's early for me.
Yeah, but he does one thing, and it is so old school Raiders.
I know, but it's an annual tradition where people take the big, fast Tennessee receiver that does one thing, and we continuously try to justify it. But like, if you're just having him do that one thing, And then they go to the NFL and they don't even do that one thing, because if you're going to be an NFL receiver, you have to do all the things. And I don't know. The closest we've seen to this working is Cedric Tillman.
And
that's
I think
about it.
Tillman was outside that archetype, and certainly when I wrote him up, I said that he was more than that. But this Thornton is not more than that. Like, Thornton is this. They're getting him for one thing, which is to run deep routes down the field, any type of deep route you want, 9, post, whatever. But it's a deep route down the field, and outrun a guy, get by him, get a step on him, even and leaving, that kind of a thing. Ooh, trade. Buffalo moved up.
With the Bears, I think.
Oh, 109. Yeah, absolutely. They got more picks. Okay, this is the second trade down in this draft. I kind of like it.
Now I'm curious who Buffalo really
Again,
wanted.
as soon as you see a trade, you have to think about both sides. Like, who gave it up and was willing to move down, and who was willing to go up.
The CJ West spot.
Oh, it totally could be, and that would be exactly what we've been calling for Buffalo. But Bears pick up 132 and 169. I absolutely love this because of all the things we've been talking about for all 3 days, which is the even talent distribution, more bites at the apple. Like, this is setting me on the right path for the Bears today.
Wait, did the Bills used to have this pick and then traded it to the Bears, and the Bears traded it back to them? Is that how this happened?
I'm not sure. I don't keep up that much. I just want to know who's picking now and who they're picking. I can go back and sort all that stuff out later in terms of value.
No pick yet.
I'm super excited about the Bears strategy. Like, Ryan Poles seeing the value on the board. Ryan Poles and his staff. That's Ian Cunningham. That's Ben. That's everybody. And saying, look, what we're going to get at 109 is not different than what we're going to get at 132. And we pick up 169, which again is a sort of pick valley for them. They didn't have a pick in that area.
Bears traded it to Buffalo for Ryan Bates. Buffalo traded it back yesterday, and the Bears traded it back to Buffalo today. So that's
this is volleyball, man. It's starting to turn into tennis.
That's great. All right.
All right, let's go. They got the hats. Those are the best hats ever. They're so good. And they're not only functional. Like, you can stay warm with the Poobahs. Silence.
With the 109th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Deon Walker, defensive tackle.
Let's go.
Wow. Okay. So
Awesome.
they have
believe.
faith that they can take the ball of clay, or it's not a ball of clay, the mountain of clay, and mold it.
And I honestly don't think he needs that much molding. I think what he needs, of course, he needs some. Every player going to the NFL needs some, and he does have shortcomings. But he played with a broken bone in his back for the entire last season. Like, they are counting on the health profile and him getting back to moving because, look, we talk about the planet theory all the time. This guy is pure planet theory. 6'7", 331, and moves like a guy that weighs probably 50 pounds less. And I'm not exaggerating. At 285, 290 pounder, if you saw his tape from 2023 and see some of the reps, and at 6'7", like, literally his swim move looks like him just standing up and walking over the guy, because it is. He doesn't even really have to get his arm up. He just moves it forward and it's over the guy's helmet. It's like, he is a massive player that can move so much more quickly than you think a guy that size should be able to move.
I think his best tape was as a freshman, but I'm willing to give it grace because, again, broken back, like that there's something to be said for that. I did not expect that, for sure.
I'm going to look at where I had him on my horizontal board, because I was really hoping, I was definitely leaning into potential on Deon Walker, because you just don't.
Well, they're leaning into potential. They trust
100%.
They trust that they can get him. This is going to sound so weird. They trust they can get back to him being what he was when he was 18 years old.
Because
18-year-old Deon Walker was a first-round pick, honestly.
And here's the thing. Like, we all had this conversation about Kenneth Grant, right?
Mhm.
And we're like, Kenneth Grant, man, he's big, he's fast. Like, literally, Deion Walker is bigger, he's taller and heavier and faster than Kenneth Walker. So if you're in on Kenneth Walker, you're in on a
I mean, Kenneth
healthy
Grant.
Kenneth Grant. You are in on a healthy Deion Walker.
I mean, I'm sure Kenneth Grant could play running back too. That's fine.
I, I some of the stuff on tape, even from 2023, again, I believe his freshman tape is better, but the stuff on his sophomore tape is just like you rewind it and you're like, no, what in the world? Like, no. So he came into this year with a lot of hype, and again, didn't have the season a lot of people expected. Did have a decline. Turned out after the season, if you know what a transverse process is, it's the little piece that sticks off your vertebrae. There's a crack in one of those, and I can't imagine a 330-pound guy playing with a broken bone in his back. But he did, and yeah, is that cause for concern? Certainly, but they knew that it was disclosed. Everybody knew it, combine him before. So everybody was checking. They've seen it. They're comfortable with it. They think they can get him back. But if he gets back to even an approximation of what he was as a freshman or a sophomore in college, the Bills got a player they don't have right now.
Tell you this much: 6'7", 330. Bar Bill's gonna hate to see him coming. Get those honey butter Cajun barbecue wings. A plate of, 400 of them.
Oh man. I was definitely betting on him. Let's see where I had him. I had him. John Walker, I was high on him, man. I had him right after Alfred Collins. I had him above Pegues, Caldwell, and
I didn't
Tyler
know that.
Coons. Yep. No, he was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. He was my 8th defensive tackle in a loaded defensive tackle class.
So you're thinking the same thing they are.
I'm just betting on the potential. Again, if he gets healthy and he starts moving like he did just a year ago, you can't find guys like that. Like, they come out like once every 5 years. You get a guy that big that's that quick. And it's lateral agility, it's ability to burst through the line. Again, those guys are incredibly rare.
Quasar for $50. Thank you, Quasar.
Let's
Amazing
go.
content is always a yearly tradition since the Fields draft, and no better place to be. Bear down. We appreciate you, Quasar. That $50 will go towards buying EJ a nice bottle of Jameson Black Barrel if they take a special teamer before the 7th round this year.
Well, that, and again, we're going to go back to it. Blue over Brashard Smith is going to be, that's going to be a dagger to the heart, man. That's going to be Shakespearean. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, but Blue, I mean, we're not tooting for having fumble issues. Blue has fumble issues too.
I know. And everybody says, oh, he's a special teamer. I'm like, yeah, but he's not a good one. He has great speed, but he literally just sort of doesn't have the vision. You were talking about Cordell Patterson earlier, who is, bigger and the same speed, but he had good vision, like as a special teamer. That's what made his early career. Blue is really, really fast, but he just runs into guys really, really fast. And I'm like, okay, that's not great. He is a great receiver. I honestly believe he could play receiver in the NFL straight up. So that's what I would do with Jaden Blue if I was drafting him. But I don't want him as a running back.
With the 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arian Smith, wide receiver.
Okay.
Fast.
Yeah.
Fast. Might
think
drop the
this
ball
is-
1 out of 3 times, but fast.
And not big, 179. So an outlier size-wise. But I believe this is Zerline's guy. I think Lance was out on an island, and he said, like, I liked him when I watched him. It could have been the other Georgia receiver. It might have been, now that I'm thinking about it, actually. But one of the 2 Georgia receivers, he had him way up there, and he was like, I don't know. I saw it when I watched him. Like, I know I'm alone. I'm cool with that. Yeah, incredibly athletic, really, really fast. And that's what we're going to lead the scouting report with. A little bit light, but damn fast. They're hoping that Fields can rip it and catch him down the field.
When God made Arian Smith, he's like, all right, I'm going to take Marquez Valdez-Scantling and just turn it up.
Shrink him. I'm gonna make a smaller MVS that's faster.
All right. Let's get down to business, huh? With the 111th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the world champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, select Ty Robinson, defensive tackle number
Oh, get bent. Oh,
O-line,
come
D-line.
on.
O-line, D-line. Gets upfield. Has
I love
excellent speed and burst for a guy who's 280, 290. I thought he got pushed around a little bit in the run game, but it wasn't like Riley Mills' status pushed around the run game. If he's taking on a tackle one-on-one as like a 5 technique, I think he's okay. Not somebody who I really want taking on double teams. I almost kind of wonder if you want to maximize what makes him special, which is that burst in that first step, maybe slim him down a little bit and like make him a true edge, like to like 270. Just make him an edge.
Yeah, I just put him at DE, right? He played DT at Nebraska, which means he was inside, and he was still very effective. If you want to see like the ultimate Ty Robinson highlight tape, go watch him versus Colorado. He absolutely shellacked them. But we're talking about a guy that I had ranked right after Tyleik Williams. He's like my 12th DT, and I would have been fully on board with the Bears taking him instead of Shamar Turner at the pick yesterday, and I wouldn't have said that was a reach at all. Yes, he gets pushed around the run game, but again, if you're picking a defensive tackle up that high, you need pass rush production, and Ty Robinson has it and is lightning quick into the backfield. He is linear. He's not a guy that is going to jitterbug around, but he knows how to get by the guard in front of him, and then he closes on the quarterback because he is tall and long and fast. So a lot of play style similarity to Landon Jackson. He is bigger than Landon Jackson, and he played farther inside, but it's the same idea. Like, I'm going to make a move, get your hands out of the way, and then I'm going to run by you and destroy the quarterback. And I love Ty Robinson. He's going to thrive in Philly.
I'm going to pull up his RAS card here because
it's bananas.
Hilarious. 989, 6'5", 288, 33.5 vert. Again, at 288 is crazy. 911 broad, 170, 10-yard split at that size is nuts.
And remember that all the interior offensive linemen we were talking about 10-yard splits, the fastest was 174.
Yeah.
So he's a tick faster than the fastest guards being drafted. And if you have a slower guard, like a Wyatt Milam or a Booker or whatever, like Booker can take him strength-wise, and so can Milam. But if he gets their hands down, he is bye-bye them before they turn.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it on tape all the time. That flash comes through. It's not just a testing number. But again, Ty Robinson in this draft class, he had 11 quarterback hits that led this crazy deep defensive tackle class. That is more quarterback hits than anybody else in this class. He had 42 total pressures. He's just a baller. I love Ty Robinson. He's going to be a great Eagle. He's in a good spot.
Carter Gish for $5. Is day 3 where we get more EJ lore? Also, thoughts on Steelers draft and plans for today since they only have 2 picks so far. I think Steelers strongly consider Kyle McCord. I had them pegged for Jared Harrison Hunt, but they already took Harmon, so maybe they're going to lay off D-line. Corner, I think, is on the table for them. Another safety is on the table for them. They already did running back. Maybe a slot.
Oh, my God. Dude, the Philly defense. Okay, Philly's all defense right now, and it is literally this couldn't be a more EJ draft. Campbell, Makuba, Robinson.
It's your guys.
Ah!
Also, what
Vic's
EJ lore are we going to
like,
get to today?
Probably injury lore. We'll talk about some injury that an NFL player had.
Have you ever fucked up a transverse process? Speaking of Deion Walker.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
I literally broke T5 and T7, and T5 I think was transverse on the left side, my left side, Ryder's left. Anyways, okay.
Danny Stutzman. Wait,
Danny Stutzman.
is he just another Werner?
Davis. I think he's Demario Davis. I think Werner's better and is more versatile in pass coverage. But Stutzman, I will say this about Danny Stutzman. Like, everybody knows I love running back play. And the flip side of running back play in the NFL or any league really is inside linebacker play, because that's the counter to a good running back. Watching Danny Stutzman hunt the run is football art. Like, that's it. Like, if you watch a highlight play of Danny Stutzman and it's 4 or 5 minutes long, you will see one play against the pass and everything else is just him in a cone, identifying in a heartbeat and triggering downhill to blow up running backs and doing it extremely well. He's a great athlete. He's tall, fast. He is linear, hits like a ton of bricks, great acceleration. Just, again, if you played in a league where you could only run the football, Danny Stutzman would be the MVP on defense.
I love him as a run stopper. He is one of the 3 best linebackers in this entire class at stopping the run.
Absolutely.
The problem is if he has to do literally anything on third down. Like,
he can't.
It's
like,
not that
and
he's
again,
not athletic enough to cover. He doesn't know how to.
Super mechanical in coverage, robotic in his zone drops. He just kind of is. He's literally like looking down on the field for like the tape X that the coaches put there and said, make it to here. He's just like, he doesn't know what he's doing in pass coverage. But it's so funny because he is so capable against the run and so instinctive and so good, so polished, shedding blocks and just destroying running backs. Great player, super athletic. I think he could get there.
Oh, Patrick Willis. Let's go.
And with the 113th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select CJ West.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, hold on.
Dude, they have Collins and West.
Michael, Alfred Collins, CJ West, Bosa. If you average 1.5 yards per carry, congratulations, you had a good day against the Niners. Like, that's the scale that we're at here.
Dude, CJ's great. If you don't know who CJ West is, go check out the video we have on our channel. We interviewed him at Shrine Bowl. Chicago kid, played at Indiana. Great dude. I think he's got some untapped pass rush potential, but he is an ass kicker right now against the run. He needs no help playing the run. You can give him a gap and a half, and it is his. He owns it. And you combine him with the other talent that we just talked about. I mean, get bent. You're not running on the Niners. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, pass rush, still a question, but, like, they're going to get you to 3rd and 8. They're going to get you there. Like, I'd be willing to bet the pass-run ratio against the 49ers this year is, like, 70%.
I mean, they're going to, not in the first quarter. People are going to try it.
They're going to try it, and they're going to fail.
Stubborn, and they're going to go, oh, wait. When they put West and Collins out there together, if they do,
get out of here.
You're running outside a middle, like 8-yard wide area. Like, that area is denied. You're not going to have access to it. You're going to get tackled within 1.5 yards at the line of scrimmage. Like, it's not 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It's 1.2 in a cloud of dust. So, yeah, no, CJ West, the reason we say that there's some untapped pass rush potential there, he did have some pressures. He did have reps where he got sideways, got through the line, kind of burst back on the cornerback. He does have some linear burst within that sort of 10-yard area. He had 19 pressures, which again is just sort of tickling that, like, maybe he can pass rush for DT, which again is why he slipped. But in terms of being a rock solid run defender, plenty of tackles, 22 stops, 219 snaps in the A gap for defensive tackles. That led this defensive tackle class. This is a guy you're putting in the middle.
I want to pull up, where's my CJ West stat?
I've been saving this. I have a CJ West stat.
I have a nutty CJ West stat. Hold on.
Yeah, good.
I gotta find it. I tweeted it. I should have saved it somewhere other than Twitter because Twitter's search functionality sucks.
Sad Mariners fan says for $50. Thank you very much, Sad Mariners fan. Seahawks got their QB1, baby. Things are bright in Seattle. Maybe in a year and a half. Like, he's not their QB1 yet. No matter how much I like him, no matter how much he has a learning mindset and crazy physical tools, let's be 100% clear. Milroe is not ready to start a game in the NFL right now. If they get him ready to start a game in the NFL within 6 months, which is midway through next season, they deserve I don't know what's the Nobel Prize for quarterback coaching. Like, it will be amazing, be awesome.
Found it.
Okay.
Indiana's average depth of tackle against A-gap runs last season was 2.11 yards. The next closest team was 2.75. Indiana only faced 85 A-gap runs the entire year, which was 104th in the country, but they had 29 tackles for loss or no gain, which was fourth most in the country.
Again, go ahead. F around. Try it. Like, we dare you. And people tried it, and then they went, well, that doesn't work. Guess we're doing something else.
Whew. That D-line, man.
The
I almost don't even
Niner...
care if Mike Hill can pass rush at this point. Like,
Nope. The Nightmare Niner D-line is back, baby, says Skyberry for $4.99. You are correct. They are not hiding their intentions. Let's put it that way.
Whamco for $10. The Niners will be playing against the 2023 Eagles run game every week. Actually, now that I think about it, are we getting Niners versus Eagles this year? Because Niners, this D-line against the Eagles run game, talk about a war, folks.
Oh, that's going to be just slobber knocker fest left and right. It's crazy. All right. Serious Moonlight for $75. Deeply appreciate the generosity. Here's my yearly super chat. Thank you all for the content you both provide. Who are your biggest dynasty risers and fallers so far based on landing spot? Go for it.
RJ Harvey.
Yeah, RJ Harvey is a very easy choice. Again, a lot of people thought that pick was a little bit early. Ooh, okay, I'm going to give the Panthers some leeway here. Because you remember when Chuba Hubbard got picked?
I
everybody
do.
was like, I don't. And Chuba Hubbard turned out to be a freaking dog. Everybody was like, oh, it was the owner's wife's pick. And it was. But he also turned out to be a freaking dog. I'm going to give him a little bit of grace, just like we've given the Cowboys grace on the Tyler Booker pick, because they can, pick players that we look at and go, I don't see it. Trevor Etienne, like, early for me, I'm going to give the Panthers of all franchises some grace. He is definitely going to be third in that running back room, but they see something in him. And again, seems a little early, but Dan Morgan's been crushing it so far in this draft. So go for it.
Back to RJ Harvey. What does Sean Payton love in his running backs? He loves to have a guy who can catch the ball. RJ Harvey, he sees him as his new Reggie Bush type, Darren Sproles type. But I think RJ Harvey has a lot of utility just as a runner as well. Like,
fully agree.
He is a 3-down back, but he's one of the few backs in this class that can do all the receiving stuff that Sean Payton likes. So, again, going back to like the Camaro role, where it's like, hey, he's going to get 15 touches, but they're going to be 15 explosive touches. I love RJ Harvey for them. I would say Jalen Knoll in Houston, to take the Tank Dell role while Tank is recovering. And even when Tank inevitably gets back, like Jalen Knoll is a dog. Man. I love that for them. I would say Travion in New England, like, he's going to be their lead back, and he's going to get all the third down work, which means he's going to get more touches than any other back in that class. I would say tight end wise, honestly, Colston Loveland.
Yeah, Colston's going to get fed. Like, he's
fed.
With where he got drafted, he is going to get used. So that would be my easy answer. Cardinals picked Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State, who I thought was completely coded as an Ivan Pace Jr. running mate in Minnesota, because if you give that guy to the defensive coordinator, he's going to absolutely blitz the living shit out of him. And I think it's probably going to be the same under Gannon in Arizona. Like, Cody Simon is very good coming forward. We talked about Jack Kaiser being steady and, in his gap and being around. Like, Cody Simon is aggressive. He is a very stout build, and he is a very good blitzer, not rusher. And the difference being, as a rusher, you're lining up on the line of scrimmage and rushing as soon as the snap happens. As a blitzer, you are coming from depth or a spot not expected, and it's usually after a tick. So you are approaching the line after they've already started to set their initial blocks. Simon is a very good blitzer. He gets home. He's got a low center of gravity. He can bull through arm blocks. I think they're going to weaponize that. He's basically pass rush extension for them, coming from the middle of the field.
Texans just traded up.
Oh, yeah.
Again, you can see on the screen here, Cardinals took Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Cody Simon back to back to back to back to back. Just defense. All defense.
Yep. It's NFC West is a defensive race right now because, I mean, Niners did the same thing. Hawks have taken some defense with Imanwari. Like, everybody's loading up.
Do we have compensation reported for this Texans trade?
I've not seen it yet.
Oh, they gave up third next year.
Oh, they wanted somebody.
Miles Frazier?
Could be. Yeah, that would
Put
it would
him
lock right in.
You know, again, I saw Ursery as a guard, but they think he can play tackle. Okay, fine if they're right. Ursery next to Frazier.
Yeah, I saw them reporting him as a tackle when they drafted him, and I'm like, I mean, okay.
But then Nick Caserio said like they're just going to go like best 5, and wherever he plays, he plays. So I'm like, all right, it's fine.
I have trouble believing he wouldn't be one of the best guards, especially for the Texans.
Yeah,
like that was their absolute, chink in the armor.
This could also be another Iowa State player. If they're going Jalen for tackle.
Yep. Yeah. No, they wanted somebody. If you're in the 4th round this year and you're giving up, again, a round sooner is typical compensation, but that's a valuable pick. You're going from a day 3 pick to a day 2 pick. In translation, yes, it's with a year of, a year's time removed in between, but you're giving up a serious chip for next year because you saw somebody that you think is a value this year you do not want to let get off the board. And you also think he's in danger of being picked.
Yeah.
Right. That's the only reason you jump up is like, we think the next couple teams might want this guy. It's a cost, but again, Casario's been pretty good with this in terms of picking guys that are worth that compensation. He hasn't wasted a lot of picks. Certainly GMs I can think about that have. So D'Amico's absolutely thrilled.
So they got a 7th back in the deal as well.
Okay.
So they're still getting same total number of players out of it, which is basically like, we still want to take a special team or give us something back.
Yeah. We got guys on our list that we want to tab so they don't go into the UDFA process. We need a lottery ticket. Give me one.
Yeah, still no pick.
All right.
It's in.
No, they're getting there. And yeah, all right. You got the compensation already.
Chat said, why is Alec Ayumanor falling?
Oh, I don't think he is.
So I struggle with that Ayumanor because I like him a lot as a prospect, but I understand why people might not be as high on him as I am. Like, I think he gives really good effort as a blocker. Oh,
sorry,
Rams
another
and Colts
trade.
traded again.
Yeah, Rams. So the Rams get a 4th rounder. They move up to 117. The Colts get 127 and 190. So basically it's, Colts only drop 10 spots, but they get 190 in the trade.
Interesting. Let me see where I had Alec end up as my receiver rankings.
I was going to say
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 11, but again, it's tier 3. So whatever order you want to put those guys into. But I thought he gave high effort as a blocker. He's got size. The problem for people was the drops. Honestly. And
there you go.
Woody Marks. All right. Screw protection. We got weapons, baby.
That's
third down back. He is. If I had to comp him to somebody, or rather comp him to a role like James White, right? It's that kind of back for them. Caught a ton of passes, great hands, super reliable, absolute dog. He is a third down back. Again, I think he has some early down utility, but you have Joe Mixon. You're not going to give him carries over Joe Mixon on early downs anyway. But I think you would prefer Woody to be on the field on third downs because of the ability he has as a receiver, just captain choice route out there. I like this a lot. Would I have traded a future third for it? No. But in a vacuum, if this was a native pick, I would have been like all for it.
Yeah.
So I'm split on it. Jarquez Hunter went off the board for the Rams.
Such a Rams running back pick.
Yeah, because he's 5'9", 205. They have a type.
Dude, but he's so good. I think he is one of the best backs in I don't want to say a limited role, but like he's not great laterally. He's good in like a 30-yard or a 30-degree cone of running vision. And his superpower is he can run through contact, and he doesn't do it by running you over. He is built like a bowling ball, but he's not one of those guys that'll just shoulder block you to the ground. He gets contact and he just kind of stays up, and then the tackler falls away and he takes off and he's really fast. And you're like, how did he do that? He just kind of mushed through the tackle. But it's like contact balance, and he's one of those guys that looks like he's just made out of iron. He just doesn't move, and he just kind of grinds through contact and then takes off. And he does it over and over and over again. And you don't see these like huge cuts. He doesn't have an awesome jump cut. He's not a spin move guy. He's not even really a big stiff arm guy. It's like he can't be tackled. And so he just keeps running. And man, he's going to be so good behind that Rams line. Like in terms of picking a back that fits your system for those mammoths that they've lined up in front of him. I love that pick for them. That's such a good system fit.
So Falcons here.
Germany game. My name is Contra K, and I am proud to announce the Falcons' next pick.
All right, from Germany. Let's go.
Pick in the 2025 NFL draft, Billy Bowman, defensive back.
Okay. The first note that everybody's going to see. 23% missed tackle rate.
Talk about Billy Bowman while I take a quick break and refill coffee. I'll be right back.
So 23% missed tackle rate. Again, first thing a lot of people see. I kind of don't care. Like, I get it. He's got short arms. But the burst that he has, the long speed that he has, like he's got crazy range on the field. He's aggressive. He takes great angles. Like he reminds me a lot of Jalen Petre when he was coming out, and he's been, a great kind of nickel safety type for the Texans. And Bowman, so they announced him as a safety, so it sounds like they want him to be a post player for them. But he could play nickel. Like he could absolutely play, and again, we can work on the tackling. It's not a lack of effort, a lack of toughness. Like he's just got short arms. So we can try to work on that. But like if we're talking about range, ball skills, ball production, character, work ethic, like, oh my God, I love Billy Bowman. He's awesome. Just awesome. And I am curious to see where because again, announced as a safety, but a lot of people think he's a nickel. I don't know. I don't know where he's going to play. They're going to figure it out. While EJ's getting coffee, catch up on a couple super chats here. Jaguar philosopher Brett, I will never forgive you for making me think the Chiefs would win the Super Bowl. You're a clown, JK. You're the best. Yeah, I guess they'll have to settle for the other 4 or 3 or how many ever rings they're up to in the last 5 years. Oh boy. Kart Racer for $4.99. Thoughts on Swinson still being available? Felt like he should have been gone in the second. By the way, y'all are the best for day 3 coverage out there. Appreciate that. Swinson has now fallen so far that I have to assume there's a medical there that I just didn't know about, which is possible, right? But on tape, he's not a day 3 player. And whether you're looking at tape, you're looking at testing, you're looking at analytics profile, like he's not a day 3 player. So there has to be something else there in that third that, sometimes we get wind of and sometimes we get don't. For Swinson, I never heard anything about anything. So I have to assume it's something like that. Arthur Dahl for $5. Broncos fan and dynasty player. Thoughts on RJ Harvey? I love RJ Harvey. He's going to catch 60 balls in this offense and probably get some carries too. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pair him with like a Damian Martinez type, to kind of be that banger on early downs, and then you bring in RJ Harvey on third down to be their Reggie Bush, Alvin Kamara kind of guy. But like I love him a lot. And the only thing you can't ask him to do is pass protect. He's terrible in pass protection, like legitimately terrible. But he can catch the ball. Daniel Trump for $10. Why can't the Bears pick players who play well instead of traits and potential? Still, I have hope that the new coaches will help being positive. I don't know, EJ. Why can't the Bears pick players who will play well instead of traits and potential?
I don't know, because it seems that they've pivoted the 2 days, right? The 2 days being day 2 and day 3, and they picked day 3 guys on day 2 in terms of that's when you pick like athletic guys that played in a different system, and there's going to be some kind of transition or injured guys or any guys there's a risk on, right? And for some reason they seem to have it flipped in their head, and they pick more of those guys on day 2 and then come back in day 3 and pick more guys that can play right away. I just don't get it. It's almost like they have a different valuation. I mean, they definitely have different valuation of players than I do, but it's almost like they have a different valuation of the days. Like they're like, no, we'll take the big risks on day 2, whereas on day 2, I want solid players who are good system fits, who are absolutely going to be contributors right away. And they don't seem to approach it that way, because that's not the players they typically pick there. They pick these projections, and I'm not sure why that is. I wish I knew, but I don't.
The Bengals are doing a similar thing. They just took Barrett Carter, and every single Bengals pick, I have all of them up right now: Shamar Stewart, Demetrius Knight, Dylan Fairchild, Barrett Carter. I don't necessarily dislike any of them as players, but all 4 of them went earlier than I would have drafted them. All of them. Like, I don't see a single value pick here. They're players, but I don't see a single value pick here. And it's a very typical Bengals thing. Take a big school player. Like, they don't typically hunt for small school guys because they have a smaller scouting department than everybody else in the league anyway. So they take big schools, big programs, big time athletes. But like Barrett Carter, for me, he allowed more touchdowns than every other linebacker in this class. And it's not because he's not athletic. He doesn't know what's going on. Like, he wore the green dot, and the Clemson defense was constantly out of position. Like, that's how he gave up 5 touchdowns. It was from receivers running wide ass open in a defense that he got lined up as the mic, and nobody knew what they were doing. So either he's a bad communicator or bad at getting people lined up, or both. And
or both.
I didn't see him going ahead of Chris Paul for that reason.
Yeah, we'll talk about the inside linebacker class in a little bit, but this sort of mini run on inside linebackers definitely is surprising to me. I'll say that for sure. Yeah, Gunnar Helm went to Tennessee.
Oh.
And I love that pick. I really like Gunnar Helm. So you got Cam Ward, you got Chimere Dike, and you got Gunnar Helm now as offensive threats being added to Tennessee. They're building it out. Oh man, Trev is over the moon. David Walker is a buck.
You liked him more than me. I'll let you take the lead on him.
So, an unreal physical profile. He's 6 foot tall, just over 260 pounds. We talk about the short, squatty body edge rusher type. This is Josiah Stewart, like plus. Again, played at a small school. No, I'm talking about in terms of plus weight. He's 20 pounds heavier.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's 20 pounds heavier than Josiah Stewart, and he's arguably quicker. Is he tougher or more skilled? No, I'm not saying he's tougher or more skilled, because I really like Josiah Stewart, but I think David Walker was pretty underrated in this draft. This is the right spot for him to go. He is going to bring pass rush pressure, and he is going to be a handful. He is going to be very difficult to get a hand on, because he is both built like a little bowling ball, but he's also really quick around the edge. He's tenacious. I think it's a great pick, and add something to that Bucs defensive line that they don't really have a player like that right now. And he's going to be good because he doesn't have to come in and be the starting edge. I never thought David Walker was, pinned among the top edges in this class to be like the alpha edge for a team. But as a contributor role player, even if he's just a third down pass rush specialist right now, I would freaking love it. And he's a dog. He's not just a pass rusher. He is a very, very solid player against the run. He's a high effort player. He almost never came off the field. He played 1,000,000 downs for them. So I really like the pick. I think it's a great pick.
And if we're looking at their edge rotation right now, you got Hassan Reddick, Anthony Nelson, Jose Ramirez, never wrong, just early, Yaya Diaby, Chris Braswell, and then Marquise Watts. He's kind of different than everything that they have, right? It's like that sawed-off, squatty body, plays with power first. He's definitely different than what they have with Hassan Reddick. And Yaya is kind of like, he's just a freak of nature, so he's an everything guy. But as far as like complementary pieces go, like a rotational edge who's going to compress the pocket and just kind of make quarterbacks feel like the world is collapsing around them while Kalijah Cansey does Kalijah Cansey things. Like I like that there. I like that there. Panthers just took Lathan Ransom, safety out of Ohio State. Medical flags are a big reason why he dropped here, but I like Lathan Ransom. He is always in the right position. Not a freak athlete, and that's probably largely because of, I don't know, every injury he sustained. He was consistently banged up, but boy, he played through a lot. Like, he's a tough son of a gun. But he's smart. Like I said, always in position. Everybody loved him in the room. Like, he just kind of feels like, I don't want to say like a tone setter. He's not really a tone setter. More so, you're drafting a college kid who already feels like a professional. I think I'll phrase it that way. Like, he studies, like relentlessly studies. I would say that's his superpower, because he kind of has to be studying hard to get in the right spot at the right time. But he studies, he hypes up his guys, high character, aggressive tackler. Like, he's like the ideal third safety in the room. And honestly, if he's a starter for you, like, I wouldn't hate that. Again, I'd be a little bit worried about him carrying vertical speed down the field, but I don't know. He's just a good football player. I like Lathan Ransom.
Outside of the injuries, he reminds me of a previous Tennessee safety that, I realize he went to Carolina, but like there's a lot of Kevin Byard in his play style.
I can see that.
Right. He's in the right place. He's not the fastest guy. Again,
4, 5,
probably
9,
because he's been robbed in injuries. He was faster than that when he was recruited for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But he's in the right place. He's good all over the field. He's not a guy that's necessarily going to blow stuff up for you, but at the same time, he's going to mess stuff up by being in a place and preventing a throw because he's smart, because he's studied, because he does have the athleticism to do that. I would have picked Malachi Moore here, but again, as we're starting to look at some of these higher profile players that are sliding down the board, I heard you talking about Swinson as well. You really have to think, oh, there's something we didn't know. And we'll find it out later because, again, on tape, shouldn't still be there. But there's lots of other things that we don't get to see. Sometimes we hear about, sometimes we don't. I always wince a little bit when it's an LSU guy because one of my first real introductions to that third was an LSU defensive tackle way back who played awesome. And I was like, no, he's definitely the better of the two. And he didn't go before the other guy. And then he didn't get drafted at all. And I never found out. I never heard from anybody why that guy didn't get drafted. So there was a reason for sure. And everybody knew it, but not me. So, Jack Sawyer off the board to the Steelers. I can see it. Right. I'm not. It's funny because
right?
The edges are coming off exactly as I had them stacked in my horizontal board.
So I will say he plays like a Steeler as far as just like toughness, effort, all that kind of stuff. Exceptional football character, like exceptional. Like he was a leader in the room from the day he got there as a teenager, right? He's different from their other edges in the sense that I don't see him as like the bursty, bendy, like he's the polar opposite of like Herbig, right? Yeah. But he plays with power. Again, a little bit of a pocket compressor, which he kind of has to in order to give himself a shorter corner so he can win around it. So I think he's a nice little change up from that perspective.
Yeah.
I almost see him at, like Herbig is almost like the true analogous backup to TJ Watt, and Sawyer is more true to being like the Highsmith backup, if I would say.
Yeah. I see him. He's a bit like the Jack Kaiser of defensive ends or edges in this class for me, in that he is a fundamentally sound, assignment sound football player. He is tough as hell. He
Great
will
against the run.
give you edge sets, does all the dirty work. But people that were saying Jack Sawyer was the better of the two Ohio State edges, I never understood. Like, JTT was clearly above him on my board for multiple reasons. Again, if you're just looking at stats, Sawyer had slightly better stats. If you're looking at the film, JTT had better film. Again, for translatable traits to the NFL, it wasn't really close. So good spot for Sawyer to go. I feel like the reason, going back to Carolina's draft, is that it feels like they ate their vegetables yesterday. They did what they absolutely needed to do. They got high-end pass rush. They went for those picks. So now they're, able to dabble and, go off script a little bit and pick guys that they really like or interviewed well, or they think fit a very particular need for them. Because it's kind of like, yeah, I got my vegetables in yesterday. I can have a little bit of dessert today.
I have my Lathan Ransom comp for you.
Okay. All right.
Another ex-Panther safety who's also an ex-Ohio State safety, Kurt Coleman.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Has to win with being in the right spot at the right time in coverage, not somebody who has makeup speed.
No.
Smack the shit out of you in the run game.
Yep.
It's Kurt Coleman. It's a good player.
Okay. That doesn't,
I know
it doesn't move
you,
me.
but
It doesn't move me in the
we're talking
fourth
about
round.
fourth round
That's
safeties
okay.
here.
That's okay.
All right,
Yeah,
Packers.
we
selection.
are. But come on, it's day 3. We love fourth round safeties, and there's still really good ones on the board. Like,
Special pick, not just because it's the Packers. This young man is here today, so we want to introduce him. So give him a good round of applause. With the 124th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Baron Sorrell.
good deal.
Ooh.
That's a good pick for them.
Oh,
I was
he was in the
wondering when
green
he
room?
was going to go. Okay, so my edge rank, I had Josiah Stewart in the tier above. Then I had Walker, Sawyer, APR, and then Sorrell. So Anton Powell-Ryland is apparently the next edge to go off the board so far, because we're following script here. But Baron Sorrell, third member of that Texas defensive line to get drafted at this point. Obviously, Alfred Collins went, Broughton went, and Baron Sorrell was the true edge. But, man, he's got some size to him. And I think he's going to be a good player for them. If we're getting to Packers picks I don't like, this qualifies.
I had no
Because-
idea he was in the green room. Did we know that?
I didn't know that.
Was he invited for first round?
I would hope not, because I don't think anybody had that kind of grade on him. But okay, if they did.
So I'll say this:
Is he a
this
local
is really
kid?
fucking cool for a day 3 guy to get to walk out on the stage in
For
the
sure.
town he's going to be playing in. Like, this is awesome. I love this.
No, this is awesome. I do agree.
As far as Sorrell as a player, boy, power.
He's big.
Power.
Big dude.
He had one of the better pass rush win rates as a 4i/5 technique because he has power. And, he's another one of these guys where he had a bunch of quote unquote contain reps, but there's a way to play contain while also being an effective pass rusher, and that is contain with compression. Like, if you're going to contain, don't give the quarterback, space to move around, and he compresses while containing. Was productive as an interior rusher, was productive as an edge rusher. Tough to root out in the line of scrimmage. Great run defender. Like, that whole Texas D-line was great against the run. He's no exception. This is about the range that I thought he would go. I think it's super cool that, he gets to meet the fans live and in person. I had no idea he was even there. As far as where he fits in the edge rotation, probably, well, I was going to say probably an early down player because he's so good against the run, but it's not like they have like a super dominant third down guy. So maybe you can give him some third down snaps.
Yeah, I like Baron Sorrell a lot. 6'3", 256, has the most pass rush snaps of any edge in this class, 362. And again, 25 stops and a bunch of tackles in terms of he's going to contribute whether or not he's winning as a pass rusher. He is not one of those pass rushers that is pass rush only because of the size, because it contain what you talked about, the strength, tracks guys down. Like, this is a multi-down player, but you look at him on tape, he looks bigger than 6'3" to me. The 256 I see all of, but the quickness steps out even on that defensive line. he was quicker than all the other guys on that defensive line, except for the one who's still there before Texas fans jump me in the comments. Oh yeah, I called that guy out because we're going to be talking about that guy like Abdul Carter in a couple of years.
They're freshmen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The fucking freaking nature they had there.
You're watching literally 3 guys that have now been drafted in this NFL draft, and you're like, who's that dude?
Yeah. Their best one was a teenager.
Yeah, exactly. He's a prodigy. He's from Texas high school legend, and for very good reason. Like that guy, I'm not kidding when I'm talking about the Abdul Carter comp. Like if he stays healthy, he's going to be that dude when he comes out.
Dude, South Carolina's got one too.
The
name escapes me.
Well, he's huge. Like he's like the DK clone. He's like 6'5" and runs track. He was running a 10-something 100 in high school at 6'5", whatever he was, 235, 240. Like that guy's a freak of nature. But in terms of just being an outright menace as an edge rusher, the Texas freshman.
He was the best player on their defense at 18 years old.
Yeah, and again, there's 3 guys on the South Carolina defense that are coming out. Tonka Hemingway, TJ Sanders, Kyle Kennard, right? 3 guys in this draft off that defensive line, another team. We got Oregon, we got Texas A&M, we got Texas, we got South Carolina, all teams in this draft that have 3 defensive line prospects. And again, the best one was the youngest one that was like, oh my God, like I can't wait. Like normally I don't scout those guys, but I wasn't scouting him on purpose. He was sort of self-scout. He was jumping off tape saying, pay attention to me. You're going to need to.
Yeah. Dylan Stewart, chat. That's the name. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah. He's freaking good. Let's see where we're at here. So Chargers pick is in. They already got receiver.
Chargers are running crushing it, by the way. I'm just going to take time to say that number.
Which one?
The Chargers are crushing it for the draft. I mean, that's not really fair. I'm not often jealous of Chargers drafts, but come on, Marion Hampton, Trey Harris, and Jamari Caldwell, like that's a really good draft.
Still need a guard
for sure, but they're available.
There's still guards available.
Yep. Like if I was going to take a guard here, I mean, a wild Marcus and Bo pick.
I don't know if he's a scheme fit. Unless they really want to go all in on outside zone.
He's got a lot of power, though. He's a big dude. Like he's a
Mbo, he's
big
like 300 pounds.
Yeah, the way he's built, like
he's skinny. I don't think he's big.
Okay. All right. Rain on my parade. It's fine.
And I think
he's 6'4", 303, but he's also not super old yet. He does have short arms, which again is why he's a pure guard for me, but he can also roll. Like that guy can absolutely run.
Maybe Seth McLaughlin, if the medicals check out.
Oh, as a center? Yeah, sure. I mean, Harbaugh's certainly familiar.
I could see actually Miles Frazier. I could see this being a Miles Frazier pick.
Yeah, Miles Frazier, like they better be sure they can turn him into a run blocker. I don't think Roman would do it. Like the pass protection is outlandish. The run tape reps are not my favorite. And
sure.
With the line they're building a bulldozer, and he is not a bulldozer in the run game.
It comes down to if Greg thinks he can turn him into that. We'll see.
Yeah, 100%. I would say that's exactly what that hinges on.
And then down the board, I would say a little bit down the board. Not even really that far down the board. Jackson Slater, Clay Webb.
Yep.
Drew Kendall.
Yeah, Slater for sure.
Jonah Monheim.
Way down the board. Kandra, Kendall. But in terms of like the power fits, like I would have thought Milam would have been a absolute target for them.
With the 125th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kyle Kennard, defensive end.
The aforementioned Kyle Kennard from South Carolina.
This is about right as far as value goes. When he wins quickly.
Mm-hmm.
highly inconsistent edge for me.
Yeah.
Like I didn't see him as like a down in, down out contributor. Again, it's one of those where it's like he gets his production in bunches, typically against a tackle who's like not very good. High effort player, great in the room. No complaints, as a run defender. I think he sets a hard edge. But as a pass rusher, highly inconsistent and typically will just beat up on really, really bad tackles. So I think he's a backup for me.
Yeah, I had him in this tier, and by in this tier, I mean, Jack Sawyer's already been picked. Baron Sorrell's already been picked. Femi Olatejo got picked yesterday, so he was in this tier for me. Other guys like Tyler Barron, Johnny Walker Jr., the Antoine Powell-Ryland for Virginia Tech. They're all in this tier, and teams are going to pick the flavors they like. Kyle Kennard was down at the bottom of that stack, but we're talking about this level of talent, so it feels like right timed in the draft. Oh, Dylan Sampson.
Yeah,
is
Dylan Sampson just came off the board. I'll tell you what, a back who is built like him that breaks tackles as much as him. Like, he got 22 touchdowns last year, and not just because he was running free over and over and over. Like, he grinded as a goal line back at like 200 pounds flat. I don't know how people just weren't able to tackle him on first contact. The physics of him don't really make sense to me. He got receiver work at the combine. Like, he did a full receiver workout after his running back workout. So I think a lot of teams see him as having receiving versatility as well. Didn't get to show that as much as I really wanted him to at Tennessee, just because of how their offense is structured. Like, I kind of wish that they took the leash off a little bit, because I think he actually does catch the ball really well. I just wish they worked him down the field a little bit more. But damn, contact balance and a little body. He's a good player.
Yeah, he runs in curves. Like Dylan Sampson, when you're watching his tape, you just have to get used to the fact that he almost never runs in a straight line. He almost always runs in a curve, and he's really good at it. He maintains speed over these long curves where he's just bending away or bending around defenders, and that's his style. And some backs can make that style work, and he's one of them. Not the greatest pass protector, but again, he's okay there. I liked his work in the passing game. I was encouraged when they gave him extra work at the combine, because I thought that was an underappreciated part of his game. It just wasn't really in the offense, but did a lot with carries he had. A little surprised he came off before some other backs, but not really. Somebody in chat said, did DJ Giddens die? No, he just interviewed really poorly. Okay.
Special teams.
Yeah.
Special
and
teams.
This is a local pick for them. VT going to the nation's capital. Bunch of speed, super tough, really, really versatile in terms what you're talking about. Special teams, played returner for them as well. And initially on tape, I thought he was a little bit faster. He doesn't really have speed separation. He gets it with physicality and like sharp movements later in the route. It's not even like at the break necessarily. Like, you'll see him take his break and then he'll throw that stab step in, and he gets just enough, right? He gets an arm length worth of separation, makes the catch, and he's just tough as hell with the ball in his hands. That plays into the special team returner part, but he runs like that even on his receiving reps. And it's just kind of all around receiver, jet sweep taker, tackle breaker.
He's the yak guy.
He's the yak guy. He's the special teams guy. He's the guy that can step in the receiving rotation and give you a bunch of those reps, as well as, wide receiver 3 or 4. Like, Jalen Lane's a player I like quite a bit. Definitely thought that he would be drafted. I had reached out to the folks that run the PFF mock draft simulator at one point, because Jalen Lane was like 290 or something, which is not a draftable grade. And I said, look, I don't care what grade you put on him. Just make it draftable so people can select him, because that guy's getting drafted. And if we get to draft day and you had him at like 300, it's going to look kind of silly, because he's absolutely a player the league is going to take a chance on. And, 4th round feels about right.
So Jalen Travis went off the board of the Colts. And if you guys look at the team card here, both of their tackles are up after this season. I assume they're going to keep Bernhard Raimann for the long haul.
I would assume
Braden
so.
Smith is going to be up after this year. And they just took Jalen Travis, who continues the Ballard tradition of only taking guys with a 9+ in RAS score. 6'7", 339 with a 35-inch vert, 9.4 in the broad, 180 10-yard split. You know, he did poorly in the agilities, but I got to say his agility looked better on tape than like an 8.8 3-cone would suggest. I would say physical ability-wise, I'm not saying he's going to be this player. Physical ability-wise, he looks a lot like Jordan Mailata in terms of how he moves. Whew. And, you know, that's what they're investing in. 6'7", 339 with almost 35-inch arms. Like, he is a canvas that I think any offensive line coach would love to work with. And, you know, they got a year to develop him until they need him, because I don't think they're going to retain both the tackles. They're probably just going to retain Ryman because he's younger. I like that a lot.
God bless the NFL draft, Brett Coleman.
Why?
That Milrow tweet I put up this morning while I was slurping down coffee. 3,000 likes.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh, man. Like, I thought it was kind of throwaway. Like, I like it. It's cool. Charges me up. Apparently, Seahawks Nation found that one. That's awesome. I'm glad he's getting the publicity because that was a great answer. It was the last line that really hooked me, right? And it's an insult because they don't think you can watch tape. And I was like, oh, you got me.
So Jalen Travis, Jalen.
Yeah.
Right before Jalen Lane, Jaylin. Are we going to get a Jalon Jalen here?
Well, what about the
Jailin Walker?
That's
the other Jalen Walker?
Yeah, Indiana linebacker. We're going to get that one. We're going to get 4 spellings of Jalen and 4 consecutive picks. Because Jalen was, I said this to our buddy Alex Katzen back in like November. I was starting to like sort and sift all my lists and put them into my database. I was like, how many ways do I have to spell Jalen? This is ridiculous. There's like 12 of them in this draft and there's like 5 spellings. How is this possible?
It's all Jalen Rose's fault for being famous 25 years ago.
Is it? Okay. I hadn't drawn that
trace
connection.
It back to, I swear to God.
Okay, that's where it happens. All right. Ravens fans from the UK, outside of pub, of course.
NFL draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cowboys.
Oh, so Ravens.
Okay.
So Ravens.
Sawed-off football player. Emphasis on the word football player. Tough as shit. Love his instincts. Gets downhill. Way better athlete than I think he gets given credit for. He had like a 9-something RAS. In coverage, I think it was less about lack of athletic ability and more so I wish he trusted himself more in coverage.
Yes.
Because I think he can get there, but he felt like a little tick slow. Reminded me a lot, physically speaking, in terms of how he's built, you know, short area quickness, fluidity. Reminded me a lot of Eric Kendricks. But Eric Kendricks, I think, it's going to sound weird. Eric Kendricks had a lot more confidence where, like, he would see it and go. I think Teddy kind of second guesses himself a little bit. It's like, I know you can get there. You have the ability to. And it's like he sees it, but he waits until he's sure. But, like, the upside is there if he just starts trusting himself.
Yeah, I thought he was smaller. He's not. He's 233.
Yeah.
He's a load, and he brings it on blitzes. He is a great tackler. He is a great run and hit guy. And again, the athleticism, the fluidity is there for pass coverage. You just don't see it a lot right now. And I don't know if it's one of those questions about he wasn't asked to do it as much or he can't do it. I don't know that. The teams definitely know that. But from a physical standpoint, in terms of just change of direction, being able to kind of drop weight and move laterally, all that stuff, like he's got that stuff. And he's aggressive. He hits like crazy. He's a, big impact, force fumble guy. Like when he shows up at the point of contact. So love his game. And again, if I'm taking a bet on a down the board linebacker, he was one of the ones that I would have had higher than guys like Kaiser or even Simon. I like Teddy. I think he's a very useful player, and I think he's got room to grow.
We got a message about Swinson. I'm going to follow up.
Oh, yeah, I want to know because
I want to get specifics on that.
I want to know because on tape, he's off the board yesterday.
Yeah.
And at this point, you kind of know. Like, if he wasn't one of the first picks off the board today, those question marks are going to rise up even higher because, like, on tape, he should have been. Like, those guys don't last. So there's something going on.
So Jets just took one of your favorites, Malachi Moore.
Oh, man. Very underrated player, and Aaron Glenn knows exactly what he's looking at. This is a very experienced SEC safety, good size. I went in tape. Everybody was saying Lathan Ransom, Malachi Moore, Lathan Ransom, Malachi Moore. Like they were twins. They were just joined in this process. They're just two players that everybody mentioned in the same breath. When I went into tape, I came away liking Malachi Moore a lot more than I like Lathan Ransom, and I think Lathan Ransom's a good player. But Malachi Moore is just all kinds of everything on tape. He's very much like Craig Woodson, but he did it at Alabama, and a lot of people weren't talking about him. And I reached out. Some people said, oh, maybe he has some character things. I didn't get any injury reports on him, but I didn't get anything solid about the character either. And I just thought there's got to be something, because when you look at him on tape with his experience going forward, playing the pass, his size, his ability to tackle, his ability to get the defense in the right spot. You talked about that earlier with another player. Like, he's a very, very good football player that people just like almost nobody said his name throughout the process.
So we got a little clarity on Swinson.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
I'll say that there's a difference between character red flag and maturity red flag. They're two different things to me. This is a maturity red flag.
Okay.
But it's significant maturity red flags.
So it's on the line between maturity and character.
It's unfortunate. We didn't know about it, you know.
Well, of course.
Would have helped to know about it before. But it's fine. Before I put him as a gem, it would have been great to know in like February. But oh well.
Yeah. So Malachi Moore, 5'11", 196, missed tackle rate, second lowest in this class, 6.8% after only Kevin Winston Jr., who didn't miss a one. Coverage snaps per reception. Makuba was, again, 38.2. Malachi Moore's second in this class at 30.8. He prevented a lot of throws by being in the right place. Tons of ball production, 7 passes broken up. Also one of the most alignment versatile safeties in this class. He had 219 snaps in the box, 350 as a free safety, and 180 in the slot. So you can play him anywhere in the secondary, and that is incredibly versatile. That's a value in modern NFL defenses. And again, good size, good enough speed. He ran in the 4.5s. Like, this is a very, very good tackler, very, very good football player, versatile. I don't know why he wasn't talked about more. I think they got a great value in Malachi Moore.
Saints just took Quincy Riley, the corner from Louisville, who
we talked about Quincy yesterday.
Tied for the highest missed tackle rate in this corner class. So that's a little bit of a concern. In particular, against the run, 45% missed tackle rate. Worried.
Yep. But, I mean, you have to clean it up. But, again, he's aggressive. He's got a good physical profile. He's 5'11", but he's 194. He's a solidly built guy. He'll throw his body in there. It's not from lack of willingness, right? It's you got to come under control. You got to be a little bit more strategic about how you approach those. And Quincy's not strategic right now. He's, damn the torpedoes, we're going for it. And he's going to have to clean that up a little bit because you can't miss as many tackles in the NFL. The consequences are just too high, and you don't have as many plays to make it up. So the physical skills are there, the want-to's there, the aggressiveness is all there, but you do have to clean up the missed tackle rate for sure.
A ton of ball production, like 12 forced
7
completions.
PBUs, I think, or was it 9? No, it was 9 PBUs.
Yeah, plus 3 picks. Forced to completion rate of 16.9%, which is very healthy. Like tons of ball production. But
this is the one that got me. For being as wild as he is on the field, he only had 2 penalties all year.
Yeah, no, that's not the issue. Like, it's more so if we run crack toss in his direction, will he turn into pink mist? That is what I worry about.
Yeah.
Because the other 2 downs exist. So
because the other 2 downs exist. No, I like Quincy Riley, but I did have to drop him because of the consistency. Like the aggressiveness is awesome, the instincts are awesome, but you gotta you gotta button that up. That's why he was available today and didn't go yesterday. Other than that, I think he probably would have gone yesterday. So Bears pick is in. All right, I will gird myself for the possible eventual disappointment. We'll see.
here comes the kicker.
Oh, that would be disappointing.
This team gets out the gate very quickly under Ben Johnson.
With the 132nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Ruben Hippolyte II, linebacker, Maryland.
EJ, first one of the draft. I got nothing.
No, I have nothing.
I'm
Zero.
not going to say anything negative. I'm also not going to say anything positive. I got nothing. I haven't watched them.
I literally have no idea who that is. And you all know that I spend over 1,000 hours preparing for this event. I've never heard of him before. I've never even seen his
Never
name.
once.
It's absolute first. Like clean sheet, absolute first. Not saying he's a bad football player because I have no idea. And we're always going to be honest with you, whether or not we're not going to bullshit you. That's why you're all here. I've literally never heard of him.
I feel like
So,
the Kiki
good luck.
Palmer ming, Kiki Palmer, who's like, I have to apologize. I don't know who that man is. Like, I don't know who he is.
Well, I hope like the silver lining here might be I'll come back and have to do the Shaq, right? I'm sorry, Ruben. I was not familiar with your game. Which will be very obvious as people watch this back. But like, nope, I would have to go to the Beast just like everybody else to figure out who that is because never watched it.
Yeah, Dane Brugler knows him. I'm assuming
Dane or Emery. Like I'm going to Dane or Emery to figure
Yeah.
out who that guy is. Which, if we're in the 4th round, I don't feel like that's great.
could be wrong. Like we just could.
I
we
hope
could be,
I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I don't watch everybody. Let's be honest. I watch in this draft. I watched 200 and somewhere between 295 and 315 prospects, like somewhere in that range. So, like, there are more good football players than that. Obviously, there are 4,000 guys eligible for this draft. So, I'm not going to get to them all. The fact that they picked him in the 4th round, they gotta love that dude. Like. Again, there's linebacker prospects on this board that I still really like. So and I think we have this firmly established now, they have a very different perception of football players' value, when to pick them, than I do. Like, we do not see it the same way on a lot of this. Colson Loveland, absolutely. Luther Burden, I get it. I'm going to give Ben Johnson plenty of leash because he is one of the greatest offensive minds right now in the NFL. He has a vision for that. Super cool. Trapillo, I get it. They needed a tackle. Shamar Turner, don't know. Yeah.
he's not in the Beast, and he's not on PFF.
Well, I knew he wasn't on PFF because
He's not in the
know those
Beast.
guys. He's not in the Beast. That's like 900 players or something.
That's like you're not in the phone book.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Emery because Emery does anywhere between 850 and 1,100 players every year. Emery Hunt, buddy, friend of the podcast. He's been on this show. He's on CBS right now doing day 3 coverage. Emery and Dane are the 2 guys I know that go the deepest into draft.
Chat saying he is in the Beast.
Okay. Whew.
LB
If he wasn't in the
35.
Beast, I would worry. What's that?
LB 35. But he's 236 and runs 4.42. So
Yeah, height, weight, speed guy for sure. I get it. But I forget which front office was wearing those sweatshirts yesterday. They said HWS. Like the whole front office was when they were showing them. And I was like, what's the sweat? Oh, height, weight, speed. Look at that. No kidding. That's classic. It wasn't the Bears, but apparently should have been.
as soon as
Yeah,
I heard the word Ruben, my life flashed before my eyes because like I don't think I watched anybody named Ruben. It's like, fuck.
Could we have gotten you with another Jalen? Jalen, I mean, honestly, the Indiana linebacker I had rated at least. I'm not going to say rated higher because I didn't have this guy rated. Am I going to go back and watch his tape tonight? Sure, absolutely. I've got his
have to
tape.
now.
Yeah, I'm going to go back on him. I'm going to go back on Turner. I reached out to Cody overnight, by the way, Coach Cody Alexander, one of our favorite defensive specialists. And I said, you got to save me on Turner. And basically came to, look, he doesn't have to two gap. Problem is he's injured, right? And again, slim him down and make him Cam Jordan, I guess. But
Airlines are ready for the next. With the 133rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royce, wide receiver, Utah State.
Another Jalen.
yeah, but this Jalen is a tremendous value. Casey's crushing it. Brett Veach, like all the flowers, like him, Light, who's GMing? Peyton is GMing up in Denver, right? Like these guys are stacking very good jabs. Ortiz in LA now, like these guys are getting value all the way down the board. This is a tremendous pick. Jalen Royals, I was higher on him than almost anybody I know. Got to do a thing for 33rd team, picking one of our favorite football players in the draft. I did Jalen Royals because I thought no one else would, and that was correct. I really like him. Good size, over 6 foot, over 200 pounds, runs a diversity of routes, is physical at every part of the route, but also has speed. Doesn't always use it, so you don't always see it on tape. But when you do see it and he opens up and he has a 1.49 10-yard split at the combine.
Great athlete.
Liquid quick and loves to use physicality. I think he wins in lots of ways that pro receivers need to win already. That's not something I can say about a ton of college receivers. I love Jalen Royals. The fact he gets to go play with Pat Mahomes, he's going to be over the moon. And if they have an injury in that wide receiver core, like they have for the past several years, and Jalen Royals needs to come on, he's a guy that's probably going to have a bunch of production immediately. He is not a spin up or project type guy. This is a receiver that's ready to go.
I see him doing all the Rashee Rice stuff for them because it was like a third of his catches were screens, right? Mm-hmm. Didn't get to do as much in that offense as I really want, as I think he has the talent to do, because again, he's so good after the catch. So like, we're just going to manufacture stuff for him. Mm-hmm. But that's what he's going to do in KC anyway. Like, it's going to be screens. You know, he's going to do all the shallow cross stuff. Like, Rashee's coming off a major injury, plus has like legal stuff anyway. So I think they're drafting him to do the Rashee stuff when they don't have Rashee, and then when they do have Rashee, they just have two Rashees. That's how I interpret it, at least.
I would agree, but if you're looking at KC top to bottom, Brett Veach, I mean, Josh Simmons, Omar Norman Lott, Ashton Gelati, Noel Williams, Jalen Royals. All killer, no filler, all gas, no brakes. Like this is a very good draft.
Yeah, they're loading up to go on. I don't know,
another run. Meanwhile, we get a Maryland linebacker who apparently ran like the wind at his pro day. Okay,
see if it works.
I hope it does. I hope it does, because if not, there are going to be serious questions about, again, the trade down. I couldn't have been happier with both of the trade downs. I actually think they were really good. We're talking about process decisions and how to build a class, how to fill a roster. Beautiful decisions both days. And then, okay, what are you doing with the picks? Because there's two parts to that, right? Getting the picks is one thing. They are valuable chips, but how you use them is the whole thing. What do you have them draft picks for? Well, to spend them well. You got the draft picks. Did you spend them well? I hope so. I can't confidently sort of put a stamp on it and say, oh yeah, Ryan Poles is crushing it right now. I have questions about what he's doing with the picks. I like the fact that he and Ian went out and got them. That's awesome, but it's tough not to look at that total haul with the potential in this draft class that's on the board and go, oh yeah, that's what I would have done with those, because that's not true.
Well, to make you feel better, EJ, so I got underdog for the next 20 seconds. I want to thank everybody who's been with us the entire weekend. I want to thank Underdog for helping to make this possible in the first place by supporting our show for years and years and years and being our main sponsor. We quite literally would not be able to have pulled this off without them. They've funded the summer series every year. They've funded the draft stream because they believe in our show, because they believe in you guys. And you guys have also shown support to them, so they've always come back to support us. It's a nice little ecosystem we've built here on Bootleg Football. If you guys are not familiar with Underdog, you want to play NBA Pick'ems, you can do so at the QR code on the screen or at the link in the description. Make sure to use promo code BOOTLEG, get up to $1,000 in bonus credits. Or, if you really want to, you can draft these rookies in fantasy football right now. Whether they've been drafted already or not, they are available to draft. So, if you kind of want to get the lead on everybody else in drafting RJ Harvey, because you too are a believer, you can do that on Underdog Fantasy. So thank you once again to Underdog for everything they've done for us. Speaking of the Broncos, and speaking of undervalued players, they just took Quay Robinson, one of my favorite edges in this class. Really versatile Sam linebacker, sets a hard edge in the run game, productive as a complementary pass rusher, great first step, a little stiffness in his hips, but not so much that I don't think he can finish. If I was going to comp him to anybody, Nick Benito's not correct, because Benito's a little bit bendier, but as far as like a do-it-all three-down edge that isn't necessarily a role player, but more so like if we're facing a no-huddle offense and we need somebody who can do a little bit of everything, cover, stop the run, or pass rush, like I feel more comfortable with Quay Robinson doing that than a lot of edges in this class because he's not one-dimensional. He's not dominant in any one dimension, but he's not one-dimensional. Like, he's got a little bit of everything to his game. Just a really, really solid football player all around. To get him in the fourth round, I think is great value because it's hard to find guys that don't have a true weakness this late in the draft.
Okay, I'm going to make you feel, I don't know, something old, I guess. Caden Stoddard for $4.99. Thank you, Caden. By the way, Randall Cobb, first player born in the 1990s to be drafted. Tyler Shuck, last player born in the 1990s to be drafted. Man, I feel old now.
Was he it? That was it? That's
apparently so. I mean, unless you think there's going to be somebody older than Tyler Shuck drafted real soon.
I don't know.
It's possible. There's always BYU
floated
kids.
That some guys can just go back to school now and challenge it in court and say that you're restricting my earnings if you don't let me play college football for the ninth year in a row.
Yeah, NIL, baby. Finally make the jump after he's a 10-year college vet. I mean, so the record could be broken. I don't know that that'll happen, but the Raiders just picked up Tonka Hemingway, so now all three of the South Carolina defensive line defenders that are in this draft have been taken. Hemingway, again, this is about the right time. We're late in round 4. Hemingway, more a run stuffer than a pass disruptor, if we're going to call him that. Very talented guy in terms of his frame, really strong on tape, but he's not going to change it for you. He is going to stabilize the line of scrimmage, and that is important for defensive tackles. I realize that sounds like a low bar, but there are defensive tackles that can't do it. Tonka can't.
Really good athlete. 9.46 RAS. He's just not very big. Yeah. He's kind of a tweener in between defensive end and DT. I almost see him as an early down defensive end in a 4 down front, and then we kick him inside on passing downs, similar to who is it in Seattle? Michael Bennett?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think his hips on tape are as loose as Michael Bennett. I know he tested really well.
Definitely not.
It's interesting how a 7.363 cone is considered like 91st percentile for DTs, by the way. But I didn't see bendiness on tape. I saw stiffness. But he is that kind of guy to me, like a line of scrimmage controller that you play at defensive end, and then you kick him inside on 3rd down. He can set the table on stunts and all that kind of stuff. Solid player.
Yeah. Titans just traded up.
We don't have the pick in, do we? No, we don't.
No, the pick is not in. They just traded for it. They showed compensation.
So they gave up a 5th and a 6th to get this 4th and a 6th back.
Yeah, so this is basically just jockeying for players they think might go off the
It's
board, but
moving up and down within the rounds. Yeah.
The Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner.
Oh, there it is.
there it is.
Stanford.
Ended the so-called slide. I really didn't think he slid. So it says sudden release, better on the move. He's a hell of a blocker. He's a tall target at 6'1" plus, over 200 pounds. Definitely played down the seam, some of his better reps. I was not as high on Iamaner as a lot of people. A lot of people had him up like in the top 30 or 40 players in this draft. I did not see any of that on tape. They will, of course, show the Syracuse touchdown because that was bananas. But that didn't show up all the time on his tape. What does show up is that he is a very high effort player and he is a tremendous blocker, one of the best run blocking grades of any wide receiver in this draft. But that does not mean you're a top round wide receiver for me. So this is actually much closer to where I had him valued. I am not surprised. To me, this is not a slide. I know to a lot of people that thought he was a possibility on day one, this is a huge drop. For me, I think this is appropriate. I think he's a good player. I think he'll contribute, but there was no way you were going to find me picking him in the top 5 wide receivers. And a lot of people had him valued there.
I think the main reason why he fell this far is because of drops, but it's not because of the amount of drops he had. It's just the drops that he had looked really ugly. He only had a 5.5% drop rate over the last 2 years. It's not like he was a crazy high drop rate. It's just the ones that he had were kind of inexcusable. And I think team and also he wasn't an elite separator or anything like that.
No.
And he's more of a zone beater that blocks really well in the run game. Again, kind of does the Robert Woodsy type stuff, except Robert Woods never had the ugliest drop you've ever seen in your life. So that's why he fell this far. And again, Robert Woods is we're talking ceiling comp here, not what he will be. But
yeah, I know you took a little heat.
I
know you took a little heat for that one when you put up, in my opinion, those two guys next to each other. There was a lot of what?
Well, it's because there's not many receivers in this class that actually block, and he fucking blocks.
In terms of if you're talking about a superpower, blocking was one of his, but I just counted it up. He's my 18th overall wide receiver. So
I had him
again,
11. We're not that far off.
No, this is about right. I was again lower on him than you were because you're seeing that top end, what he could be. And I across the board, not just wide receivers, I pulled that slider down between what the ultimate potential was and what I saw on tape. In years past, I would have pushed that up 2/3 of the way or 3/4 of the way and said, this is probably what we'll get. And I think I was more conservative on how many guys actually come close to hitting that ceiling. So maybe I was only 1/3 of the way there or half of the way there in terms of that potential scale as a much more reasonable destination for most guys. And that definitely had me setting my board differently than I would have in years past. Because if I was going for pure ceiling for him, he would have been up where you had him, 11th, maybe 10th. But so many guys don't hit their pure ceiling. So Patriots picking again.
Yep.
I'm just sort of bracing myself for what starter they're going to get that I absolutely love.
So I'm trying to think. Offensive line here.
I mean, they're playing with house money at this point.
Yeah,
if
they
you're
are,
going Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, Craig Woodson, this is the KC draft in my mind of just all killer, no filler. You haven't missed yet.
Miles Frazier would make a hell of a lot of sense.
Oh, 100%. And again, LSU guy dropping. We don't know why. I don't love it. LSU tends to have more of those than their fair share, I'll say. But he's the second rated player on DJ's best available, 61 overall. First is, of course, Shedeur Sanders. But Miles Frazier, that makes him the top non-quarterback on DJ's available board. So, and makes me very happy to see that his second highest rated player behind Frazier is Torrey Horton from Colorado State.
Horton, I kind of expected to go on this day.
Yeah. Yeah, I did too, because again, I can look at the tape and say, man, I love everything about him. And I can also look at him and say, I can see the warts that the NFL is going to not be wild about. One, which is frame build. He's in the low 180s. durability. Did have an injury last year, but his last 2 healthy seasons, he had over 1,000 yards receiving. He is a demonstrated high-level passing threat or receiving threat, I'll say.
So Patriots here in terms of need, obviously pass protection was terrible. Pass rush was terrible.
Ooh,
31st in
okay.
D-line pressure generated.
They take a block in the middle of the line. Josh Farmer, Florida State. And we talked about ETs being all down the board. Pick your flavor. If you miss one, you're going to get another one that's very talented. And if you miss that one, there's going to be 2 more behind him because there's so much depth on this day. And Josh Farmer is one of the guys that, again, in this range, 4th, anywhere from late 4th to all through the 5th, and I would say top of the 6th. There are a cluster of guys, and Josh Farmer is in that cluster for me, along with guys like Cam Jackson, Cam Horsley. As you get down towards the bottom of that range, Joshua Phillips. There's a lot of players that you just are picking the type of, block in the middle of the line. Josh Farmer does have some athleticism. I know guys like Lance Zierlein was higher on Josh Farmer than I was. He saw more potential or burst than I did. But, we're talking about, for me, it's the guys that are still on the board that I really liked: Warren Brinson, Cam Horsley, and Cam Jackson. And then we drop down into this range with Jordan Phillips, Josh Farmer, Shamar Turner was in this range for me. Ouch. Tonka Hemingway, who just went. And then we get down farther into the Riley Mills, Thor Griffith, Yaha Black, Junior Tafuna, guys like that, Tim Smith, like guys that are a little bit more limited. But this is right in the range.
Standout trait for Josh Farmer: length and strength. Right, 35-inch arms, over 10-inch hands. Like, he's got crazy grip strength, crazy length, period. But to put up 26 on the bench with 35-inch arms,
you're fighting the levers at that point.
Like, dude, this guy's got ridiculous strength. So he's going to play probably shade for them if I had to bet. And they have a whole bunch of, kind of hybrid body types there. They can move all over the place. But I think he's going to be their new, kind of strictly playing nose here to be that block of granite in the middle. I think it's a good pick.
I feel like we're playing dice here with the 49ers selections.
Either love it or we don't.
Are we hot? We're, CJ West got us back on track.
Where the 49ers and the Packers have had some amazing battles in the past. And with the 138th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi.
We're back, baby.
We're back.
Okay, first off, have you ever seen Hugh spelled H-U-W? The fan that just announced that pick. H-U-W. I'm assuming that's Hugh. If I'm really wrong about that, Australians chime in. But Jordan Watkins, I'll let you take the lead. You were first on him. I came around to him later in the process. I love him to death, but what did you like about Jordan Watkins?
I adore him, and he's built like a slot receiver. Like, he's a shorter guy, but he played mostly outside for them, especially after Trey Harris got hurt, and he was totally fine. Like, good against press coverage, excellent deep ball tracker, way underrated route runner, super smooth, but also has burst. Like, there's a lot of guys where it's like either you're smooth or you're explosive, not both. He is both. I love the pace that he has through his routes. Like, he kind of varies up and controls his pace really, really well. He's not just a one-speed guy. Just a way more polished receiver than I think people give him credit for. And, Juice Wells had a lot of the hype going into the year, and then Trey Harris exploded to start the year. And then Watkins, other than the 5-touchdown game, it just feels like he got completely forgotten. And it's like, I don't know, Jackson Dart was thrown to somebody, and it was him. Like, he's an excellent receiver. Perfect fit for this offense, too, right? I love it.
Jordan Watkins, great player, and reminds me, as you said, of kind of slightly smaller stature. And you look at that and you go, oh, he's a slot guy, but no, he's not. And he reminds me of Tyler Lockett in that way. And that Lockett came out with a shorter stature, but he played some outside in college and eventually became that number 2 wide receiver, and everybody was like, oh, and he's a great number 2 wide receiver. I could see the very same path for Jordan Watkins. Might start in the slot, but he's probably not going to stay there. 5'11", 196, fast as hell. I really think the guy that your team took, Jalen Noel, like if you miss out on Jalen Noel, Jordan Watkins is a pretty good approximation a little farther down the board, both speed-wise and the fact that, like Noel, he's going to win all over the field. It's not just the speed reps. It's not just take the top off. It's not just, hey, I can run little curls and turns as some slot receivers can do.
He's an actual route runner.
He can do all that. And that's why I really got a greater appreciation for him later in the process is when I went back. Yeah, all the highlight plays were there and the 5-touchdown game was there and everything else. And, you know, certainly the down the field reps you saw, but then you see great hand-eye coordination. You see incredible toughness down the field. It's not that he's going to jump over guys necessarily, but his contested catch rate, it's kind of like small guys that are really good tacklers. You're like, oh, he can't be a good tackler. He's, you know, he only weighs 180. Well, some guys that are 180 are absolute torpedo tacklers. They're great. And Watkins, for a shorter guy, is a down the ball, you know, down the field ball winner at a rate well above his stature because he's just dogged and he's got great hand-eye and he's really tough.
I'm getting his exact contested catch rate. I could pull it up.
50.1.
Which that's great.
Which for his size is,
great.
again, everybody says 50-50 ball and thinks that's the median. It's not.
Dude, Isaiah Nair was like 28%.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about guys in this class that are taller than him that have a lower percentage, you know, we've got, well.
Bro, Colston Loveland was like 35%. And Colston Loveland's 6'6".
Mm-hmm. It was one of the things I didn't like about Colston Loveland. But, yeah, you know, for instance, Eric Eilmanner, who a lot of people thought was this big, tough target down the field, he's 48.3. So, oh, I'm sorry. Watkins is 55.6. My bad.
Yeah.
I was looking at his run blocking grade. He's 55.6.
That's where
it's
like
approaching
is.
Approaching 60, and a guy like Eric Eilmanner was 48.3. Who else was really low in this class that I was surprised by? Oh, Isaiah Bond, who is closer to his size. Oh, okay. Was 27.3. So 50-50 balls are not the median standard. Like, yeah.
Vikings just took a freak show.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolute freak show. I don't know if they've actually announced it.
Yeah, they did. They put it on TV. Yep.
Hold on, let me pull up his RAS card. I want people to see this. It's nuts.
This is seeing is believing.
Oh, Cam Jackson just went to the Panthers too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I see that. That is 100% lovely. Man, they needed defense. Like, yes, they needed pass rush, but again, they ate their vegetables in pass rush on day one. Got some very good players there. Got some definite help in that area. And now they're kind of going back to vegetables, right? This is Cam Jackson, 6'6" defensive tackle out of Florida. Absolute two-gap monster. Again, if we're talking about players that you could go after earlier and miss and then go later, like if you miss on Alfred Collins, who went very, very early, you can get Cam Jackson and get about 85% of that production much later in the draft. Just stick him in the middle, plug up run lanes. You're not going to get a lot of pass rush production out of him, but tremendous length, big-time strength. Love him as a player.
So Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is who just went to the Vikings. 6'4", 276. Some call him a tweener. I just call him a monster. That 36-inch vert shows up on tape. That 169 split shows up on tape. That 7.28 3-cone for a guy who's as big and long as he is. It's not a great 3-cone overall, but for, again, somebody his size, shows up on tape. This guy has flashes that you would not believe. Like, I think pound for pound, he was the best athlete on Georgia's defense this year. More than Michael, more than Walker, more than Malachi. Like, pound for pound, this guy was the most athletic Georgia Bulldog. And that's saying a lot. Just an absolute freak. I love him as a penetrator. I'm curious how they're going to use him because they run such a blitz-heavy defense. I could see him being somebody that gets weaponized a lot on stunts because you can basically do like the Justin Madubuike stuff where you line him up as a 2-eye and then all of a sudden he's he's the contain rusher coming from a 2-eye, looping around the outside. Like, he's so athletic that he can get there that quickly, and that's a tough job to do. He can be the one that washes down and picks off guards and tackles to set up loopers. Just a freak, man. I love him.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the guys that that definitely did not benefit from my adjustment in rankings of potential, right? If I was grading on potential, again, in years past, I would have had him way up the board, but I actually ended up liking his teammate that played right next to him, Warren Brinson, better, because I think Warren Brinson right now is a better football player. He's not a better athlete. Brinson's a very good athlete. He's not the athlete. But in terms of, how do I say this? In terms of traits that are going to translate to where they're going to get picked, right? Tyrion, you're like, I'm betting that I can turn him into a pass rush monster. But we're talking about, we've now crossed the threshold. We're in the 5th round here. When you're picking defensive tackles in the 5th round, you need guys that can hold double teams. You need guys that can control their gaps and do have flashes. And Brinson has flashes of pass rush, but one of the best players in this entire class against double teams, and I'm talking about Brinson. So I had him ranked a little bit higher, but if you're talking about potential, like the needles aren't the same. I think Brinson is a better football player than even what he put on tape. But if you're talking about just pure athletic flashes, they're not the same stratosphere. But in terms of, again, where players end up on that eventual threshold of potential, I took Brinson as a higher floor player.
A lot of Australians.
You know, fly them over, send them to Green Bay. Very like-minded Australians and folks from Green Bay.
Like to announce the 141st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens will select Carson Wilson, tackle, Alabama A&M. Let's go for it!
Oh, okay. That's a Ravens pick to me.
He's massive.
Yep.
I didn't think he moved very well, but he's massive, which also makes him a very Ravens pick at tackle. They don't really care as much about movement ability as much over there.
They want mountains.
They want size.
Yep.
And he's got it.
Yeah. Early in the process, again, small school prospects at similar positions tend to get grouped together. And people were like, well, you take Carson Vincent or Charles Grant. And I was like, two different flavors. Yes, they both play the same position. They play it very, very differently. If you watch the tape, you could tell who hadn't watched tape on these guys because they would put them in the same bucket and say, oh, yeah, they're the same thing. If you miss, you get either one of these guys. I was like, for the same team? No, they're different scheme fits. They're different places in their development. They're different ceilings. We're talking about potential athletically, completely different ceilings for these players. But I actually like Vincent. I thought he was really steady. Yeah, he is not going to be a twitch player for you. It's not a thing.
Well, I'll say this. Linearly explosive. He just doesn't turn.
Hold on.
Huh.
Sam Howell is a Viking.
Since when?
Since right now. Seahawks just traded a 5th round pick and Sam Howell for a 5th round pick. Don't know how that works.
So Milrose QB2, not QB3.
No, he's still QB3 because they have Drew Lock.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Which is great. He needs to be QB3 right now because that's the developmental spot, right?
Interesting.
But I did wonder what they were going to do with Sam Howell, and basically they've said, no, we're out on Sam Howell, and KOC has said, I'm in on Sam Howell. And I actually really like that for the Vikings. I kind of like it for both. I like it for the player because Sam's going to get a different and I think better chance. And I like it for the Vikings because I'm a Sam Howell believer. He needs to get rid of he threw too many interceptions for his own good. That's why he played himself out of being a starter. But in terms of, can he gas it up and hit the microwave button? Sam Howell can do that. I've seen him do it live, and it's impressive, but he piled up too many turnovers, and I think KOC thinks he can, legislate those out of him, and all right, sweet.
So Seahawks have 2 of the next 3 picks. DTs have been flying off the board. I have to think they have a nose in mind here. Could we be seeing Cam Horsley? I guess we'll find out.
I would love that pick to play in a Mike Mack defense.
I'm Jack Jeffries, the quarterback for the Rhine Fire, and we're coming to you live from Dusseldorf, Germany. As proud partners of the Seattle Seahawks, we are here to announce the Seahawks' next pick for the 12s everywhere.
And with the 142nd pick
the Seattle Seahawks select Riley Mills, defensive end from
Haha, there's your guy.
Well, not a nose tackle.
Nope, not a nose tackle.
About as
that's
far
for
as you
sure.
can get from a nose tackle. But he can rush the passer, I'll tell you that much.
For sure.
He can rush the passer. Like him a lot as a penetrator. Got better hips than a lot of guys who are 290. Has a really, really deadly like double swipe move, like when guards and tackles shoot their hands. He was Notre Dame's best defensive lineman. I will say, cannot anchor against double teams whatsoever. If their hope was kicking Byron Murphy out to be a more 3-tech type and not having to play him at nose, or Leonard, or any of their guys, Riley Mills is not going to be the one that's going to play nose for you. He can't anchor against double teams. He rushes the passer. He penetrates. He plays 5 technique and 4-eye, but he's really good at it.
Yep.
Really good at it. Also coming off an ACL, so we'll see how long it takes for him to come back.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with the second of these, bookend picks around the Dolphins pick here. Also interested to see what the Dolphins do with this pick. Now that we're into round 5, you take a few more chances. You can take guys on height, weight, speed. You can take guys that you think didn't have production because they were in the wrong system, guys that had injuries, right? The sort of the pressure is off in a lot of ways to justify these picks in a lot of ways. These are all developmental picks. These are special teams picks.
With the 143 pick, the Miami Dolphins selects Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle.
All right.
Freak.
Yeah. Freak. Incredible in the weight room. Good on the field. Also very young. I think he's 21.
He's one of the youngest players in this class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either freshly 21 or will be 21 soon, which is bananas when you hear his weight room figures. We got a chance to sit down with him at Shrine Bowl, talk to him. Again, he's a run stuffer, but a lot of times I think people think of run stuffers as unathletic.
No.
Not the case. He's like the most athletic run stuffer you've ever seen. He's just really strong, super quick. Hasn't translated that into pass rush yet. But again, as a 21-year-old, you're going to talk about a guy in the 5th round who's going to be coming up on his second contract when he's like 24. He's not even really going to be done growing yet. So there's a lot of potential here.
He is, again, you're pairing him up with Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant's going to be your nose. Jordan Phillips is going to be like a run-stopping 3 technique, which I know sounds like a weird thing to say because everybody's like, 3 techniques are the penetrators. It's like, no, he's the guy that takes the guard and says, you're going nowhere. He benches 495 and squats 705. Like, this dude is a power lifter. Okay? Yep. So you put him up 3 techniques to Kenneth Grant. You say, this line of scrimmage ain't moving. And you're hoping to get pass rush out of your edge rushers because you're not going to really get it out of Jordan Phillips as of right now. Again, has the potential, but he's not a finished product there. It's flashes, but not consistent. Mm-hmm. But as a run stopper, him and KG next to each other is going to be sick. You got, Big Jonah on the other side. Like, the Dolphins are investing in power in the trenches for the first time in as long as I can remember. So yeah, I like this.
Yeah. And, in terms of just youth and ability to take, it doesn't even feel right to call Jordan Phillips a ball of clay because he already has demonstrated production on the field. It is against the run, but you also see when you talk about flashes with him, it's not necessarily flashes of pass rush because those are almost non-existent. It's flashes of this unreal athletic ability where he uproots a guard with 2 hands and just dumps him like he's putting him in a dumpster. And you're like,
hold on.
That's a 21-year-old?
Big pick coming here.
Yeah.
I got a text. Big pick coming here.
Oh, okay. You're going to end the slide, are they? Or maybe not.
I'm not saying you guys should leave our stream, but if Mel Kiper's on television, you should get ready.
Oh boy. Well, that tells me what's going to happen. I was just looking up Jordan Phillips's stats because, again, after talking to him at Shrine Bowl, I was so hyped. I was like, this is a guy that's got his head screwed on straight. He's this he's just big everywhere. Like you talk to people that, oh, big boned or whatever. Like his hands wrapped like twice around my hand, and his traps start up here. He's just big everywhere, and he's not done growing yet. And I got really excited. I came home and I was like, oh, the reason he's, not being talked about in higher rounds is he doesn't have a pass rush plan yet. I don't know that he's ever really been coached in pass rushing at a high level, but what's there right now is a very high floor as a run stuffer, super athletic, great kid. I get it. Like, I understand it. So.
Rich, there have been rumors all day that the Philadelphia Eagles were interested in Shedeur Sanders, would be a perfect landing
Oh,
spot
like what I said yesterday?
veteran quarterback room, a team with a really good backbone, really good culture. But the Cleveland Browns just traded over the Eagles. I wonder here.
We wonder.
Says Ian, who full well knows what the pick is at this point. Just maybe we'll see, he says. That's what we call a teaser in the business.
Yeah, they took a commercial break on purpose.
Yeah,
We gotta get our shit ready, guys.
They had to get set for that. That's funny.
Oh boy. So let's just speculate if it's Shedeur.
Okay.
You already drafted Dylan Gabriel. You got Joe Flacco there.
You're not trading for Kirk.
Just let him fight it out in camp.
Yeah,
May the
for
best
sure.
man get QB2. Have a real competition.
And why wouldn't you? Again, we had this discussion, and I think it was on drafts when people were talking about take a quarterback every year, take quarterbacks late, and how many of them actually develop and whatever else. In this particular case, I would say it's falsely late, right? This is a quarterback that from a tape grade and a health standpoint and everything else shouldn't be a round 5 pick, right? So, yeah, there's a value here. And I didn't think that they were going to let him go undrafted. That seems...
Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders.
There it is.
Competition's on, EJ.
Yeah, and again, we'll see. Because again, as somebody pointed out to me this morning, never really been in a true competition. And if they make it a true competition and there's no reason that they shouldn't, we'll see what happens. Because like Dylan Gabriel, for all his physical limitations, is a smart, savvy quarterback. He's been around for a long time. As Nate Tice pointed out, he's like old. Like, yep. For sure. Dylan's been there, done that, and gone to a couple of different places and earned the starting job. So he has a leg up in terms of experience in that part of competition. He does not have a leg up physically against Shedeur Sanders. He is shorter. His arm is similar or worse. His accuracy, for the most part, is similar or worse. What's better about Dylan Gabriel is his pocket presence. His ability to navigate the pocket is better than Shedeur Sanders by a bunch. And, if it's a true competition, it'll be fascinating because, the one thing Cleveland did know by trading up, especially trading up to take this and being very, very intentional about who they took here is the circus is coming to town. Like you take Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round, the circus is coming to town.
Yeah.
Like you're probably going to end up on Hard Knocks. Like the full meal
I
deal
hope
is
not.
down the table. Dude, it's going to happen. Come on. Like theater is coming. This is not going to be like a pure football battle on the field. This is going to be the TV shows and reality and the whole bit. Like Deion's coming with him. That was very clear from the whole bit is right. You weren't going to be able to, somebody said you're not going to be able to pick Shedeur and not get Deion. Like that's not a thing. They are bound together. They have been through this entire process. So the Browns, boy, Barry does not look very happy.
You think it was Jimmy?
I'm thinking that now. I wasn't thinking that until that very second. Stefanski and Barry just gave the most lighthearted clap for the camera you can possibly imagine. They were literally like, golf clap, golf clap. Oh my God, what's my life going to be like for the next 5 months?
Nathan's like, I mean, he's no Ruben Hippolyte II.
Yeah, we're really talking about value down the board, but ooh.
The competition will be fascinating to me. I really hope that they don't put it on Hard Knocks because, like, it's not fair, honestly, to them, like, as players. It's not fair to Dylan, and it's not fair to Shedeur to make them have to do that in front of cameras. Like, let's just quietly in the background have a QB2 competition because neither one of them are starting over Flacco anyway. It's better for both of them if nobody watches what is going on there. Just let them be football players. Let them develop. Let them have a competition. Let them be normal fucking day 3 picks that just get to do their job. All right? Like, we don't have to make it a big deal. I don't even think Shedeur wants people to make it a big deal at this point. Just let him be a backup quarterback.
Anytime you want a ticket back from Fantasyland, you let me know. I'll send it to you. I'll get you bus fare back from Candyland or wherever that take came from. Because, oh, come on. The NFL's not going to capitalize on this absolute sausage-making circus. Like, yeah, they are. They're going to be thrilled to do it, too. Yeah, it is what it is. I would agree with you in a vacuum. Like, yeah, it's better for both players if, you know, the entire world doesn't descend on them trying to become professional football quarterbacks. It's going to happen. What we think does not matter in that particular way.
Well, good for Shedeur. He got drafted. You know, later than he thought, later than everybody thought, but he got drafted. So in that way, like, there's, you know, a little bit of pressure off the shoulders now, but I hope he can go just live quietly in northern Ohio for a little while without cameras following him around.
I don't think that's, I mean, it's not like Dylan's not used to the spotlight. We're talking about a guy that was quarterback at Oklahoma and quarterback at Oregon for a national playoff run. Like, he is fully versed in being the face of the franchise. His little media session at the OU Pro Day was like, oh yeah. If a lot of the guys are like, whoa, everybody's here to talk to me, like there's lights and cameras. Dylan was like, yep, nope, been here, done this many times, got it. I'll say the right things. I'll do the right things. He's very, very polished that way. So, you know, he's going to handle that part of it, I would say, probably extremely well. He's very experienced that way, but it's going to be different than I think anything he's ever going to be involved in because it's going to ratchet up. There's no way that it can't. Again, especially with the way that draft coverage sounds like it's been tilted over these last 2 days to just being so hyper-focused on Shedeur and where he ended up. There's no way this is suddenly going to get quiet at this point. It's just going to stay this loud or get louder. So,
well, not from us. Because
I didn't say from us.
We'll let them exist in Ohio. We'll focus on the other hundreds of players we can talk about instead.
Oh, damn it.
Braden Swinson. All right. If anybody can get him on track, let's use that wording, I think it's Mike Vrabel. It's good for the player. Like, it's good for him to go there.
Great for the player.
There was a text that we got that, again, there's a difference between character and maturity. It's more maturity. It's not character. He needs, quite frankly, to grow up, apparently. We didn't know about that. He's going to need to be getting some tough coaching in New England, and he's going to get tough coaching in New England. And I think Mike Vrabel sees the talent, which he obviously has talent. He's a top, I would say he's a top 50 player in this draft.
Yes.
And he's hopefully this was, I don't want to say reality check, but hopefully this was the sign that he needs of like, hey man, it's hard to make it in the NFL. Like, got to grow up.
Yeah, this draft is pure pandering. This is so EJ coded, it's ridiculous. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, Craig Woodson, Joshua Farmer, Braden Swinson. Like,
No, it's incredible. It might be the best draft out of everybody.
there's 3 or 4 players in there that were absolutely my guys on that list. Like Kyle Williams, yes. Jared Wilson, yes. Craig Woodson, 100%. Braden Swinson, yes. And the other players that weren't are still really good football players. Josh Farmer, Travion Henderson, Will Campbell, like they're crushing it. They're absolutely crushing it.
So 49ers pick is in. Again, we either love it or hate it, nothing in between.
But so far, again, we started off high. We liked what they did up top. They sort of lost us in the middle with Nick Martin there a little bit. And now we're back. We got CJ West. We got Jordan Watkins. Like, come on, keep the roll going here, San Francisco. Like, keep us engaged. All right. We got a couple more rounds here. You gotta keep us engaged.
I missed Mac McWilliams.
I saw that. To the Eagles.
I didn't watch him, so that one's all you.
Oh, okay. I actually like Mac McWilliams. I had him in this range. I think this is appropriate. Again, my question is what they're going to do with him, because he is a bit of a tweener physically. Yeah, Mac, where did I have him? Hang on. I'm going to pull him up on the horizontal board here.
The chat really wants to know about Mac McWilliams.
Okay. I had him in this range with other corners in this range. Marcus Harris, Zai Alexander, Jabbar Muhammad, Mac Williams. Oh, Jordan James. Let's go.
It's about that time, EJ.
It's so that time.
It's for Kyle to take his round 3 to 5 running back.
And this is a perfect fit. This is a very short commute from Eugene down to San Francisco. And Jordan James, one of the running backs in this class, that is a great all-arounder. I'm actually a little bit surprised, and now I'm interested as to what's going on with Devin Neal, because I had Devin Neal rated as a higher-level prospect. But very similar backs in that they both do almost everything well, and I thought Jordan James was getting a lot less attention for it than Devin Neal did. But I think he's very, very similar in terms of his play style. Again, not the fastest, not the biggest, but plays well in the pass game. Decent pass protector. He's not great, but he's a very efficient runner of the football, makes the right choices behind that very good offensive line. Sort of maximized all of his touches, whether they were carries or receptions. I thought he's very balanced, very, very good player, and he consistently was in this range in mock drafts, like 5th round later. And I was like, again, if you're getting Jordan James in the 5th round, profit. Like, there is nothing but profit.
Excellent balance, excellent feet. Again, the physical profile, not super impressive, but as far as just like all of the tiny little nuances that make a running back good, right? Decisiveness, vision, contact balance, footwork. He's kind of got like that owl factor where he'll make these cuts and his head doesn't move at all. He's just really, really smooth. Fifth round's about right, I would say. But I like Jordan James. Like, watching him go through the drills at Combine compared to a lot of the other running backs, like, he was just clean. He was just clean. Like, he never got tripped up. Like,
and that's his tape, right?
Yeah.
His tape is just like I expected him to do that, because he just always does that. He, again, chooses the right gap to run through. He's got good timing. He's safe with the football for the most part. Doesn't put it on. He's just like, he's always getting what you'd expect and a little bit more. Again, not super flashy, but really consistent and consistently good. Okay.
Ty Hamilton.
Yeah, the other
So
DT.
did they trade up with the Bears?
I don't know.
Bears there? I can't remember. Either way,
it's possible.
Ty Hamilton to the Rams.
Bears just forfeited all the rest of their picks. They're like, we'll just take all UDFAs from here out, because
they've traded so many times. I don't even know where the hell they are at this point.
Yeah. By the way, somebody let me know that yes, he's in the Beast, but he doesn't have a write up.
Who? Hamilton?
No, Hippolyte.
Oh yeah.
He's there, but we didn't say anything about him other than he's there and he's LB 35.
Let's see. Hamilton for me was DL.
I had him way down my list.
Yeah,
he was
like 20.
This class is just so deep. It's not a shot at the player. It's that there were so many other good defensive tackles that after I got to about 35, I put the rest of them in a bunch.
No, not 22, 26.
Yeah.
He's right below Zeke Biggers for me from Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Is he ever going to, on that Rams D-line specifically, is he ever going to get snaps?
I don't know. Back to Mac McWilliams. Oh, he's going to jump in the pool? Is that the deal? Nice.
Who is that?
I don't know, but it's a cool video. I like it. Looks like a nice day there too, wherever he is. But Mac McWilliams, I believe they're going to play him in slot because he is a rocked up 5'10", 185, but in the NFL, that is largely a slot player. And he's good there. He had 17 stops this year, which is good for any corner. Did play outside quite a bit. NFL pass rating against under 70. I really liked him. Thought he was underrated. I put out a tweet, all underrated team. It was an idea I stole from Jordan Reed and said, hey, Jordan did this and I'm going to do it too. Mac McWilliams was my corner on that particular tweet. Thought he was a very good player that was kind of just getting lost in the numbers. Like I didn't have any problems with him. Again, a little bit like Jordan James as a running back, not the tallest, not the longest, not necessarily fastest, although he is pretty darn quick. But tackled really well, was engaged, and was a nuisance for receivers. Like didn't have a lot of big games given up. Did give up a couple of touchdowns. Only didn't have a ton of ball production, so I can see that as well. He had one interception, one pass broken up, but he was always around the receiver, always around the football. Again, didn't make a ton of plays on it, which is going to drop you down. It's kind of like defensive tackle. If you don't have those pass rush flashes, you're not going to get taken high. If you don't have ball production as a corner, they're going to let you slip a little bit and take you in the 5th or 6th round. So I think just size-wise, especially with that Eagles secondary as loaded as it is, he'll be a backup at nickel for them and a special teamer. And a good one because, again, he's aggressive, he's a tackler, and he's got a very sturdy build.
Well, Jaden Blue did happen to go ahead of Brashard Smith to the
That's
Cowboys.
okay. Ahead as long as he doesn't end up on the Chicago roster because
So their
they don't need
backfield
him.
now is Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis, and Jaden Blue. Immediately, Jaden Blue is their receiving back out of all those guys. Like,
Should be.
not even a question.
Yeah, I honestly think he'd be better as a wide receiver, and I do mean in the NFL. And that's not a like, oh, he can't play tackle, shove him to guard. That's his receiving skills are great. He could be a wide receiver. Running back skills, I have my questions.
And right now, so their top 3 receivers are CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Tolbert, backing up with Kevontae Turpin, Ryan Flournoy, Jalen Brooks. Like, he could get receiver snaps there.
And he should. And the thing is, can give him some flexibility on offense where you can line that guy up in the backfield and then motion him out. And then somebody, presumably a linebacker, depending on the defensive alignment, has to deal with Jaden Blue in space. No, that's a win for the Cowboys.
Low moving cost. Shout out NFLSC.
That's right.
Name of the game.
Low
baby.
moving cost. That is the best gig running, man. I love it.
Also, they took Jaden Blue before the Dolphins inevitably would have taken Jaden Blue.
They saved the Dolphins from taking Jaden Blue. Is that what you're saying? Oh, man.
I'm curious what Miami's going to do here because they've had a very distinct theme. I'm going to pull
Meat
up their
and potatoes.
class.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of glass eaters, offensive
Yeah,
and defensive line.
This is a meat and potatoes draft for them. So Kenneth Grant, Jonah, Jordan, and Jason. I bet it's another J. Oh, no, that's who they took. Sorry.
They
sorry,
just took
put it on
Jason
the sheet.
Marshall. Okay.
Yeah. Apparently, they're all in on the J's. Jonah, Jordan, and Jason, their last 3 picks in a row.
See, I had him as corner 20. Hold on.
Oh, we're into the period of the draft where I didn't really, especially in this draft, I didn't rank the guys down this far. Like, I didn't really think it mattered if I had ranked 35th or 45th. Like, I'll leave that to Dane. LB 35 is his territory, not mine.
Did I have him with my safeties? I think I might have him with my safeties.
I could see it. Right?
Yeah,
I
put
wouldn't
him
be
with my
surprised by it.
safeties.
Yeah,
Because he's
I
like
wouldn't be
he's
surprised by
just
it.
big and fast, and I was like, I don't know. You put him as a post player, like just rangy, long reach.
Yeah.
I put him with my safeties.
So, talk about ball production. They're just putting up the stat now. 8+ pass breakups in 2 of the last 3 seasons, including 10 last year. So is around the football, does make plays on the football, does have ball production. That's going to be okay. I was just reading trade stuff. That's going to be corner / safety. Again, secondary player defense.
Yeah.
With as many guys as play, you can call it nickel, you can call it star, right? Are they a safety? Are they a corner? Are they playing in the slot? Are they playing in the box? Like those designations are breaking down, and it's defensive back and where do you align and what are you good at? Are you an around the line of scrimmage player? Are you a tight end eraser? Are you a, man coverage slot defeater for speed threats? Like there's a lot of different flavors of defensive back, and everybody's picking to fill those roles in their defense, and they're all a little bit different. But it's not as easy as, 5-7 years ago. It's just like, best corner. I'm like, best corner for what? It's much more specific. And it's like that with receiver too. And that's driven the change, right? There's 5 different types of receivers now, and you need multiple types of corners to defeat them.
So let's see. Marshall. I'm trying to find.
Okay, Pickett's in for the Colts. Colts draft so far: Tyler Warren, JTT from Ohio State, Justin Wally, just absolute dog of a corner from Minnesota, and Jalen Travis, the OT from Iowa State. Those are the up-to-the-minute current selections. They're making another one here at 151 in the 5th round. So, again, we are just over halfway through this draft, which is kind of crazy.
Here we go. Jason Marshall. Injured second half of the season, plus athlete with size and burst, which as you can see, RES card 37.5 vert, 17% missed tackle rate, probably should convert to post safety and not be around the line of scrimmage.
They did it.
Your patrolman.
They did it. DJ Giddens, Kansas State.
Giddens, super talented running back. Like if we're just going on talent, he's a top 5 back in this class.
So shifty. And they're going to show all the ways that he breaks tackles. He is not a oversized runner in terms of, you look at him, he looks a little bit spindly. He is impossible to keep up with. Spin moves, broken tackles with little hip shifts, lateral agility for days. He's very difficult to get a clean shot on, and very few people did. And after that, he's got enough speed to pay it off. So you're talking about 1,300 plus yards out of a runner. Not great in pass protection. He just doesn't have the sand in his pants right now to be able to do that.
He does not care about pass pro.
No, you are picking him as a runner, as a pure runner. And that makes it tough because you're not going to play him on 3rd down. Like, not if you love your quarterback.
I think physically, he reminds me a lot of Joe Mixon, right? Because he's got these really loose hips, like for a guy who's built. He's almost 215. He's built.
Yeah, I would say as a play style, like specifically run style comp, I would say, yep, I could see that. Physically, he's like smaller, lighter than Mixon. Is not as good at pass protection. Certainly cares less. So as a run style comp, yeah, like Mixon when he's at the height of his game, really hard to keep up with. But I think like Mixon had a little bit more straight ahead power too. Giddens is he's impossible to hit. It's a moving target.
He's very, just loose. If I was going to boil it down to one word, he's just loose, right?
100%.
But interviewed terribly, which dropped him a lot.
Yeah, somebody asked like an hour ago, did DJ Giddens die? No, he didn't die. If he died a death, it was in the Indy conference rooms. Reportedly interviewed very, very poorly, and that's reflective in where he got drafted. Because again, as Brett said, if you're drafting him purely on tape, like he goes 2 rounds ago.
Easily. He goes yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He would be a 3rd round pick.
Shamar James, more Florida. Just
the other Shamar.
The other Shamar. There's a lot of Shamars.
The other Shamar.
We just build a team out of Shamars on one side and Jalen's
on the other. Who wins? I think Jalen's win just on absolute heft. They got like 15 dudes. They're going to win on numbers alone.
It's like, would you rather fight one
horse-sized duck
or 100 duck-sized horses? Would you rather one Shamar-sized Jalen or 1,000,000 Jalen-sized Shamars?
That's going to be our low moving cost bit from this draft. Jalen's versus Shamars. Let them fight.
Oh, man. Good player, though. Good
Yeah,
player, though.
with
I
all
like
the
Shamar
alternate-
James. And, he rounds out a linebacking core. Then, unfortunately, DeMarvion Overshown is still coming off another really bad injury, so they needed another body there. I think he's got range.
Why did you have to remind me of that? I was having a good day.
I know. And I also think, Kenneth Murray is not stopping me from drafting Shamar James. So
Kenneth Murray is not stopping me from drafting anybody at this point.
he's not stopping me from drafting Ruben Hippolyte II, if I'm being quite honest. Sorry, had to.
Again, I have to watch his tape because, being honest, I have no idea if that guy can play or not. He might be the next Sean Dolak. Who knows? I don't think so, but all right, we'll see.
At this point, I'm wondering if Dolak gets drafted.
Well, I don't really care if Dolak gets drafted. I want to see Dolak go to a team, earn a spot, because he absolutely will. He's I would bet very good money on that, outside of something we don't know about, like medical designation or some off-the-field thing, which we've not heard one whisper about Dolak having either of those. But regardless of how Sean Dolak gets to an NFL team, he's going to stay on an NFL team because he can play football. And if we're talking about the meritocracy in the NFL, he's not going to have a problem with that. He can go out and demonstrate that he can play football. And yeah, if he turns into a player, especially if he's a UDFA and turns into a good player in the NFL, you will never hear the end of it from me.
Ooh,
never,
okay. Jalen Rivers just went off the board to Cincinnati. They announced him as a
Good
guard,
pick.
which I
Good
think
pick.
is probably why he's really long. Long. He's not a plus athlete in any one trait, but I think he reminds me a lot of Jordan James, where the feet are good, the technique are good. Obviously, the length is the one standout trait, and he uses it well. But he's just a very, very clean offensive lineman that has to be clean because he can't out-athlete anybody.
Right. You can't miss and make it up.
Yeah, and I think converting him to guard is the way to go, because I don't really want him dancing out in space with TJ Watt. That's not going to work. But as a guard, where the space is more restricted, and those I think it's 34 and a half, something like that. Yeah. And those arms can really go to work in that tight space. I like that.
Yeah. No, I think it's good. And flashing back to their previous pick in the fourth round at 119, Barrett Carter for Clemson. You were talking a little bit about Barrett Carter. The other thing we didn't mention about Barrett Carter is he can take snaps at running back for you.
Yeah.
Sure. He scored touchdowns for Clemson at running back. So before they set him fully at linebacker, but one of those, I don't want to say two-way players because that's overstating it, but he has the athleticism. So if you want to give him some goal line carries because, your fourth running back got hurt in week 16, Barrett Carter could do it for you. He's got experience.
Chad's asking, what's up with Marcus Mabeau? Oh, well, he just went. He's a giant.
Thanks, Chad. It's the second time you've done that. It's we need to have a conversation about. Actually, third time, because it happened with Kyle Kennard as well. So, yeah.
I'll say this about Mabeau. He is slender. He's 300 pounds. Explosive first step. Not a whole lot of core strength, and that's why I worry about him at tackle. And he had one of the highest pressure percentages allowed. It was almost 10% at tackle, which is really high. And it's because he doesn't have a whole lot of core strength, and so when guys have a runway to work against him, he can get bull rushed. He gets ragdolled when somebody is engaged into his chest. He's just not really strong enough to resist that. So for me, I think he's either a guard exclusively in an outside zone system, because he's really, really good at outside zone. Again, that first step is quick. He's got great hips. He's more good at just reaching and walling than driving people off. But I think he could actually work as a center really well as well. And he's 300 pounds, which I think you can get away with at center. You can't get away with that at tackle. And you probably can't get away with that at guard. At center, I think it works. Right now, they have John Michael Schmitz at center. They have Greg Van Roten at guard and John Runyon at guard. He's a very different style than both those guys.
Agreed.
I still don't know if I'd play him at tackle over Illuminor, and I definitely won't over Andrew Thomas. And, Stone Forsythe is still there. Never wrong, just early.
We'll see.
I think he's a swing interior for them.
I think he is as well. And, he's only 303 pounds, and you're right about when he's engaged in short space and can get run over. When it becomes a fight in a phone booth, you talked about core strength and his ability to really kind of bow up in those tight spaces is not what it should be or needs to be. However, when he's rolling in space at 300 pounds, he's wild aggressive. Like he runs into and runs over people and loves it. Like he thrives on that contact. It's not always technique sound. It's not always pretty, but it is like aggressive and athletic and violent. He can really move those 300 pounds. And a 300 pounder on the move, like you said, in an outside zone system is a dangerous thing because he's going to bowling ball people out of the way. So it's more about, if you put him inside, can he stand up and hold a 320-pound nose who wants to eat his lunch? Not yet.
Like, can you imagine practice for him against Dexter Lawrence and Darius Alexander and Nunes Roches? Like, long day.
Yeah, he's going to learn some things.
He'd get through the first OTA and be like, I need to be 320 or I will die here.
Yeah, right. I need the cold tub and I need some DoorDash. That's what
Just
I need.
Biscuits and gravy every meal.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, I will die here if I don't gain weight.
Shrimp and grits. Let's go.
All right. Dolphins pick is in. Just took the Florida corner. Well, they called him a corner.
Yeah.
We'll see. He's big. He's fast. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. You want me to get you anything? I'm going to refill the drinks here because I'm short on liquids. And if I don't keep drinking things, I don't think I'll be able to keep talking.
Again, you know my policy.
I know your
fires
policy.
Of the NFL Red Zone control room. Scott is listening somewhere, and he'll be very disappointed in me if I get up. So,
okay, well, Scott, you can be disappointed in me. It's totally fine. Because I think you'd be more disappointed in me if I stayed here and soiled my chair.
Real men soil their chairs on draft day, EJ.
Apparently. I am apparently not that, which is okay.
Dolphins.
I will.
Dante Trader Jr. Another DB before you leave. I have not watched. Did you watch Trader?
Maryland?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. So
I just didn't watch the
because
Maryland defense at all, apparently, other than George Phillips.
I watched both of them. I actually like Glennon Miller, who's the safety, a little bit better. The other safety, who's taller and has this wild habit of getting his hands on passes. Trader is shorter, squattier, and they said, "Ooh, I didn't realize he was quite that slow." 4.65 40-yard dash tape. That's why he would be going now. I didn't think he was that slow on tape. Again, if I had to put it, I would have said high 4.5. So I guess it's not that different, but not. Yeah, he seemed very average to me. And while I was watching him, I kept seeing Glennon Miller. I'm like, man, Glennon Miller's really tall. He's pretty skinny, but he has this habit of getting into passing lanes, breaking up passes, messing with receivers with that length. And I was like, oh, who's the other guy? So I kind of ended up liking Glennon Miller when I went in to watch Trader, because Trader was a guy on my list. Glennon Miller was not on my list when I started, and I kind of flipped those two. So I'm interested and we'll hear definitely, because we know folks that work with the Dolphins, like what they saw in Dante and why they took him here, because I don't know that there was probably a race for his services, but they liked him. And what is it? Is it special teams versatility? Is it that he blew him away as, one of the smartest players they talked to in interviews or something? There's something there, because in terms of build, like 5'10", just under 200 pounds, he runs a 4.65. Like there's a lot of those guys in the draft. You pick one, even at this point, a couple rounds from the end for a reason. Like there's something they liked about his ability. I don't know what it is.
All right. Well,
Casey's going to kill me, and then I'm going to go get a drink because Brett Veach is crushing it, and I kind of don't want to miss it. I feel like it's a good movie, and I don't want to leave at this point.
Let's see here. Who do I have way down the board? I'm trying to think who fits Casey. Oh. They took Jeffrey Bassa.
Oh, there you go. You can talk about Bassa. I know you love him. Bye.
Bye.
That is handing somebody a live grenade and leaving.
Yeah, I'm not a Bassa guy. I'll be honest, chat. Not a Bassa guy. Remarkably unproductive. Like, insanely unproductive for a guy who played as many snaps as he did. I'm talking, I think it was like 11 combined tackles for gain or no loss, like on the entire season. And remember, Oregon played into the playoffs. It was 20% more snaps that Danny Stutzman had, and he had like 5 times the production. Like literally 5x the production on 20% more snaps. He's not super bursty. He's not super fast as far as sideline to sideline speed. I think he's stiff. I think he's terrible in coverage. Like, I think he does a good job as far as, kind of shuffling from gap to gap and being patient. But it's because he has to, because he can't get off blocks, so he can't really get downhill and then either shed a block or avoid a block. So he has to stay like at that, 5 to 6 yard depth and then wait for the running back to choose a hole, and then he'll get into the hole because he can't really commit and get off a block and like compress the space. He almost has to wait for the running back to come to him, which is why he has so few TFLs and tackles for no gain. Like he's not talented enough to be aggressive. Not a fan of the pick. Not a fan of the pick. But what do you think, chat? Sorry. I really don't mean to be negative, but like I was not a Jeffrey Bassett guy. And he was one of the reasons why I was like, this linebacker class might not actually be that good. Because if he was seen as like a top 5 linebacker in this class by some people, and I was like, that's a top 5 linebacker in the class? The one thing I want to know is what the hell is going on with Pooh Paul? Because they're not even close on tape. Like, it's not even remotely close. So there must be a medical thing I don't know about. I don't know. Elijah Roberts just went off the board of the Buccaneers. I apologize if you're an Elijah Roberts guy. I am not an Elijah Roberts guy either. Very stiff. Very, very stiff. Like, no bend whatsoever. No wiggle. Can pretty much only win with power, and he doesn't win with power as much as you think. Like, he's got some really flashy power wins on tape, but it's not as often as you want. I'll pull up his exact win rate. It was low. It was real low. When he was in like true pass sets. Oh, I think I had that in a tab before I restarted my computer. Damn. But I'll say this, like I looked at Roberts traits-wise and how he wins, and I did not see somebody who is likely to consistently win at the NFL level. The only one I could think of that has his traits that worked out is Shedeur Smith. And we're talking like a 1 in 20. Like 1 in 20, that's somebody that is big and strong, but not explosive and not bendy whatsoever. Like Zedarius is the only one that's worked. That was that profile. And I know people go back to Shedeur Smith and say, well, see, like it can work. And it's like, Zedarius was drafted a decade ago. And I can't think of anybody else who was that kind of athlete. Like, I'll pull up his RAS card for you, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And, like, this shows up on tape. Like, he is not a mover. He is not a mover. Right? 6'8", RAS. Good length, good size. Again, 6'3", 285. Like, he's built like that kind of guy. But he can't bend. He just can't bend. Elijah Roberts went to the Bucs.
Oh, yeah. Super productive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's that guy that you see on tape and you look at the numbers and you get excited about, and then you get to it and you're like, how did he get that many numbers?
Yeah.
Not really sure how he got that many numbers.
And like
it doesn't look
you compare
like
him
he
to Jared
should've.
Harrison Hunt, and I was like, Jared Harrison Hunt was the best player on that front. Like,
Yeah, I liked
easily
Elijah Roberts, but he's more of a contained than a pressure, whatever you want to call him, defensive end, edge. Like, for me, he kind of floated in between. He's not really a coverage guy, but he's size-wise. He's not really a DE. So he's just kind of one of those like what, but he was so crazy productive. And I was like, I got to tape and I watched a lot of that production and I was like, I don't know. Because it's, he played at a big school, big enough school for sure. And it's not like he's some D2 guy and he had 70 pressures or something. But I just came away from tape going like, is this the same guy? Like, again, did I make a mistake? Did I spell his name wrong or something? Because it doesn't look like a guy that came up with that much pressure or will come up with that pressure, certainly as a translatable trait as you get there. So, but, Bucks they're assembling some interesting gems for the gauntlet here. That's for sure.
Chargers did it again. Keandre Lambert-Smith.
Oh, boy.
Outside ass kicker. Like, he is an X receiver. He wins with physicality. He wins with ball skills. Like, catches like some of the acrobatic catches that Keandre Lambert-Smith made were outrageous. Like, I really, really like him. I thought he could have been gone, late third, early fourth. So to get him mid fifth, I think is a value. Like, he is an outside receiver. I don't think he's a slot, but like they have Ladd, they don't need him to be a slot. Like, he is a ball winner on the outside. You pair him up with Trey Harris. You pair him up with Mike. You got Ladd. Like, Chargers got receivers. Receivers not an issue with the Chargers. Weapons, period, not an issue with the Chargers.
Yeah,
they got dogs.
If you swapped him with the Dante Thornton pick,
yeah,
you'd be like, I'm totally fine with that. I had those two as similar types of players, although Keandre Lambert-Smith not as fast as Dante Thornton, but similar size, but much more versatile in terms of, you talk about the hands, being able to catch the ball away from your body, being able to catch in traffic, running more routes. Like, all of those things are things that Keandre Lambert-Smith had. It's a Penn State transfer, ended up at Auburn, was the bailout for his quarterback this year. Like, when you had to chuck it up, they chucked it up at Keandre Lambert-Smith and he paid it off more often than not. So I thought he was a better overall receiver, although he does not have the one single highlight trait of Dante Thornton, who could just roll. But very similar sized receivers, very similar physical profile in terms of just how much they weigh, how tall they are. But if you'd swap those picks, I'd be like, oh, okay. But they're definitely, folks that pick Dante Thornton, definitely looking for speed. Keandre Lambert-Smith, a little bit more versatility.
Headphones finally died, so we're on the cans now.
You're on the cans, but you're only going to have to be on the cans through like 2.5 rounds.
That's cool with me.
That's better. That's better for you. Back to Elijah Roberts, 6'4", 285. So again, that sort of tweenerish size, the defensive end. I had him in my defensive end rankings because, again, he didn't cover hardly at all. Total pressures 60, like 5 more than Derek Harmon. And you're like, wow, it just must be like every other down he gets a pressure. But it is 8 sacks, 7 hits, and 45 hurries, which is like, if you thought Derek Harmon didn't finish, that ratio was better for Harmon with 55 total pressures than it was for Elijah Roberts. And, in terms of tackles, he only had 22. Missed tackle rate was way up there, 24%, 24.2. Again, 1 out of every 4 tackles. Like, I'm not expecting you to be I would like you to be a lockdown tackler as an edge, or as a defensive end, but like, that's got to get cleaned up. 25 stops is up there, but again, guys like Landon Jackson had 33. Tyler Batty even had 29. So it's just like this, the one number is like, how did you get 45 hurries? Like, that's a ton. It's literally twice what a lot of the other defensive end prospects had.
Ooh, Colin Oliver to the Packers. I like that.
I'm not worried about that one bit.
Oh, you should be.
I'm not. I know you love him.
He's good.
He's not. He's really
good.
You want him to be good.
I feel about Colin Oliver how other people feel about Elijah Roberts. Where everybody else is like, Elijah Roberts is awesome. And I'm like, I don't see it. And I'm like, Colin Oliver's awesome. Everybody's like, you're insane. And I was like, what can I say, man?
You and Matt Miller both like Colin Oliver, and I think you're seeing ghosts. Like, in terms of what will translate. Like he had a very good, he's like Luther Burden in the way that he had a very good previous to this season, previous season to this season. This season was not great. And I see a lot of the traits that you talk about with other players that you're like, oh yeah, but it's, it doesn't translate. And I'm like, yeah, he's wildly athletic, but largely it doesn't translate. And to me, he felt like I had a lot of the same feelings about him in terms of position. I don't want to say flexibility, but position questions that I did with Jalen Walker. Like they wanted to try and play him in the middle. He wasn't great there. He was a little bit, a lot light for the outside, but he played better there. Like, and it was just like, what are you gonna do with this guy? You're getting him as like a wild pass rush specialist ish, because you can't really play him at off ball linebacker. He's not good there. You're just betting on the traits and maybe special teams production, and that I would be scared of. Like Colin Oliver is a special teamer, I would be scared of. But Colin Oliver on base defense, put him out there. I dare you. Like often, offensive coordinators in the NFL are going to tear him up.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
Yeah, but I know you don't. But
so him and Edge Cooper together as off-ball linebackers blitzing he's 6'1", 240 with a 39-inch vert, 10'6" broad, ridiculous first step. Like when they lined him off the edge, his first step and his bend around the edge was crazy. You remember Solomon, who the Bills took last year on day 3, similar size. He was an even more twitched up version of that as an edge rusher for me. I think he's going to be an inside linebacker for them that then kicks outside as an edge on third down.
No.
Or even if he's just a third down package player, because they're just looking for flamethrowers. Like, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be 3rd and 9, and Colin Oliver's going to get a sack on Darnell, and it's going to hurt like a bitch because I see it coming right now.
Well, you're going to have to like put that one shining moment up because it's the only one he's going to get. No. So a couple of picks here. Marquise Siegel, safety from Kansas State, who is an absolute agent of chaos around the line. Not great in coverage, but will blow stuff up, goes to the 49ers. And then Vic Fangio just got his Leonard Floyd.
Oh, he got Smile Munden.
Smile Munden is a tall, very tall, if you're talking about an inside linebacker, and not super heavy, but he has one superpower, and it's super duper valuable. He is a tight end eraser.
Yep.
Like you can put him on a tight end and they're getting nothing. He is great that way. And Floyd was the same way. He's very good in coverage for, at that point, we're just calling him an outside linebacker, edge, whatever. He doesn't pass rush a ton. He's not great as a blitzer. He just doesn't have a great feel coming from the inside as a blitzer. He's not bad at it, but he's nothing special as a blitzer. I wouldn't consider him like a, super gap sound run plugger, but like you put that guy on a tight end, they're getting 0 for the game. And that is a useful role. It's a very specialized role, but Vic Fangio I'm sure he looked at Smellman and said, yep, a lot of the same stuff. I know people call it helmet scouting. It's not helmet scouting. It's a type, and Georgia likes him.
For Howie, it's certainly starting to feel like it. Like, you wore the G, welcome to Philly. Have fun.
Yeah, for sure. And helmet scouting is a bad idea, but there are also certain programs that do recruit certain types.
Yeah.
Like Clemson tight ends are the same for the most part. Like they're getting the same guy over and over again. So it's not helmet scouting. It's just that they're very similar.
Fran Mauagoa, linebacker from Miami, just went to the Jets. Pulling up his RAS card now.
Yeah, he seems this is an attitude pick as much as anything else. Like his new head coach is going to dig him. Aaron Glenn is going to put that guy to work because he is a dog.
So 6'1", 233, 35 in the vert, 10-1 in the broad, 159, 10-yard split. That's what matters a lot. 4.24 in the shuttle, 7.15 in the 3-cone. Again, smaller guy, not super long, but he's just a wow. Talk, Brett.
Woo-shoo!
He's just a missile. right? So for me, I had him late day 3, but with like a little asterisk for special teams value. I have to imagine that's what they're taking it. Like, you're a gunner. That's what you're here for. Be fast, hit people.
Yeah, 28 TFLs in the last 2 seasons, something like that. 27,
Let me
28.
pull up the exact number for you here.
Yeah, in the last 2
It was a
seasons,
lot.
he is.
It was a lot.
Yeah, he is just rolling to destroy ball carriers downhill.
So his exact against the run specifically, 26 tackles for no loss, or tackles for loss or no gain in the last 2 seasons combined. 69 run stops in the last 2 seasons combined, with a missed tackle rate of, I don't think it was very high. I think he was actually a pretty short tackler. Stand by.
I was going to say like 10 or 11% if my
13%. So a total of
It's a
average
little
of
low.
14. I'd say average missed tackle rate. I mean, there's some linebackers where it's like pushing 20%. At which point I'm like, then what's the point of being a linebacker?
Yeah.
Like Abdul Carter, believe it or not, Abdul Carter, his last season at off-ball linebacker had a 28% missed tackle rate.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
He
Crazy.
was not playing under control for sure.
But no, yeah, that's special teams all day. Can hardly hear Brett. Am I low for everybody? Check. 1, 2. No? Hold on. That's weird. All right, chat. How about now? Are we back? Are we good? Am I loud now?
What's wrong with Torrey Horton? I don't know. Injury concerns would be my guess, but if he doesn't go now, like right now in the top of the 5th, then we can say what's wrong with Torrey Horton, because again, last 2 healthy seasons he had was well over 1,000 yards, every bit of demonstrated ability you want in terms of how to win on routes, how to set up defensive backs, how to use your body, how to catch the ball away from your body with your hands, good speed. Like, he has everything he needs to go win. Oh, Carolina just took another tight end.
Who'd they take?
Mitchell Evans.
He's okay.
He's meh. He's like very
fine.
meh.
He's fine.
He's not bad. He's fine.
He's TE3. That's what he is.
Right.
A TE3.
Yeah.
Now, is he going to take JT Sanders' job? No. But I think you could argue he's a better blocker than JT Sanders.
Yeah.
So maybe it's for that role specifically.
Yep.
But I don't think he's a threat to JT Sanders' receiving production.
No, especially not down the seam, which is JT Sanders, like where he eats. Somebody said Torrey Horton to Seattle. I'm trying to think who else I would put. It would have been, honestly, at this point, Isaac Tesla had Detroit not traded up for him 2 rounds ago.
They have a type.
Who would I take? I wouldn't be sad. I know it's not real. Well, I would take your guy at this point.
My guy? Brashard Smith?
No. If we're talking about Seattle for the X receiver, we're not. I really don't think Torrey Horton is your X.
Oh, Elijah Badger?
I would take Badger at this point.
Yeah.
And if I didn't get Badger, I would go for Andrew Armstrong, and I would rejigger my offense to have my X not just be the only vertical threat. I would really use JSN out of the slot as my vertical threat, and I would use Armstrong as the more possession-based. Typically, that would be like a second receiver in terms of skill set, but I would just put Andrew Armstrong over there as my go beat him up X, and short to medium. He's not a downfield guy. He's much more like Michael Pittman Jr. And you can work with that, but you can't be running an offense where you need the X to be a vertical threat. Because we're running out of those. I mean, honestly, it would have been Pat Bryant, but the Broncos took care of that a couple of rounds ago. Who else? Again, like I said, Isaac Tesla would have been one. Although I do think he's a better slot. Keandre Lambert-Smith would have been a very good X in that offense. He's off the board. So the big, tall X receivers are starting to be off the board at this point. I would go Yeah, I would go Elijah Badger if you want to get vertical with the X. And if you're just going to make the X the very reliable short to intermediate, win at the sticks kind of wide receiver, I would go Andrew Armstrong.
Might get a Kyle McCord pick here for the Steelers.
Yeah, you've been eyeing that one. So I think Steelers fans would end up being very, very happy with that pick. But I'm definitely a Kyle McCord believer, so that's not surprising.
I kind of thought he'd be gone by now, but
I did too.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Chargers trade with who? Steelers?
Said the Steelers pick is in on TV, but again, that can be.
Oh, so maybe they traded
behind.
with the Eagles. Maybe that's what it was.
Okay. Hawkeys, I would like McCord a lot. Good for you, Hawkeys. Ball knower. Ball knower.
All right, so it's
Also,
Steelers and then
Full
Chargers.
disclosure, Hockey lives in Rochester. McCord played right next door in Syracuse, so he's familiar.
Taking too long, so probably a quarterback. Yeah, got to get that commercial break in before a quarterback goes.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Because they're like, come on, teams, slow down. NFL wants their ad revenue, man. They need to stretch this thing out. Gabe says Yaha Black to Seattle. I mean, could be. I could see what Mike Mack would do with them. At this point, there's a lot of, well, not a lot anymore. We've picked into this depth a little bit. Riley Mills went, Tonka Hemingway went, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins went. Your guy Jarrison Harrison Hunt is still there. I could see Mike Mack going for Junior Tafuna. But
Jay Toya, maybe?
what's up with Cam Horsley? Did he go? Did I miss it?
No, he hasn't gone.
Okay.
Harrison Hunt hasn't gone. Chris Paul hasn't gone.
There's something up with Cam Horsley. Like, I don't
Brett
know.
Kiesel.
Medical.
Croke Park Stadium, where the Pittsburgh Steelers will take the field this fall in the NFL's first ever regular season game in Dublin. With the 164th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers select Y.A. Black, defensive end, Iowa.
Yeah, so he ain't going to Seattle. Chat, that's four times you've done it. Bringing up a player and saying, where's he going to go? And he gets selected right after that. So there you go. We know his destination. He's going to go and be part of that very formidable Steelers defensive. That's a contraction now. Steelers defensive line.
So 6'5", almost 6'6", 336, 35-inch arms. Just a massive human being. Can't move, but you also can't move him. And I think there's value in that.
Fair trade.
His skill is size. But it works.
So we've taken if we're the Steelers, we've taken two players from schools that start with O and two players from Iowa. That's our draft.
We have a massive human being.
Yeah. So, Steelers this is a typecast Steelers draft. Harmon, Caleb Johnson, Jack Sawyer, Yaha Black.
Yeah, they got their new Stephon Tuitt, and they
All
also just got their new, well, I don't want to say Kiesel announcing the new Kiesel, but
yeah, no. All just blue-collar ass kickers, all four of them.
Honestly, he's closer to Casey Hampton than Kiesel. But he's taller than Casey. Like Casey was like just a squatty body. Like
he was a square. For sure. Let's see. Okay, last 10 picks. Started off with Brett just sleepwalking his way through the Jeffrey Bassett pick. Elijah Roberts, we talked about.
One of the linebackers of all time.
That's right. That's an inside joke. I sent him a picture of Jeffrey Bassett from the Oregon Pro Day. He goes, "That is definitely a linebacker in this draft." I was like, yes, It's true. Smell Mondon, I think there's something there, and Vic landing with Vic in Philly is the perfect landing spot for him. So if we're talking about guys who are better than the sum of their draft pick because of landing spot, Smell Mondon is going to be on there for me.
So Seahawks here. I think we can get Armstrong. Oh, no. Chargers took Oronde Gadsden. Hello. All right. So their mission was get weapons. That's all they're doing this year is getting weapons.
All right. Who in chat called it?
For what?
They said Horton to Seattle.
Horton a Seattle
Horton
Seahawk?
to Seattle. Yeah. 6'2", 196 out of Colorado State. Had an injury, but like Horton's amazing. He's a really, really good player. I'm thrilled that he's going to be local. I'm going to get to watch him. That's really cool. I think he's very underrated. Matt Harmon in our episode, if you saw it on the channel when we were talking about wide receivers, it aired at is that really the beginning of this week? That feels like a month ago. It did. We published it on Monday morning. That feels like, honest to God, 3 weeks ago. He took Torrey Horton as his guy in one of the tiers we had, which was a mid-round wide receiver that, people weren't talking about enough. And I was really glad he did, because I feel like if you go back and watch Torrey Horton's 2 full last good years, you see a wide receiver that is absolutely an NFL-ready wide receiver.
Before I get to Torrey Horton, I want to show what the Chargers have done here. Amarian Hampton, Trey Harris, took a little detour getting D-line for Jamari Caldwell and Kyle Kennard, then back to getting weapons, Keandre Lambert-Smith and Oronde Gadsden. They clearly had a philosophy of this draft of we are going to have weapons. We are never going to run out of weapons again, which is what happened to them, honestly, in the playoffs. Like, yes, they couldn't block, and I still think there's a couple guards I probably would have taken by now that they didn't, but they didn't have anybody to throw to other than Ladd McConkey. And it was painfully obvious by the end of the season that if you stop Ladd McConkey, you stop the Chargers' pass game. And they also, they got so banged up at running back, they weren't dynamic at running back either. So I love this. Like, they are not ever going to run out of weapons again. Ooh, Drew Kendall went to Philly.
Oh, he's working with Stoutland. That's so unfair. So Drew Kendall is Pete Kendall's kid. Pete Kendall was a guard in the NFL. Drew Kendall is also a guard/center, played at Boston College just like his dad did. They're announcing him as a center, so he's going to be Cam Jurgens' backup or secondary backup, depending on how you look at their depth chart. Very good player. And again, if we're talking about players who are getting boosted by where they land, I'm going to go on both sides of the ball here and say Smell Mondon for working with Vic and Drew Kendall for working with Stoutland. Like, we got to see him at Shrine Bowl. Is a very solid player. I think a little bit underrated. A lot of people, and this is the right round for him, I would have said 5th or 6th, and they saw versatility. Again, guard center versatility. You can tell he's been raised in the game. He's very, very polished. He doesn't look flustered by things on tape, even in an all-star game, which is like playing with new guys and trying to learn a new system in a short period of time. He just very, very sound. Not the top athlete, not a bad athlete, but just very rarely looks surprised when they're handing off stunts. Just doesn't panic. Yeah, very polished player. I think very high floor player. Great landing spot for him. Bears finally picked something. Again,
they traded down like 3 times in a row.
I know okay, we'll see how this works.
But I will say for Drew Kendall, technician is the word that pops for me. Like,
yeah,
absolute
Craftsman.
technician. Yeah. And they announced him as a center, by the way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it said guard center, but they said center specifically.
Yeah. Which is interesting.
Yeah, it's Jurgens' backup. Ish.
So Bears. Honestly, I would have liked Kendall with the Bears, but it's all right.
It would have been a very good interior offensive line backup, but there's multiples of those available, even at this point. So I too would have liked that. But there's other. I mean, Seth McLaughlin has not gone, unless I'm wrong about that.
Well, injury for him.
Yeah, injury for him. But Joshua Gray still there. Monheim. I know they like Jake Majors, the center from Texas. I like him as well. If they're going for straight guard, could be Willie Lampkin out of North Carolina. Could see it for sure. Curtis is trolling me. Kicker. We're back.
Oh, Za
Zay
Frazier. Oh, Zay? I thought it was Za.
No, it's Zay. Zay Frazier. All right. So
you love UTSA DBs. They always got one in the draft. You love all of them every year.
I love a lot of them for sure. Zay Frazier, worthy. 6'3", I think, on the outside. This was, strangely enough, I was talking about my underrated cornerback pick in Jordan Reed's little exercise. This was his. Zay Frazier was his underrated cornerback in this process. Really good speed, really good size, and a pretty good technician cornerback. Does he still have things to learn? Sure, he has holes in his game. In terms of change of direction ability, not the greatest, but again, so tall, long, fast that he can make up for a lot of that. Like he can cover a much larger area because of the wingspan, because of the speed. But yeah, if you put him on somebody that's really a very sharp cutting slot receiver, he's going to have trouble keeping up, but played primarily as an outside corner. And I would imagine that's where his backup is as well for the Bears. He is going to be a backup. They're strong in the secondary, but this is a solid player. Like, again, this is taking advantage of the depth of the draft, even though they don't quote unquote necessarily need it. I'm in with it. If you're in the 5th round, I want good football players that you think can develop. Zay Frazier has all those hallmarks.
And you think you're okay at boundary corner until you take one injury too many.
Yeah, until you're not.
And then you're hosed. Then you got nothing, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like the Bears secondary is known for being healthy all the time.
Nope.
So you might as well take the typical UTSA profile of almost 6'3" that runs sub 4'4", because that's you're not allowed to play corner at UTSA unless you're a freak athlete, apparently. But
yeah, and I mean they've had the year we went and saw them when they played Texas, their safety was 6'3". Like, what are we doing here? But it works for them. They've been, they had Texas on the ropes for the first half of that game. The Texas faithful were getting pretty worried that UTSA came to town and was playing them to a standstill. They beat them in the second half, but not going to lie, you had us there in the first half.
Jordan Hancock just went off the board. Not R.J. Mickens to the Bills. They took Jordan Hancock instead. Ohio State safety.
Sure. They list him as a corner, which is very interesting.
Oh, I had him with my safeties.
No, I'm just saying on the listing what they have him there as corner. So, he's a very good athlete. Surprise, surprise. Ohio State, right? But 4.45.
So his snaps that he played last year. Stand by. So he was 425 snaps in the slot, 202 snaps at free safety, 6 snaps as a wide corner, and then how many as a box defender? It was like 90 as a box defender. So I had him with my safeties because I group nickels and safeties together. They listed him as a corner. Clearly, when they say corner, they mean nickel. I have to assume this is like their Teron Johnson backup. Jordan Hancock, that is, because he plays in the slot most of the time. But I thought he could play free safety as well.
Zay Frazier, not just developmental, folks. Massive amounts of ball production, 6 interceptions, which is more than I remembered. 5 passes broken up, and again, NFL passer rating allowed when targeted 37.7. That's dirting the ball every snap. That is a very proficient corner, and UTSA doesn't play all cupcakes. Like, they had some big schools on their schedule. Zay Frazier played against a lot of top receivers. He had challenges throughout the season. Played a full season. They played Texas. They played Tulsa. They played, this year's schedule was not as good. Kennesaw, Texas State. Yeah, there's a bunch of cupcakes in here. Typically better. They played Rice. They always play Rice because they're in Texas. FAU, wasn't good this year. Tulsa, not good this year. North Texas, very nice practice facility at North Texas, but not necessarily the all-world football team. Temple, Army, Coastal Carolina. So had a bit of a cupcake schedule, but still, you're that big, that fast. You're allowing nothing. If you played that schedule and had an NFL passer rating against of 100, I would worry deeply about you. There's not a lot of great passing schools on that.
So Lions pick is in. We don't know what it is yet. I'm trying to think. Who's like the most Dan Campbell guy I could think of? Chris Paul. Oh, no, they're not announcing it yet. I guess, well, we're late in the 5th round. They probably aren't really going to go too often to do formal announcements. They're just going to let it roll in, I guess. I guess we're that deep into the draft.
We're that deep into the draft. We're there, folks. We're there, chat.
Which, by the way,
hop in. We're going drafting.
We're late in round 5. We have 4,300 people in here.
Y'all are the best.
Real ball knower hours out here.
That's right. These are real ball knower hours for sure. Pure football nerd hours right here. And we are happy to have every single one of you. That's amazing. Thank you for the support.
I missed Jackson Slater to the Titans.
Somebody asked in chat about Jackson Slater. I was like, that doesn't seem like a random question. Oh, Titans?
Yeah.
They're having a pretty good draft. Oh, so the downside, people asking why Zay Frazier was available this late if he's so good. 2 previous seasons, not this one, not 2024, but 23 and 22. Only played a few games, had some injuries. So not full seasons. Did manage to play a full season this last year. And again, very good results. But I think a bunch of the NFL was like, prove it again.
So I have my Jackson Slater notes. I thought he could go back into day 2. So this is great value for him. Yeah. Plus athlete.
He's a Brandon Thorne guy, by the way.
And he's great.
Thorne is a Slater guy.
He's got shorter arms. I think he's 32-inch arms, but massive hands and great grip strength. Like, he gets a hold of people, and they got nothing to work with after that. So he's kind of a mauler as far as play style goes and pass protection. Like, he wants you to get into his chest, and then he's just going to grab a hold, and you can't do anything. Smaller school kid, but did really well at the Senior Bowl, was excellent in the one-on-ones, and again, thought I could go back into day 2. But I love the athleticism. I love the grip strength, pass protection overall. That's a good pick, especially in the 5th round.
I was going to say, it's a great value pick because I'm with you. I think he could have gone anytime from, for me, beginning of the 4th round. He's a day 3 guy for me, but like an early, like a priority day 3 guy for me. And we're way past that at this point.
Yeah.
So to be able to get a player of that caliber, regardless of what you think of his strength of schedule, yes, like the Titans draft in general, I'm with it. I see the reasoning for every pick. Again, the Olu pick was early for both of us, but Cam Ward, Olu, Kevin Winston, Jimmy DK, Gunnar Helm, Alec Ironmanner, and then Jackson Slater. You're stacking good football players. You're building exactly what you want to build in this draft. We have built this as a meat and potatoes draft. That is a meat and potatoes set of selections that is going to fill your roster, which is needed. Like, every team needs to do that, especially the Titans. It's not like their roster was untouchable. It's far from it. And they are stacking good selection on top of good selection. You do that for 2 or 3 years in a row. That's what Holmes had to do in Detroit. And we're on year 4 now, and you see where Detroit is. It's because they keep drafting well, folks.
Speaking of them, they just got Miles Frazier.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to. You can talk about one of the best pass blocking guards in this draft. It's Miles Frazier.
I liked him better than their day 3 guard last year, Christian Mahogany, and I like Christian Mahogany a lot. Miles Frazier's, like, as far as pass protection goes. So my note on him, this is crazy stat for Miles Frazier. 188 true drop back pass pro reps. So no screen, no RPO, no play action, just drop back and protect one-on-one. On those 188 true drop back passes, which was the most by any interior offensive lineman in this class. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but most college teams don't have a lot of true drop back passing. So he had most
a lot
reps,
of practice.
0 quarterback hits, 0 sacks given up, only 5 total pressures. elite pass protecting guard. Just don't ask him to run block ever, and you're good to go. Like, if you can have a designated pass rusher, you should have a designated pass protector. Just roll his ass in there on 3rd and 7, and he's going to lock him up. But, yeah, the reason why he went this late is not a great run blocker, but, boy, he could protect.
Yeah, outside of their wild Isaac Tesla trade-up pick, Patron-only Williams, Tate Ratledge, Miles Frazier. Meat and potatoes draft from a meat and potatoes franchise in a year where there are a lot of meat and potatoes. Like, again, people called this a bad draft because it didn't have all the high-end flashy talent at quarterback, which we're seeing play out. There weren't necessarily a whole bunch of number 1 wide receivers. There weren't 4 or 5 elite pass protecting left tackles, right? All the sort of sexy stuff at the top of the draft. Edges, the edge class at the top was marred by a bunch of different issues. So people went, oh, it's a bad draft. It's not. It's full of guys like Miles Frazier and Tate Ratledge. And, teams are going to load up on this defensive tackle class, on the running backs, safeties. We're going to see a bunch more safeties go off the board today because there's still a lot of good safeties, and we're getting close to the end of the draft. They're not all going to get picked. Like, this is a draft to load up on your backups and reserves and special teams, and that sounds like a backhanded compliment. It is absolutely not. You need those players on your team in the NFL. They can't all be superstars. You can't pay them all. You need young, good talent, and this draft is full of it at, some of the less sexy positions.
Chris Paul Jr. is an LA Ram. They just gave up 2-6 to go up and get him.
Okay. At this point, I can see it.
I love it. At this point, at several points ago, I could see it.
You were higher on Chris than I was. I'm very high on Chris Paul, the person. Having sat down with him, I want that guy in my locker room. On tape, again, what he put on tape at his previous stop before he got to Ole Miss, I thought was better. And it's always hard when a guy has a better year and then has a drop-off year for any reason, whether it's coaching change, school change, whatever, injury, who knows. I just didn't think his tape at Ole Miss was anywhere near what his tape was at Arkansas. And, they are fully believing that they can get that out of him. I know you think he should have gone 2, maybe 3 rounds earlier. I had him in this range. I would have taken him a little bit earlier than this, but not a lot earlier than this.
He might be able to get some snaps here, right? Because right now their linebacker duo is
Yes.
Troy Reader and Omar Spates. And
Yes.
behind that they got Nate Landman and Elias Neal. And Tony Fields. Tony Fields is still kicking around. How about that?
Hey, there's an EJ blast from the past. Tony Fields the third.
There are available snaps in LA.
There's a little sign out front that's in neon. Snaps available.
But they also they just don't value linebacker, so they never take them early. So Chris Paul is the exact kind of guy they like, that they just have blind confidence that they're going to be able to get on day 3. And you know what? They're right.
They
right.
continue to be right about that, and it's part of their scouting process. Which, if you haven't read Jordan Rodriguez's articles on the Rams and how they've really, again, Jack Gladstone, who's the new GM of the Jags, pioneered that process for them, spearheaded it, and they have a very different valuation process, but they are going to come rolling in, I swear, every year. And the value, you look at the value, right? Top to bottom, Terrence Ferguson, Josiah Stewart, Jarquez Hunter, who we talked about at length, Ty Hamilton, who we talked about a little bit, and then Chris Paul Jr. in the 5th round. Like, you get Hunter in the 4th. Like, Hunter's going to be such a good player for them. I know everybody loves the name Blake Corum, but Jarquez Hunter is going to be a better pro than Blake Corum. And I know they love Blake Corum in LA. This is not slander. Like, Jarquez Hunter is going to be a better running back in the Ram system in the pros than Blake Corum is. And I don't think that's a stretch at all.
So Jackson Haas just went to the Buffalo Bills. You might be thinking, don't they already have enough tight ends?
That's the most Bills pick ever.
He's a blocking tight end to me.
100%.
6'4", 250 plus. He's not like, the 6'6", 270 that some people think of like as a blocking tight end should be. But if we're talking about pound for pound strength, technique, like he was one of the 3 best run blocking tight ends in this class, in my opinion. And if they really need a tight end to catch passes, they have a million others that can do that for them. So I like this. I like this a lot. Also, he's going to be really good on kickoff return team, not as a returner, but as a blocker in space. So I see this also as a special teams pick.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And no more meat and potatoes pick than Jackson Hawes going to the Bills in a meat and potatoes draft. Like blocker. Like, don't look at him to be anything else. He's not supposed to be anything else. He's a glorified 6th offensive lineman, and he's good at it.
Could have been Willie Lampkin.
Oh, Cardinals just add another one. They're collecting gems at corner. And I don't mean bootleg gems. I mean Thanos gems. They just keep stacking them up. Denzel Burke, the corner from Ohio State.
Yeah, this is about where I thought he was going to go.
Yeah.
And he was my corner 18, I want to say.
Yeah, he's way down there for me. I started off a lot higher in the process. I'd seen some tape, obviously.
Well, he's an Ohio State corner, so you just like assume, right?
I was like, yeah, he's going to be. And he was one of those guys I watched fairly early, actually, and then just kept watching other players and stacking above them, stacking. It's not like I'm dropping Denzel Burke. I'm just rating the rest of the corners. And eventually he ends up down in the 20s. And I'm like, what? Really? So I went back, did a recheck on him real quick a couple of weekends ago when I was finishing up my corners. And I was like, nope, I don't. I'm not moving him up. He's a good player, but that's what he is. He's a good player.
I wish that there was more ball production, right? Because
I wish he got his head around a little bit more. I wish he was, more staunch in tackling than he is. It's not that he won't or he's terribly bad at it, but he doesn't. He's not a plus tackler.
I felt like he got bullied at the catch point. Like he gave up 4 first downs for every forced incompletion because he just would get bullied at the catch point. He's not very big,
Yeah.
So yeah, again, you see Ohio State corner and you're like, all right,
let's roll.
Let's roll. And then you watch and you're like, okay, and you do all the other corners and you end up and he's your 18th guy. But
you're like,
he tackles well. It's weird how he's more physical as a tackler than he is at the catch point. So yeah. Interesting profile, but yeah, he's a 6th round corner. It's fine.
Yeah, chat's asking if Shedeur Sanders is gone yet. Shedeur Sanders isn't even the best safety to play for Colorado. It's Cameron Silman Craig, and again, he's a very particular type. He is a box corner that is going to mess stuff up, but he's good at that. Like for an undersized guy, he's a thumper. Like Cameron Silman Craig will come up and hit you in the mouth. Shiloh had, I don't know, it had some stats like his brother, that's for sure, that seemed a little better than they actually were when you dug into him. Like you went into it and you looked at his catch percentage allowed and stuff. Like nobody took advantage of it. The NFL passer rating when targeted was really low, but again on tape it was kind of like Elijah Roberts. You went in going, oh, that's a great number. Where is it?
I'll tell you this much. I did not have to watch Shedeur Sanders tape because I saw him a hell of a lot when I was doing Big 12 receivers. All I needed.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, I'm not gonna put him on the list.
Seahawks pick is in.
Yeah. Dylan's got to watch his typing. Let's see what we do, Seattle. Hey, trust me, I'm the typo king, Dylan. You can't ever take the title.
Especially, we are.
I got a head start.
We are 4 hours and 7 minutes into this stream, so everybody's brain is mush at this point, and we are halfway there.
Yeah, for sure. Carolina. This is when drafts a lot of times start to fall off, right? Is that like I'm looking at the Bills draft specifically, and the Bills draft is strangely like a sandwich, and it's not just because I'm hungry. Maxwell Harrison is the opening pick, kind of like, what about that? And then T.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker. I'm like, okay, you're on a bit of a, might not be the high here, but you're on a bit of a roll. I get it. I can see the vision. And then Jordan Hancock and Jackson Hawes.
Jackson, my brain is sharp as a sock.
Oh, no. Spencer, I fueled purely by caffeine. Yeah, that's me for the last like 2 months.
Wow, we got Robbie Oots going before Thomas Fedoni
Yeah,
in the year of our Lord 2025. I'm not sure how I feel about that one, EJ.
I'm gonna make a joke about his last name and say I was oots on him after watching his blocking drill at the combine. I am oots on him.
Not. He's not a downfield threat.
No,
I don't think he's an
CJ.
NFL caliber blocking tight end. You could argue he's a yak threat, but he's not crazy dynamic. Yeah, man. Thomas Fedoni's medicals must not be great.
Well, that's very possible for a guy running around looking like his bottom half is made out of Transformer. Yeah, I would imagine not, because boy, can he catch, like in terms of this tight end, any tight end class. Fedoni's hands are exceptional. I mean, some of the catches he made around the sideline specifically are what I would, no offense, tight ends. I played tight end way back a long time ago, but wide receiver only catches. Oh, Tyler Barron.
Tyler Barron off the board. I forgot he was even available because I just assumed he would be gone by now. Really well-rounded edge rusher. I like his first step. He's got enough bend to finish. He's got a little bit of pop to him. Like he's one of those like jack of all trades, master of none type edge rushers, but there's not like a standout trait, but like he's got a little bit of everything to his game. I liked how he converts speed to power. Hand placement is good. Like he is who's that Tennessee edge? Like Derek Barnett. Like a smaller version of Derek Barnett. Not that, I don't mean to say small, but like Derek Barnett's like 265, 270. So like a less heavy version of Derek Barnett who is tailor-made to be the third edge in your rotation. That is Tyler Barron.
I had Tyler Barron directly in the middle of this bunch of edges that were going to get taken from like the 5th to the 7th. This was my group that had Femi Oladejo. This is the group that I had him right above Kyle Kennard, who went much earlier. Ethan Downs is in here. Kyman Rucker, Johnny Walker Jr. Like, again, take your flavor, but I had him solidly in the middle of that group for a reason, because I think that's where he was, and I was sort of the most median about him. He could have gone in the 5th, and I would have gone, yep, I understand what they saw. He could have gone in the 7th, and I was like, yep, I understand what they think the limitations are. Ends up going, again, right in the middle of that group, and I think he will be a contributor, and you need guys in that rotation who are exactly that, who are the second and third lines in hockey. They're going to come in and be wave relief, in the third quarter, be your pass rush unit that just subs in. And he's going to be part of that to start and can work his way up from there. Because again, I don't think he's like one of those players that's ceilinged out either physically or just from a football development standpoint.
They're saying Oots is going to be a fullback, which makes more sense to me now.
Sure.
Somebody was asking what's wrong with Damian Martinez. So, again, there's a difference in character and maturity.
Yeah.
The story with Damian Martinez, Oregon State doesn't have a whole lot of NIL money compared to everybody else, especially compared to University of Miami, right? They were paying, Oregon State, after 2 good years, were paying Damian Martinez $400,000 a year in $100,000 per quarter installments. What does a 20-year-old kid making $400,000 a year do? You buy a Hellcat. So he goes to the dealership, which is linked in with the Oregon State NIL people, and he gets a Hellcat, doesn't put any money down, still owes $8,000 for this down payment, and just never pays the dealership. And so the dealership is like trying to get him to pay for this Hellcat. And then they go to the collective and they're like, okay, we'll just send you the $8,000 for this. And they took that out of his $100,000 payment. He got pissed about that. And it's like, well, you bought a car, you got to pay for it. And then he transferred to Miami because they paid him more. And also, I think he might have had a driving citation. Because again, young kid with a Hellcat. I can't remember that part, but I know about the money part.
Chat says he had a DUI. Yep. Not surprising.
Again, we're talking about maturity here, where it's like you don't just get a free car unless that's in the contract. Like you can't just get a car and then not pay for it, and then get mad when somebody else has to pay for it for you and then makes you pay them back. Like, so that's what's going on.
Chad is spamming what's wrong with Devin Neal. I don't know. I've asked.
Yeah, that one I have no idea.
Yes, he should be a running back that goes in this range. I would have said he would have been off the board by the 5th. Again, I would not have been surprised just with the depth in this running back class if a team prioritized other backs and he went in the 5th. I would have been like, fine. Now that we're through the 5th, I'm same as you. I'm like, okay, like he's better than a 5th round running back in my estimation. What's going on? Is it medical? Is it character? Is it off the field? Who knows? Don't know yet. If I get an answer, I'll let you know. I might not get an answer. We don't always get an answer.
But we try.
But we try. Yeah. Final 2 rounds, baby. Lock in, you filthy draft heathens. Really hoping to hear Isaiah Nair's name get called. Dan Morgan is crushing it. Keep pounding. Christian Doyle, $5. Thank you very much, Christian. And yeah, Dan's having a hell of a draft. I can see the path.
And it all makes sense. Like it feels cohesive, right?
Yeah, right. I think I like that the best is that it's competent, right? You're like, I get it. I see what you're trying to do here. Whether or not you're right, who knows? None of us know for 2 or 3 years in the draft. That's just not the way it goes. But like at, best available information that we have at the time, I can look at what they're doing and going, yeah, they address their biggest needs first. Now they're going on to other things and finding out where they have things that really match up with, again, their coaching staff, all this stuff. You got to realize they've been watching these kids for years.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have multiple year dossiers on every single one of these guys, and they know them from their previous stops. They hand off their scouting reports as they transfer in the transfer portal to the other area scouts. Like they've seen them, talk to their coaches for years now. And it really does come down to, hey, with who we are and what we want to do, as the Panthers are right now with a fairly new coaching staff, new GM, like what do we want in our building? What do we not have? Are we trying to build leadership? Are we trying to remove bad elements? I'm not saying Carolina has those, but you definitely see teams do that. Miami's trying to do it right now where they're trying to reduce some negatives and change a little bit of the inside culture, change the toughness. You can see that in their picks. And, so they have all this information, and it really comes down to, on the outside, we're just saying, I don't know, tape looked good. He was fast. And they're looking at years of, everything, medical documents, meetings with the kid, coaches.
Like, yeah, but he eats people on the side. So it's like,
nah. And there's a lot of things that we don't know, right? Again, we reach out, we try and find out some of those things, but there are definitely guys that we just don't know.
Yeah. It's not like agents are going to tell us.
No.
Well, most of them. Some of them are honest.
Yeah.
There are a few honest agents out there.
Unless, they lost them as a client to another agent, and then they're happy to.
Then we hear all about it.
Yeah. Gloves are off right now. He dumped me. Tell you why he's a bad boyfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Also, the agent world is...
No, not a world I want to live in. That's
a rough one. It's a rough one, folks.
Yeah, we visit for a few weeks a year.
We're like, all right, see you in 52 weeks.
Like combat tourism. Oh my goodness.
Bill's on the clock again. Could we get your fabled RJ Mickens pick here?
If it happens, I think they would really enjoy it. He's still there. And I think, again, this isn't like super late. People are like, oh, what happened to RJ Mickens? Like, RJ Mickens has the talent to go as I would say, probably end of the 4th was like a top range where I would look with him. The fact that we're, early into the 6th, like, yeah, sure. Like that is the range. Oh, Dorian Strong. Another VT kid off the board. Yeah. Big, tall corner from Virginia Tech. A lot of speed. He ran 4.5, but you see, I guess a lot of quickness for a guy as tall as he is. It's trying to think about reps I saw him down the field, like carrying long speed. But again, he's tall enough that the height makes up for a lot of it. So even if the distance is starting to stretch out a little bit, you still got to throw it over him, which 35 yards down the field is tough to do. He's very tough. at or around the line of scrimmage. He'll get his hands on you, make it tough to get around and by. And then he can run pretty well. Like 4.5 is not bad. It's not blazing, but he's also quick. Like he accelerates quickly. So he's up to that speed. He does. I'm trying to think about whether or not I felt like he really topped out down the field. Because again,
well, he
speed,
normally didn't.
speed.
He didn't let people get up to their top speed. Like, he had the third most press snaps out of any corner in this class. Like,
Yeah, he beat people up. That's his gig.
He's like, even if I don't have 4.2 speed, I'm not going to let you have 4.2 speed either.
Yeah, you gotta earn your 4.2 speed. This is not just shirt and shorts, man. We got pads on.
I like him though. I really do. And they kind of need that. Like they needed a press corner outside.
Strangely enough, I'm going to compare him to another college program's corners in terms of his play style. He reminded me of a Minnesota corner.
Like in terms of hard hat and lunch pail.
I mean, in terms of like tall, linear speed, right? Tough guys like Terrell Smith was in that mold. Like he reminded me, like if he didn't play for VT, I could have seen him playing for Minnesota for PJ Fleck, and like same kind of idea of what we want out of a corner, right?
I thought he was better impressed than Hairston, who they took 30th overall. I mean, that's not really Hairston's game, but still.
I was going to say,
if you want somebody to play press coverage, it's probably going to be Dorian.
Yeah. All right. Owl with Howl. Very cool. 5 euros. Greetings from Germany. Thanks for the coverage and saving my mental health during the Rager pick, even if only for a short time. I dig the Eagles draft so far. Yeah. They're, I have a feeling when we do our best drafts episode here in a couple of days that the Eagles will probably feature prominently because I can't see how they won't.
They'll be up there because they're up there every year.
Yeah.
We got another one, EJ.
Bilal Coney.
All you. I didn't get him.
Okay.
I'm not there. I didn't get to Western Michigan corners this year.
Yeah, Western Michigan corner. He also went to Senior Bowl, but I got to him in my almost like third wave. I didn't. I saw him at the combine, and he didn't get the little C designation from me. I thought, okay, whatever. But yeah, a couple of weeks ago when I was finishing off, late second, early third wave corners, Bilal Coney came up. He's a pleasant surprise. He ended up, where did he end up for me? So I didn't have him on that one. Horizontal board. Corner. Coney had him just under Justin Wally, just above Dorian Strong, strangely enough, who just went off the board. So apparently they agreed with my grades. I had him a couple of spots above Zay Frazier. I like Zay Frazier. He's aggressive. He's physical. He's a little bit raw. I'm going to pull up my full report I wrote on him, so I don't end up talking out of turn. 2025 player report corner. Coney. All right. 6'1", 190, so really good size. Smooth through his pedal. Uses his length well to stab at the receiver's shoulders. Better in press than zone, but he's not bad there either. Fast, runs a little duck-footed, but he can wheel. 4.43, wildly athletic. Can contort in the air in ways that other DBs don't. Reminded me a little bit of Morrison that way of like, what are you doing with your body and how did you get between the ball and the receiver? A bunch of those reps on his tape. Almost to just wrap around receivers. Physical, doesn't concede catches easily. Form is a work in progress. Still needs some technique, but again, raw, athletic, fast, aggressive, but he studied. You can tell he definitely sets his coverage in a way that you can tell that he watched tape, and he's trying to counter what the receiver likes to do the most. He's a little notchy, but already effective. Should continue to get better. Can lose the ball in the air, downfield routes. When he turns his head, he doesn't always locate the ball, but that's a tough skill for corners to develop. Solid form tackler with his shoulder. Uses his size when he hits. He'll lay the lumber. Needs some work to be a starter at the next level, but the tools and instincts are all there. Just needs more reps and polish. So, like him a lot.
Wolverine, Chiefs fan, asked, us Chiefs fans are a little mad Casey hasn't drafted a running back yet. Is there a fit you like with the guys left? Do we have the worst running back in the room in the NFL? I don't know if it's the worst running back in the room in the NFL, but you definitely need Brashard Smith, who's still on the board, to be your runner / receiver. Because I feel like that's kind of what they're missing, is like a dynamic receiving element out of the backfield and not just like a check down artist.
Did you just say the Chiefs should take the running back I want? Because I'm going to take it personal at
They're
this point.
probably it's the Chiefs. They're going to snipe you. But the fact that
Feel
Rashard
bad
Smith
about
is still even available,
Yeah.
you could take him anywhere here, and he's valuable, a value. And also, like, you can do like fun stuff, like put him in the slot, run him on like he ran double moves because he's a converted receiver. Like, I don't know, Rashard Smith fits for me, for them.
Yeah, his ability down the field as a receiver is bonkers because he did play receiver. Yeah, you see him like squaring up and toe tapping like 15-yard outs. You're like, wait, he's a running back, right? And you're like, oh, wide receiver convert. Got it. He's Tyrone Tracy's profile, except farther along than Tyrone Tracy at this point in his development. Fast and a very good runner too. That's the thing, is usually when you move from receiver to runner, the vision's very different and you have to run angles and have patience in a way that you typically don't at wide receiver. And Rashard Smith already looks very, very comfortable running the football and catching the football. He looks every bit the wide receiver he used to be. So you're kind of getting a 2-for-1, and he's explosive on top of that.
So 2 picks back to back. Dolphins took Ollie Gordon II, who is just your classic outside zone type of running. Like, it's what he's best at, is outside zone.
He's like inside zone though to me, because he has trouble getting outside. He is straight line and speed and upright and run you over. But
he's outside zone in the sense that you're never going to hit it all the way to the front side. It's always going to cut back, which 90% of the time is what's going to happen no matter who has the ball. But he is more of a one-cut guy than a stop-start guy because he doesn't have that stop-start ability. I thought he was better in 2023 than 2024. He is kind of stiff-hipped, but he's got like this almost banana-type cutback where it's not really a cutback, it's more of a bend upfield. And when he's at speed, he could really do some damage. And then following that, the Raiders, continuing their incredible draft.
They draft the best fullback available.
JJ Pegues, IDL / fullback / tight end. I love this pick. I'm a little bit heartbroken because I thought he was going to be a Charger because he's such a perfect fit for them. But I love JJ Pegues. I think he should have been gone a round ago, or 4th round is probably where I'd start. And he's a, like, it's not even like, oh, he's a gimmick, like he's just going to be a fullback. Like, he's a legitimately good defensive tackle.
Really good defensive
Powerful hands, agile. Oh, the Eagles took Kyle McCord.
The Eagles take Kyle McCord. Howie, you have my undying loyalty. That's it. I'm done. Like, come on. Like, so how many first-round picks to trade for Howie? I'll pay whatever you want.
I'd give up my full draft to get Howie.
Yeah, you want my next 5 first-round picks? I know I can't give up 5 first-round picks. You want my next 5 first-round picks? I'll find a way to, like, slip them to you under the table. Give me Howie as my GM.
Yeah, because he'll find a way to get him back.
Unreal. That is a great pick for the Eagles. Like, such a great
remember, this is what the Eagles do. They take quarterbacks often because they can develop them and flip them for bigger assets.
In the 6th. Come on, 181. Get out of here. I say what you want about Kyle McCord. 181.
He's great. He's great. Or great value, I should say.
You give him that offensive core to deal with. Like, he had LaQuint Allen, who's a very good running back. He got Saquon now. He had a very good wide receiver core. You threw Dante and AJ. Come on, like,
and it's like, if Jalen gets hurt, they're insulated from injury. Like, you can start Kyle McCord and be fine
and win a bunch of games. You will win if you have to play 4 games while Kyle McCord is hurt. After he's up to speed with the offense, which won't take very long. I mean, that'll be by the time they start playing games in the fall. He's a very sharp guy. Like, you're going to win 3 out of the 4 games with that roster and Kyle McCord. You don't even have to lean on him.
Yeah.
Right? You could have him throw 15 to 20 times a game and hurt people, because he can hurt people with his arm, and just hand it off to Saquon for the rest of the time. And you're going to win 3 out of 4 of those games because Vic has all the new toys on defense too. Like, that's so sick.
Yep. He is a 3rd to 4th round quarterback on tape that they got in the 6th round.
Yep.
Which, considering the positional value, that is a value. I like it a lot.
Yeah, they're like, you have McCord, DTR, and McKee. I'm like, well, you have McCord, DTR's developmental,
and even
McKee,
then, like the Browns were begging them to take DTR in the trade. Like they were trying to get him out of there. So I don't think DTR is even going to make the roster.
No, I think he's and I wouldn't be surprised if he got supplanted in camp. But McCord is, I think, very quickly going to be QB2 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Raiders. So first, Ashton Jeanty running behind JJ Pegues. What in the world are you going to do about that?
Sure.
Yeah, Jeanty, Besh, Porter, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, Dante Thornton as they're just blazing down the field threat, Tonka Hemingway, and then Pegues. Very, very solid draft for the new regime in Las Vegas.
Eagles fans love Tanner McKee. That's what I've come to find out.
No, that's fine.
Oh, boy. Pick is in for the Patriots. At this point, like, the Patriots could have no picks left, and they still had a great draft.
Yeah.
There's nothing they could take here that would make it worse. Like, that would downgrade it for me.
And the other thing, yes, Kyle McCord is basically going home. He's a South Jersey kid.
Yep. Yep, he is.
His family's got to be out of their freaking minds right now.
He commute to his games. They live like half hour away.
And he's going to go play for the Super Bowl champions. Like, come on. Like, I know that everybody wants to be drafted early and whatever else. But if you're any kind of down-the-board player, the best thing you want is situation. And Kyle McCord is like, okay, let's go.
Juan Rodriguez, speaking of the Patriots being on the clock, $5 says, you guys believe the Pats are having a strong draft. Do you guys feel good about the chance of the Patriots finishing second in the division next season?
Well, here's what I'll say about that. I saw that question. I had a second to think about it. It is, but it comes together. I think they have potentially the best quarterbacking situation of everybody outside of Buffalo. So we're talking about second in the division, right? Potentially. And you're surrounding them with weapons. You're having a great draft. You are counting on the new staff to tone up that defense. And again, hopefully they get Barmore back from injury and they've made some picks to make sure that they have some insulation there, because they couldn't stop anybody last year. And that certainly hurts anybody, because having to go out and score 40, especially with a rookie quarterback, is not going to happen very often. You're hoping the defense gets toned up to mid-pack, which I know for Patriots fans feels like a huge letdown after all the years they had at the top of the defensive rankings, but mid-pack would be great. And that basically the plan, not only the coaching plan, but also this talent acquisition plan comes together. And if they mesh, if those two plans mesh, you've got the best quarterback. So best quarterback to be second, right? Best of the remaining three teams, let's be clear. And if you're talking about coming in second in the division, I can see those things coming together. I mean, that's the plan they're shooting for. It's possible, but the Jets are not going to be an easy out anymore. I know you've counted on that for a long time. The Jets are going to be a tough out. Whether or not you beat them, they're going to beat you up. Like, Aaron Glenn's going to make sure of it. And the Dolphins are kind of in an interesting spot because they're retooling, right? And I got lulled into the trap last year of, hey, Tua's going to be healthy. Well, he wasn't, and that was the end of that. And the rest of the team just really fell apart because of it. If, again, Tua stays healthy, they're going to be a tough out, even though they're retooling. I still think they're probably third or fourth in division right now. But, draft's not done. UDFA's not done. We'll see. So, because of Drake May and the talent acquisition of this draft, yes, it's possible you could finish second. You would have to have one of those years, kind of like Washington had last year, where you were just a year ahead of where everybody thought you were.
And
can you have that year?
If they get into a kicker duel, they just got a new kicker, Andres Borregales from Miami. The first kicker off the board. Patriots legend, Andres Borregales.
He's a good kicker, too. I don't scout kickers, but I did watch him kick a few times. Marcus Harris to the Titans. I like this. The last member of the Cal secondary.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. So you got Noah Williams, you got Craig Woodson, and Marcus Harris is the other corner. And I think they went in the right order. I certainly think Noel is more talented, but Marcus Harris is sneaky solid, right?
Aggressive.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
Yeah. I like him a lot. So I think it's a good pick. Titans are continuing to stack talent, which they need to do. They were talent deficient as a roster overall against their competition, and they're narrowing that gap.
If we're looking at, hold on, where is my handy dandy stat sheet here?
Yeah. Dylan says Cal's secondary was amazing last year. They really were. They were loaded. And they had Teddy playing in front of them. So really, if you're talking about, we always talk about front seven, but if you're talking about back seven, they didn't really have anybody at defensive line, but their back seven was very, very talented.
Let's see. How many penalties did he have? Here we go.
Oh, Marcus?
Yeah.
A lot.
I'm looking up the
5 or
number because
7.
I'm pretty
I think
sure.
it's 7.
Pretty sure he had a bunch.
Hang on, I've got it right here. Penalties, he had. Oh, did I not put him on the list? I thought I had him on the list. You're gonna have to look it up. I put Noel on the list, but I didn't put him on the list. Or the little data table. I had him on the data table for a while. He got bumped by CB California penalties. It says he only had 3 last year. 5'11", 190.
Was
Says
that
he had
it?
3. Yeah, I thought he had more.
I wonder if he had a bunch of offsetting because I swear a bunch of times on tape he was tangled up with the receiver and I saw flags, so maybe it was.
Yeah, no, this lists both. It allows the ones that were called and the ones that were accepted.
Oh,
And he had 3 total.
Devin Neal just came off the board of the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, that's a nice fit. I like that. Kellen's gonna have fun with him.
It also means that I think the Kendre Miller experience is winding down. You don't want him.
I don't.
You don't want Kendre Miller.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you don't want Kendre Miller.
Okay.
You
All
don't.
right.
You don't.
Okay.
Just trust me. I know. I know. We have to.
As soon as you look away, I'm gonna go call about Kendre Miller.
We have our priors. I understand. You don't want Kendre Miller.
Okay. All right.
Their staff didn't want Kendre Miller.
I know their staff didn't want Kendre Miller, and he's never coming to Chicago because Dennis Allen was the coach that subbed him. He's not going to go play where Dennis Allen's on staff. That's not going to happen.
Less Scary Terry for $9.99. Love Connerly and Amos, especially local special teams pick. I don't get Washington's Planet Edge. Their inability to run stop killed them down the stretch. Top 3 are Armstrong, Farrell, Baptiste. What am I missing? As far as like the Washington edge rush rotation, what are you missing?
You know what I would like here if you want some more firepower there that's still available. Jared Ivey.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what's up with that.
He would fit. Like he fits them.
He would, but he shouldn't be here. So now I'm wondering why.
I don't know. I mean, I had him as a 5th or 6th rounder, like because there's so many of them, right? It's just volume, right? You can't pick a defensive lineman every other pick in the draft, and you almost would have to. There's freaking 45 of them. It's ridiculous.
So Washington's edge rotation, you got Jacob Martin as like the explosive bendy pass rush specialist. Dietrich Weiss and Dorrance Armstrong, I think, are really more your heavy-handed run-stopping edges, but they still need another pass rusher, which is not Clelin Ferrell. Let's see, who's a pass-rushing edge that's still there? That's the hard part.
Yeah, not very many. I mean, Johnny Walker Jr. could be there for them. I mean,
Fadel Diggs, maybe?
Diggs is, but he seems light for what they like. They tend to like him heavier. I would say Johnny Walker Jr., although he's not quick. He's a power edge, he's effective.
You gamble on the athleticism of Elijah Ponder. Ooh.
Yeah.
Steelers just took Will Howard.
There you go.
So I think it's very clear at this point, like the Steelers' plan at quarterback is Aaron Rodgers. They're going to sign Aaron Rodgers. That is a thing. Surprised it didn't happen already.
Yeah,
but
they're pretty sure about it at this point.
Will Howard is going to be your big-armed developmental quarterback that if Aaron gets hurt again and we throw him into the game, we pray to the football gods, but they are not spending remotely a premium asset on having a developmental quarterback. I think they're punting essentially on this quarterback class, other than taking this lotto ticket in Will Howard and saying, we'll come back and try to get the real guy of the future in a better quarterback class.
Yeah, it's possible. I like Will Howard better than you do. I do not think they are picking him to start at all.
No.
Like, obviously, with what they're doing, but I think he could surprise them. Like, I do, and we'll see how that works. Back to the pass rushing edge for the Steelers. Antoine Powell-Ryland, did he go while I was gone?
He is not gone.
Hey, if you're talking about a pass rushing specialist, not a full-time edge to play early downs and all that, you could do a lot worse than importing the guy from VT up the road to the nation's capital. Yeah, I would like that move a lot. Again, there might be something going on there. I don't know, because talent-wise and production-wise, he should be off the board by now. We're in the middle to late sixth. Like, he's a better player than that.
So now Ravens are on the clock.
Yeah, the element that Will Howard brings to the Steelers that I really like, that is probably going to be, I mean, obviously they're going to put up all the highlights of his throws, is the power quarterback run game. And I don't mean the, like, I'm going to dodge everybody, Mike Vick quarterback run game. I mean the power quarterback. You can call QB power with Will Howard like 2 or 3 times a game, because he is a solid dude. He's 6'4", to almost 240, I think, 230, something like that. Let me go back. And they, one game they ran him way too many times. And I was like, okay, Chip, like, chill out. Like, 6'4", 236, almost 240. So
he's a big dude.
And he can move. Like, if you're running, just off tackle, if you're running like QB power off tackle, Will Howard's a weapon. He can run some people over. He's not going to make anybody miss necessarily, but he doesn't need to. They're going to, smaller defensive backs. If you get a 185-pound nickel coming up against a 236-pound quarterback with a head of steam who can really run, I'll take the quarterback. And it also helps him survive in the pocket. There are going to be shades, and they're just tiny little shades of his ability to evade pressure because of his size. Roethlisberger was famous for that, just especially early in his career, just shucking off hits like, nah, you can't get me down. Will Howard's going to have a couple of those, and Pittsburghers are going to cheer like mad. They're going to be like, it's Big Ben all over again. It's not, but it'll look like it for a few downs a year.
Connor says Hockey's was drinking Everclear within 30 seconds of the pick being announced.
Oof. Trying to wash that
I feel like
taste out of his
there's
mouth.
no winning. There's no winning there, because it's like it's either Aaron Rodgers, Will Howard. No matter
Or
what,
Everclear.
Everclear is getting consumed.
Oh, Hawkeyes, take care of yourself, man. That stuff's dangerous.
I think he
Trust
is.
me.
I think that's what that's for, is taking care of himself.
Okay.
Can't be disappointed if you're dead.
All right. Hawkeyes, we like you alive. Let's be clear.
I'm not sure Hockey's like
He doesn't
people
like it
alive.
right now, but come on. Will Howard's going to have his preseason highlights. You're going to get so hyped. You're going to get so hyped.
All right, we're rolling barrels through the crowd. That's how you know we're halfway through day 3.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Do you have to wear the cheese hat?
The weather looks nice, though.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say it's a beautiful day. Like, yesterday it was kind of blustery, and like people were wearing coats and all kind of huddled. Today everybody's like, sunny, woohoo, changeable
Dude.
upper Midwest weather.
It rained here last night,
Oh,
if you can believe it. I know.
it's actually, maybe we stole your weather, because it's clear and sunny. At least let me say, at sunrise it was clear and sunny. Because all my friends on the East Coast forgot about the time change, and all those texts I sent out last night at this morning at 1 a.m. started coming back in at 4:55.
Was there a time change last night?
No,
Oh, okay.
but I sent them out. I stayed up till probably 1, doing work, getting ready for today and looking at best available and the whole thing, and sent out a bunch of texts about like, please bail me out of Shamar Turner. Tell me what I'm missing. I got a bunch of sort of lukewarm, well, it'll be okay if they slim him down and turn him into a defensive end.
David Rodriguez for $5. Panthers should take Willie Lampkin. The only O lineman Bryce will be able to see over.
Oh my God. Okay, I have to say it is a short joke. It is at Bryce Young's expense, but the funniest thing I've read all draft season is Tet in his opening press conference said he found out that Bryce Young stood on the table for him, and somebody put a comment on that of, yeah, well, how else were they going to see him? And I was like, okay, it's mean, but it's funny.
Oh, boy. Oh, Ravens just took a kicker.
Tyler Loop. No idea. Don't scout kickers.
You know what? All things considered, on my good side. We'll take it. We'll take it.
You're just thinking about kicker replacement at this point.
Should have already happened, but hey, we'll take it.
Agreed.
Give me the kicker RAS card. We might have one. Hold on.
Yeah. I don't think kick strength is an RAS category. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, neither is felonies.
Yeah.
Let's see. There we go. Kicker RAS card. He is 5'11", 191.
Wow. Did you really? Oh my God.
Not a large human being.
No arm length for the kicker? Come on.
No leg length either. Let's go. We got kicker RAS cards on day 3.
I'm impressed. I really am. I can't even.
It's Kent Lee Platt, man. It's all him.
Oh, for sure, but I'm just impressed.
Where's his bench? I don't know if Tyler Loop's ever benched in his life.
I was gonna say, do kickers ever reduce benches at 125? How many times you could do 125? What's his foot size?
Oh, Rex, are you here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, your Texans get Jalen Reed. You wanted a Penn State safety, you got one.
We got the other one.
You got the other one. He's not bad.
Special teams.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Special teams.
I watched worse during this draft cycle, for sure.
I do want to know what's up with Kobe Bryant, though. I would have taken Kobe Bryant there.
Yeah, I can't believe Kobe's still on the board. I had him going a while. He was my first corner rated after Zaire Thomas.
I got nothing. I have no idea.
I had him above Quincy Riley. I had him above Noel. I had him above same tier as Quincy Riley, Noel Williams, and Maxwell Harrison. Above guys like Wally and Kone and Strong. Something's up with that. It's not just the physical stature, like, because he plays way above his physical stature in terms of tackler, in terms of, wanting contact, whatever else. There's either a medical thing, which we didn't know about, or he had terrible interviews, which, I could see, but his interview with us was real good, which is obviously a totally different format. But yeah, Looper arm length is 28 3/8. A 70 wingspan, massive human being.
So Paxman, I'm going back through super chats. Paxman for $20 says, who goes first and where, Scatabo or Sampson? Well, obviously Scatabo went. What do you think about the Jags and Falcons betting on themselves by trading away 2026 first? So those moves to me were different from each other. The Falcons move was, if we don't have a better pass rush this year, and considering all the money that they've spent on that team, all the assets, like, if they don't go to the playoffs, they're in trouble. And I don't think jobs are as secure there as people think. And so they're like, screw it. We're going to trade away an asset that if we fail this year, we're not going to get to use anyway. And we're going to double dip at pass rusher. We're going to try to fix that issue once and for all. The Jags was different. I think the Jags came in and they were past the blue chip shelf. So they wanted to get above the blue chip talent shelf. And if they're going to take a guy top 5, they at least in their minds wanted it to be worth it. But B, I think they evaluated their roster and they thought they were closer than a lot of people were giving them credit for, and they think it was truly just injury issues and bad coaching that led to them having a top 5 pick. And so they're like, well, if we trade away a future first, it's going to be in the 20s anyway, because that's how they're evaluating their roster as a playoff team, especially if they get Travis Hunter. And so they're thinking like, yeah, we'll give up a 26th overall pick to make sure we get above that talent shelf. So they both traded up for different reasons, in my opinion.
Titans took Khalil Mullings, running back from Michigan, which is surprising to me based on how I had the running backs rated, because there's 5 guys still available that I would have taken above Khalil Mullings.
I liked his feet a lot. He's a big man. He's physical, which, I mean, all Michigan running backs are. You kind of have to be. And they run a lot of gap schemes there, so it's a lot of, start, stop, read it, go. And I really liked his feet for a bigger running back.
Again, 5 guys I would have picked before him. So talking about Taj Brooks, Marcus Yarns, Corey Kiner, Kent Allen, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, I think, is still on the board. Rashard Smith still on the board. Multiple guys above Khalil Mullings.
Yeah, the Rashard Smith thing is weird to me.
At this point, yes. Yeah, we're starting to get into territory where I'm like, okay, we're past what I would think as, where you'd like him. I mean, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, too. I get it.
The Krosky-Merritt thing is his own.
Yeah, right. But, yeah, you got me. I mean, part of it's just running back depth. And again, teams picking the flavor that they want. I get it.
Riley Leonard is an Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah, that Ballard couldn't lay off that cheese right down the middle of the plate.
I mean, they have a type.
You think at this point?
Big mobile quarterbacks who may or may not be able to throw it in the vicinity of their receiver. And I got to say, I really expected a lot more out of Anthony Richardson last year. I really do.
Oh, for sure. We both did. And I think everybody that follows our coverage knows that. But, when the first or second quote about the quarterback you just picked is a winner, you're like, uh-oh, that's not good.
Character's off the charts, truly. And he is
that's the second quote.
I'm being real about it. Character's off the charts.
If you have those two right together, if your first 2 quotes about a quarterback are a winner and characters off the charts, you're like, oh, really? Okay.
Great runner.
Yeah, tremendous runner.
But it should, even though it was effective, right? There was an 18-play drive to start the game against Ohio State, right?
Yep.
And even though it was effective, I do think in the back of my mind, my main thought about that was, oh, so they didn't think they could throw it all.
Right.
They exposed their quarterback to 10 carries in one drive because they didn't think they could do anything else.
Over again. Yeah. That was a message drive. That was Marcus going, guess what? We're just going to bludgeon you. And largely with our quarterback, which is, okay. It worked, but yikes.
It's just yeah, it's one thing if it's effective. It's another thing if it's effective and the only thing you can do.
Yes. All right. So top remaining players on the board, strangely, both Texas players. Cameron Williams, the tackle. And I can understand that because Cameron Williams, great athlete, good player, but wild amounts of penalties. Way too many. He had it's either 13 or 18. I'll look it up. It was a big enough number. I put it in red on our sheet. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna fly. All right, the 2025 draft rankings, OT sheet. That's that big bright number in red. 16 penalties last season alone for Cameron Williams. So 6'6", 317, 34-inch arms.
He kind of had to hold a lot, not going to lie.
Yeah, so he's there. Isaiah Bond is there, who's the other Texas player, the other wide receiver who got hurt and pretty much shut it down after about a third of the year. And Sark just stuck him out on the right-hand side and said, go run cardio. We're gonna throw to Matthew Golden now. So his stats dropped. His stats hit a milk carton after about game 6. More talented wide receiver than that. Some off-the-field issues as well, which is why he's still available. Who else is there? Damian Martinez. We already talked about him. How is it 3 out of the 4 Texas players? Quinn Ewers still on the board. Xavier Restrepo from Miami, who, the much heralded 40 time. Not surprising to me that he's still there. Then Jared Ivey, who we mentioned earlier, the edge from Mississippi. I've got him as a defensive end. Then Tez Johnson from Oregon, who is both small and timed very slow. I don't think he runs that slow, but that's a death knell for your draft stock. If you are a size outlier and you run a slow 40, can't have both of those things together. Aeneas Peebles from Virginia Tech, which I think people just have no idea what to do with Aeneas Peebles, because he's a weird outlier of size, crazy productive, but they're like, they're not seeing it. They're not translating that production to the NFL. So that's why he's still there. Kobe Bryant, we talked about earlier, from Kansas, like, no idea why he's still there. He should have been off the board a while ago. So there's something going on there. We'll try and figure that out. Rashard Smith, who we've mentioned multiple times. Logan Brown from Kansas, also got to be something going on. My guess would be injury, but maybe not.
We heard about a team that liked him in the 3rd.
Yes. No, the Patriots were hot on Logan Brown at the combine. Like, I talked to his agent at the combine. I didn't know it was his agent at the time, but I mentioned Logan Brown. He goes, oh, that's funny because the Patriots really like Logan. And I was like, how would you know that? He's like, I'm his agent. I'm like, oh, well, there we go. So something going on there. Maybe he didn't pass med checks. Maybe there's something off the field. Don't know.
Yeah.
But he should have been off the board in like bottom of round 3. Like
Logan
the
Brown,
same round.
Who was dismissed from Wisconsin previously. Okay. If we're talking about the one from Kansas, I didn't know about that.
Okay. Well, there you go.
There you go. Right.
But no, I mean, talent wise, he could have gone in the exact same range as like Ozzie Trapillo. Like, for me, like, very similar players. Sebastian Castro, the safety from Iowa, had a better prior year than this last one and is just not super fast. He's instinctive.
He's just not athletic enough for me to really trust him in coverage.
Yep, and I think that's where we're going to get. Then your guy, Zy Alexander, the corner from LSU. Chase Lunt, the tackle from UConn, I did think would be off the board by now, for sure. Johnny Cornelius, the tackle from Oregon, I would imagine is going to go anytime now because unless he's not going to go at all, which is a different thing. That would be meds or off-field stuff.
Tim Smith, real quick. Tim Smith went to the Colts, then Miles Hinton, then Bryce Cabledew went to the Seahawks. Tim Smith, great run-stopping defensive tackle. Not much of a pass rusher. You're really more bringing him in to, again, reset the line of scrimmage, which I think the Colts really, really needed just one more guy they can add to the rotation, so it's not just like the DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart show. Like, actually be able to give them a blow from time to time. Like, they're old men at this point. So bring in Tim Smith, be, again, kind of almost like Jordan Phillips, like a run-stopping 3 technique. Get them into 3rd down where their pass rushers can do the rest. I like that pick a lot.
He is what he is, right? And he's good at it. So you're getting him for one thing. And again, this is where you're going to get pure run-stopping defensive tackles.
Yeah.
Right? Guys that have no pass rush ability, not a ton of lateral agility. We're just going to control gaps with power. Oh, there it is.
Taj Brooks of the Bengals. That's the best pick they've made. Honestly.
That's a very good pick.
That's the best pick they've made. is Taj
He's a very
Brooks.
good runner.
He's a great running back. I love Taj Brooks. I get it. He doesn't have long speed. But if you're watching Taj Brooks run, like his feet, his lateral agility, his pass protection, like he's so freaking tough. I'm trying to think of like okay, build-wise, walk with me here. Build-wise
I love
and
these.
feet-wise, very Michael Turner-ish. Just that round, laterally agile. Doesn't have Michael Turner's long speed. They called him Turner the Burner for a reason. Does not have Michael Turner's long speed.
Does not.
He's a really good running back, great vision, can pass protect, soft hands. Taj Brooks, excellent. Excellent pick. That is the best pick they've made this whole weekend.
Yeah, I know you're a huge Taj Brooks fan, and he's going to become my poster child for the thing that I've been saying for 2.5 months now, which is there are running backs that are going to go in the 6th and 7th round, possibly even go UDFA, who can contribute as starters. And if the starter goes down for the Bengals, you're going to see some Taj Brooks. Maybe it's committee, maybe it's not. And he's going to get some carries, and everybody's going to be like, wow, that dude can play. And you're like, 100%. And there's more of them. Like, we're not done yet. So it's possible that even in the 7th, again, or as a UDFA, that you're going to see running backs from this very deep running back class. And also, we're continuing to see it with the defensive tackle class we saw right before Taj Brooks, Tim Smith go off the board. Tim Smith is going to be a useful player in the NFL. He has a role, and he's going to do it. Quick word about Bryce Campbell, the guard that went to the Hawks. He was another. I reached out to Brandon Thorne a couple days ago and said, hey, down the board guys maybe that I haven't got to in the interior or the tackle class, who you got? And he gave me like 4 names, and Bryce was one of them. So he's a Thorne guy, so got a good chance to stick based on that alone. Thorne watched 73 offensive line prospects in this draft, which is about twice what it's more than twice what I watched. So I was about 33, 35, something like that. He watched 73 guys. And out of that,
Wow.
Bryce was one of his guys. Late round guy, but still one of his guys.
Yeah. Jags took Jalen McLeod
I saw that.
out of Auburn. So they have 2 linebackers that are coming out. They had Eugene Asante and Jalen McLeod. Asante had major tackling issues.
The Bears actually made a pick here instead of like trading it. Weird.
Oh, how about that? Asante had major tackling issues, and yet McLeod still had even bigger tackling issues. They were both in the top 4 in this year's linebacker class in missed tackle percentage. So if I'm an Auburn fan, would have been real frustrating to have my 2 linebackers constantly missing tackles. But he's fast. He's fast. He's quick, which I know sounds like synonyms, but they're not. Quick is more like, okay, in a 5 to 10 yard area, covers ground, or gets up to speed quickly. Fast is like you can really open it up. I just wish he was more consistent as a tackle. He's also not the biggest guy, but it's 6th round. You're not really taking giant linebackers here anyway most of the time.
Okay. All right. I'm whelmed.
Did not get to Luke Newman myself. I don't know if you did.
I'm whelmed. Like, he's fine. Like, I don't. Could have been a late 6th rounder. Could have been a UDFA. Wouldn't have made a huge difference for me. Obviously, they felt strongly about him. They needed interior offensive line depth. For me, we're getting into, I should say, we are in Joshua Gray territory. For me, really like Joshua Gray in a similar role. I would have picked him over Luke Newman. I'm not going to say that I'm underwhelmed or overwhelmed. I'm just kind of whelmed. Like, okay, yeah, you got a guy. You needed a guy. Neat. Interesting that they made DJ talk about the McLeod pick because he played his first 3 years at App State.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Like, DJ, this one's yours.
Apparently, NFL Network did a board of 10 different spellings of Jalen that have been selected so far.
We're making content, Brett. We're making content.
Good. That's good. Eugene Asante was made to be a 7th round pick that plays special teams for 9 years. Such great instincts, crazy athlete. I preferred Asante out of the 2 of them. So I think, again, when it comes to McLeod, it's, okay, he's a sawed-off shotgun that can really run. They're banking on physical potential.
I think he's really quick. Like, I did not see the longer speed out of him, but again, for the way that they used him, which was really close to the line, they mugged him in a bunch of gaps, all the gaps. Pick a gap. A gap, B gap, C gap, D gap. They mugged him in all the gaps. And he can get around the corner and he can slide, being a shorter linebacker, he can slide through between protection, hit the quarterback. But if the quarterback took off and started to run, he was maybe holding even, but he was not catching him. So again, quick versus quicker for me than fast, but very effective with that quickness in short area. And he's tough. He's compact. Hits really hard. Like, I understand.
Luke Newman showed reactive quickness mirroring Michigan DT Mason Graham. I'm sure the Bears read this blurb and drafted him. Ooh, we got an in-person read for the Lions.
Okay.
All right.
Now I want to hear all the Packers owners.
Oh, Packers. The Packers owners.
Honestly, I didn't hear Jared Goff. Sorry.
Mari Estelle from Germany.
First
All
of
right.
all,
Well,
I want to like to thank the
I
Detroit
appreciate
Lions
him for
for
calling
kicking
him
it off,
Packers. Yeah,
giving me this
sure.
opportunity here. And then I want to thank and greet all Lions fans all over the world, especially the ones in Germany, Lions Pride Germany. But now, coming back to business. With the 196th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Amit Hassanin, defensive end.
Oh, Boise.
Ron Bright worldwide.
So, again, character off the charts.
Yeah, crazy story, too.
Crazy story. Grew up in Egypt as a wrestler. Came to America later in life. Played football. Plays like a wrestler. I'll say that. Like, he is constantly working his hands. He's got great balance. Not a fantastic first step. Not super bendy, but he gets every ounce out of what his physical gifts are. I'll say that. And the motor is ridiculous. Like, literally never stop. Like, he has the stamina of a wrestler, I'll tell you that much. And if you guys have ever wrestled, you know. Like, those dudes can just go forever. Like, he has wrestling stamina, effort, A-plus character. Just not like an A-plus athlete, but like you're going to get the most out of him that he can physically give you.
Yeah, he's nonstop, and he's still figuring it out. He's still young to the game of football, but just fit as, like, literally looks like he's just chiseled out of stone, and strong as all get out. Again, not super flexy. You're not really talking about bend for the most part. What you're really talking about is effort, power, speed, and he's still, again, figuring out technique. If he continues to learn, and he seems like a sponge, like every interview I've ever heard with him is him just like going, this is so cool. I continue to learn about this every day, and feel like I'm getting better. And you take these shots in the 6th and 7th round, right? You're like, I'm betting on that guy to keep getting better. Like, he's already a great physical prospect. We're just going to keep seeing if we can refine his technique to sort of hone his gifts. But again, if you're talking about the Lions, like, that's a Dan Campbell attitude all day.
He's tailor-made for Dan Campbell.
All right. One sort of silver lining that I'm going to pull out for the Bears. I think Ben might believe in Roshan.
I'm cool with that.
I'm super cool with that because Roshan, strangely enough, even though he wasn't, like, his stat sheet didn't look great, if you dug in, like, his EPA per carry was one of the best in all of the NFC North, even though the offensive line was terrible. Like, he was doing the most with the few carries he got, but they didn't look great because they couldn't run block for anybody. And Roshan was a really good back. And I think Ben Johnson might have sat down and said, hey, I know you haven't exactly had a fair shake here. I have a plan for you. I see the skill. I liked you when you were coming out. Be our, David Montgomery light.
So Texans trade 216 and 241 to get 197. So they have somebody they really want here.
Yeah. Again, staying within this draft to give up assets and say we don't want to let this guy get past us.
Curious. So probably offensive line, right?
Oh, 198 is the Tom Grossi pick, by the way.
Oh,
Let's
that's
go.
sick.
All right, we're excited. We're Tom fans. Dude, he's got to be so nervous right now.
We're cranking the volume on that
stage,
one. In Green Bay.
In Green Bay, as he's been a fan of this team since he was 6 years old, 10 years old. Like, that's got to be so awesome. I mean, we were talking about the player being.
Oh, he's doing 237.
Oh,
or no,
okay.
is he? Okay, conflicting messages in chat.
Yeah, 237, 238. Okay, well, all right. Either way, we'll be here for all of them, so it don't matter. We're not leaving. I'm not leaving. Okay, Grossi not picking until 237. 237 now. Okay, he got bumped down.
Good to know.
Fair enough.
Good to know.
Oh, Grossi later in the draft now because the Baron pick got announced by Goodell. Good work, chat. Love it. I think it's awesome. I didn't even know he was announcing a pick at this year's draft. I've been head down in draft film, so that's just a nice surprise to my day. I get to see my friend announce a pick at the draft. That's really cool. I love it.
Wait and see what the Texans got.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to sort of the best available. Actually, I'm going to look at all the position categories on my horizontal draft board and go, where do I still see the most talent hanging out? Obviously not quarterback. Running back, we've talked about. A lot of good picks still at running back. Wide receivers starting to get picked over, but there's some guys down the board here that like Andrew Armstrong, I think, still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Badger still on the board. Jimmy Horn Jr.
You mean top 10 receiver in this class, Elijah Badger?
According to somebody.
Many are saying.
I don't subscribe, but okay. Neat. Rock Taylor, who I like, is still there. So, I'd say wide receiver in the middle, tight end. Brenningstool. Did Brenningstool go off? He was either on our best available. So Brenningstool, Caden Priestcorn, Maliki Matavao. So that's getting that. Oh, Fedoni still there, I think, but that's probably injury at this point.
Yeah.
Interior offensive line. Who's left? Jake Majors, Seth McLaughlin, Josh Gray, Luke Kandra, Monheim, Perry. Like, there's some guys there. Like, I'm down with that. Tackle. Chase Lunt. We just mentioned him. Cameron Williams. That's why. Miles Hinton is a guy that I would take a chance on now. Johnny Cornelius, John Williams, Essa Pole is still on the board. So those are. I might wait around for those guys. I'm not rushing to the podium.
Essa, I figure, would be a late 6, 7.
Yeah, I think most of those guys are late 6, 7 because they're all guys with really good feet. Most of them need upper body strength and sort of a year to fill out, but you're gambling on the size and the feet at that point.
Hinton. That's right. Hinton went. Forgot about that.
Oh, did he? Where'd he go?
A few picks ago, it was.
I really like Chris Hinton. So.
No, it was Miles Hinton. Chris
Hinton's kid. Sorry,
Chris Hinton's son. He went to the Eagles because, of course, he did.
Oh, he's gonna go work with Stoutland.
Yeah,
damn it.
I know, and he's
giant.
He's giant and long and
amazing feet.
Yeah.
I exchanged scouting reports with him, with Brandon. I said, "Have you watched him?" Our deal is that we don't talk about players if we haven't watched them. He said, "Yeah, I've watched him." I sent him mine. He sent me his. He said, "So we see him similarly," and I was like, "Okay, cool." I saw something that actually worked. Really like Hinton. The fact that he's going to Stoutland just makes him get the stamp, give him a year of conditioning, get some upper body strength on him, and he's going to be a great swing tackle. And somebody's going to pay him in the first free agency to go be a starter. They're going to trade him, whatever. Like, I hate how I know how that's going to work out already. Let's see, defensive tackle. Who's still here? Neas Peebles, Warren Brinson, Cam Horsley still on the board?
Horsley is still on the board.
Okay.
That's got to be medical. There's no way it's not.
At this point, yeah, because well over 300 pounds. This is the defensive tackle for BC. Very active, ton of stops and TFLs. Look like he's chiseled out of granite. Most of these guys are a little kind of round, a little doughy. Like Cam Horsley is like fit at like 320. It's scary.
Ew.
Who else is on that list?
EJ.
Oh, you got Graham Mertz.
Well, you said that a lot more positively than.
Dude, I've been putting up with it with my team. If you get a sort of quarterback, I am not going to cry for you after your draft. I'm just not. No tears shed here.
Jacob for $10 says, I'm about to have a hernia over here. What are the Texans' plans at IOL and IDL? Apparently, Graham Mertz can play DT. That's what I'm hoping for at this point. I was really looking forward to them pick up 2 of these guys minimum today, and they got 0. Do I need to find Everclear?
No, don't find Everclear. It's a bad idea. Always. Speaking of DT, did Eric Gregory go?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Eric Gregory is my top DT left on the board then. I like Eric Gregory a lot. DEs, Jared Ivey, something going on there if he's still on the board. Tyler Batty, like okay.
I like Tyler Batty. Yeah, you could take Tyler Batty here.
Oh, sure, you can take him here, but like Jared Ivey or Tyler Batty, it's not even a question. Like, oh, I'm sorry, give me Jared Ivey. Edges, Antoine Powell-Ryland, probably something going on there because he's productive in a big conference at this point. Ethan Downs from Oklahoma, Common Rucker from UNC, Elijah Ponder from Cal Poly. Inside linebacker, pretty picked over at this point. Who's left? Jay Higgins from Iowa, Kobe King, Penn State, Jackson Woodard from UNLV, I think. Really good linebacker, but probably just too slow to play in the NFL. He just can't run. But really good eyes, really good. Oh, Carson Bruner still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Carson Bruner, definitely my top available at that point.
Sean Dolak.
Yeah, Dolak, Bruner, Woodard, yeah.
Ooh, God, that's a gut punch to you.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Warren
it is.
Brinson is a Green Bay Packer.
Yeah, that one does worry me. That guy can play 100%, and I will not be surprised when he makes plays against the entire NFC North. That dude's a player. Like, I'm one of the best players against holding up against double teams in this entire draft. When you're watching the Georgia defensive line, well, the Georgia defense in general, because there's tons of draftable players. I mean, basically 2/3 of that defense got drafted. Kept seeing the guy in the middle, like, who is it? It's Warren Brinson. You know, I thought it was Tyrion, but it's not. It was Warren Brinson. I was like, man, that guy can really play. And then occasionally you see him. There's a couple of reps. I think there's one against Ole Miss. Gets skinny, gets through the middle, gets absolutely assaulted. Guy basically spins his head around to the face mask. They don't call it. And he just gets up like, what do I have to do here?
As his head is sideways.
Yeah, he's just like, come on, you didn't see that? Like, I was going to destroy Jackson Dart. You know, so there's a bunch of wins on tape that I really liked and ended up, you know, again, watching a bunch of Georgia games, not surprisingly. And I was like, man, Brinson is better than a lot of the people that are being rated above him. So that one hurts.
Apparently not a better football player than Graham Mertz.
Or, you know, name half the people the Bears have drafted. But I digress. Kobe Bryant, something going on there for sure. Did Melo go?
No, neither of them.
Wow. Okay. Neither Kobe
Melo, I understand. I didn't think Melo was going to go till around 6-7 anyway. But
yeah. But Kobe should have gone a couple of rounds ago, easily. Marcus Harris went. Jabbar Muhammad's going to go here sometime. So corner's pretty picked over, much like inside linebacker, a little bit like edge. There's a couple like, you know, dart throw edges. And then safety. Safety's got a bunch left. So Robert McDaniel, Keaton Crawford, I don't think is gone yet. Dan Jackson, Dean Clark, Elijah Clark, Cameron Silmon Craig, Glendon Miller, you know, a wild Max and Hook sighting if you want a special teamer. Yeah. So safety's got a bunch left. Defensive tackle definitely has some depth left. Offensive tackle, if you're looking for that developmental guy with great feet, he's there.
Chat's asking, do y'all know what's up with Damian Martinez? I just want to answer that real quick. For people that weren't here before, serious maturity issues off the field. So that's why. I won't bore you with the long story, but yeah, that's why.
Just vibing for $50. Had to miss the stream yesterday watching day 2 with some buddies. That sounds like a fine pastime. You are forgiven. I got up, took a walk, and Xavier Watts got taken 1 pick before the Vikings pick. Yeah, sometimes you got to get up, take a walk, walk it off.
We didn't really get to hit on that much yesterday in terms of why Xavier Watts went where he did. It's because he has great feet and great hips. It's just not great burst out of those transitions, not great range. Like his long speed wasn't super great. So as far as like changing directions, he does that really well. Obviously, he has great ball skills, great hands. It's just he didn't have top tier range, nor did he have top tier closing speed. He kind of has to get into the right spot with anticipation and with clean transitions, which is why, okay, you'll be a later day 2, early day 3 pick because of that. Doesn't mean you can't be an effective starter, but I think people saw him as this like super fast, rangy, like, has makeup speed kind of guy. It's like not really to me. So he's good. He's good, but I did not have him as a top 3 safety in the class. Like a lot of people did. A lot of people was like, oh, if you don't get Malachi Starks, you just get Xavier Watts at the top of the second round. I was like, whoa. A little early for me. Ooh, Raywan Lane, the third from Navy, just went to Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. Great feet. Speaking of great feet, oh my God.
Yep.
Like, he gets in and out of breaks so quickly. Like, honestly, if he had hands, I'd tell him to play slot receiver. Like, his feet and hips are so good. Super explosive.
I didn't know you could be in the Navy if you didn't have hands.
Man. His W drill was awesome.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I'm always conflicted with the service academy guys because, a lot of really good football players, I'd say at least every other year, there's a legit prospect from one of the service academies that, can really play. Usually a later round guy, but still, you're one of the top at that point. If you're talking about being drafted, one of the top 250 football players in the country. Now, a bunch of safeties come out, size profile wise, 4 years ago, we had a defensive lineman from Air Force. We had Andre Carter.
Yeah, the 6'7" edge from Army, right? It was Army?
That was Andre Carter the second. He's still on our roster. But it's always a question of whether they're going to be dismissed from their service requirement or deferred so that they can go chase their dream in the NFL. And it's kind of arbitrary. Some of them are and some of them aren't. And so it's always a bit of certainly teams do their due diligence about whether or not they think that's likely, but there have definitely been some guys in the past that have petitioned to get it and have been denied because of either their specialty or where they were headed. It's always one of those it's tough no matter how good they are. Are you sure you're going to get them on your football team? And if you're not, then obviously you don't want to spend a pick on them. So a lot of times they end up being UDFAs. But no, Ray Lane, fun player.
Why don't you support the troops, EJ?
I do support the troops.
Gavin Bartholomew just went. Well, Kobe King and Gavin Bartholomew just went back-to-back to the Vikings. I like Gavin Bartholomew better than Kobe King, personally. I think Bartholomew is an underrated tight end in this class. Moves really well for a big body. He's like 260, really fluid, great hands. I like Gavin Bartholomew. That's kind of a sneaky one here, late in day 3. Like, I think you can give him some snaps and be good with it.
Yeah, I think he's really good depth in your tight end room. And, if he has to play, I think he is one of those guys that could surprise you and do a little bit of something when he is there besides just, take up space and block only. I I liked him, didn't love him. I think this is perfect valuation for him. Like, it's not early, it's not late. Like, he definitely deserved to be drafted. For me, that meant somewhere in the 6th or 7th round, not above that. And so gets drafted right there. As far as Kobe King goes, I wanted to like Kobe King a lot better than I ended up liking Kobe King.
The concept of Kobe King.
Right. I love the concept of Kobe King.
We have concepts of a linebacker. Like,
Yes. Yeah, he ended up second to last on my linebacker big board of the guys I ranked, and I didn't rank all of them. Right above Jackson Woodward, who I like. If I could fuse Jackson Woodward's instincts into Kobe King's athleticism, you'd be cooking with gas. That's like a 3rd or 4th round linebacker right there. Like, that's a good player. But Jackson Woodward can see the game and understands it really well. Just can't run to keep up with it. Kobe King, kind of the opposite. Sees and understands it not as well, but has the gifts to keep up with it. So it, classic case. It's like, if I could take that quarterback's brain and put it with that quarterback's arm, you're talking about a 1st round pick, but that's not the way it works.
LeJontay Wester then went to the Ravens. Really fun deep threat.
You like LeJontay Wester?
Yeah. Great tracker of the deep ball. I like Wester a lot. Horn going after him is interesting to me because I like Jimmy Horn a lot. Nothing to like. LeJontay Wester should go. There's proper valuation for LeJontay Wester. I'm more just like, interesting. Jimmy Horn, not gone yet. But if you want LeJontay to be a wide receiver 4 that occasionally comes on the field and is literally just the deep threat, that's what he is. Wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, round out the room. Catch like one ball for 30 yards. See you next week. Like, that's his job. And he can do it. And then,
it's pretty funny. I was talking to a Seahawks fan about their choice for the Big X, and they were like, this was, again, at the, pre-round 2 yesterday. They're like, I think Will Shepard's my guy. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. Not who I would be talking about in round 2. That's for sure. I was like, I don't know. I'd take like Trey Harris. Just saying.
Cowboys just took a Johnny Cornelius. Speaking
there you
of
go. Yep.
A Duke Manyweather special. He's just going to keep working with Duke in Dallas.
Yeah, right across the street from where he practices.
Working with all the other Duke Manyweather guys that are all in Dallas.
Yep.
So, makes sense. He was obviously the lesser of the two.
Oh, they have him listed as guard.
Oh. Intrigue.
Rainbows.
I mean, they don't need a guard. He's going to be competing for a swing spot for them.
Yeah.
But interesting.
Yeah, I think it is interesting because I had not considered it. I did have him rated as a tackle. Down the board, as we talked about, where the type of, developmental tackles you're going to be taking chances on at this point. But I didn't think about him as guard. I will have to go back and look at my notes and see if I think that's.
I mean, I can see it from the standpoint of I wasn't sure if he had the feet for tackle.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of tackles that I'm not sure if they have the feet for tackle. Like, there's a tackle shortage in the NFL. There is. So if a guy can play tackle, I'm going to give him every chance. Right? If you have 32-inch arms, I'm not going to give you a chance. If you have 32 and like 5'8" inch arms,
give me 32 and a half. Give me 32 and a half, and we can talk about it.
For sure.
I want to say
because y'all missed the Chargers pick. Okay, who'd the Chargers pick?
Oh, they took Branson Taylor, who's a tackle who I did not get to in this class. I don't know if you did.
That is. Nope, I don't know who that is.
Apologies. We're
getting there. We're getting
to the range where it's like he would have been like the 40th tackle that we watched.
Right, but if you honestly, limited apologies, because if you are going to know every player that gets drafted with all the whims that happen in the 6th and 7th round, you don't have to watch 350 players. You have to watch like 450 players.
No, not eight.
Yeah,
and
we're
taking Minnesota linebackers that were LB 35 on Dane's board.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is and what you get in terms of ROI, right? Return on investment. What you get for watching an extra 175 guys so that there's nobody in the draft that you didn't know or watch does not pay off. There is no way to make that pay off. It's like, hey, I know all the UFL rosters.
Unless all you do the entire year is the draft, like Dane, in which case, okay, yes. But
I still don't like return on investment is really low. I used to go like 1 year I watched 450 guys. It almost killed me. I knew every UDFA. It was great, but then I realized very quickly, like the next year, like what did I really get out of those extra 300 hours of watching prospects? I got to say I knew every UDFA, only 15% of whom actually made rosters. Like I spent a lot of time for no return. Like that didn't do me any good. So it was fun. It was a bragging right piece and I loved it. But then I realized, oh, I can't do that every year. Like
maybe the real return is the friends we made along the way, EJ.
Maybe the real return is looking at a guy that's playing in like the current version of NFL Europe and going, yeah, I have a scouting report on him from 6 years ago.
He'll be the GM of the Guangdong Tigers.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Food will be great.
Connor says, I think Hockey's is drinking himself to death here. Oh, God, please help.
Please don't. Please don't.
What drafting Will Howard does to a man. By the way, Johnny Cornelius, out of every offensive tackle in this class, I just looked it up, highest pressure rate allowed. So,
yeah,
guard.
Yeah. So, guard. I love that. So, guard. Now, this is just a tactical miscalculation by Hockey's. He didn't realize he was in Florida and he couldn't go get a garbage plate. And just soak it all up. Yeah.
Kane Madrano went to the Commanders. Undersized, some might say slim, linebacker out of UCLA. Moves really well, really fluid, not super big. Ooh. He's more of a dime backer for me. Like he's on the field on third down, and that's probably about it. And also going to be a special teamer. You hope that he can be a Drew Tranquil type, but more likely he's going to be like your third to fourth linebacker who's a special teamer, and he can get passing down work, most likely.
Chase Lunt is a Buffalo Bill.
With how much outside zone they run, makes perfect sense. They don't need
I think
him
that's
because
a great pick.
They already have two tackles. But for a swing tackle, who is literally outside of obviously the top three guys, and even then, I'd put him in this class. Best outside zone blocker out of every tackle in this class. Like he is phenomenal in outside zone, especially like working combo blocks. He has such great timing, great initial knockback. Like, boy, on outside zone, like Chase Lunt's the man. So makes sense from a scheme fit perspective because they do that a lot in Buffalo.
I love it as a value pick. Like again, I had him at the top of the stack of tackles that really started probably going or started. They did start going in the middle of last round. So I think this is proper valuation, scheme fit. It's good. Love it. Jack Hunter for £5. Just got home. Gutted. I've missed the best day of the draft. Come on, man. You were coaching. It's okay. Would use mine recapping the Chargers picks for me, please. Appreciate the work you guys do. Now. Yeah, Jack, we appreciate you as well. So we would have no trouble recapping the Chargers picks. Now, if you'd asked to recap the Bears picks, I might ask you to pay double because that is hazardous doozy pay. But
so for the Chargers, bringing it up now, we have a paragraph and then a video ad, and then Omari and Hampton, Trey Harris, Jamar Caldwell. That was the first 2 days. Today, Kyle Kennard. I was less enthused by Kyle Kennard than I was about literally all the following.
I was going to say first possible misstep for you.
Keandre Lambert-Smith. Adore that pick. He's going to be an outside receiver, a true ball winner. Like not a 50-50 guy. He's like a 65-35 guy on the outside. Makes acrobatic catches look easy. Aronde Gadsden, captain choice route, undersized receiving tight end. Probably going to moonlight, maybe play a little H-back, little fullback for them.
Oh, Jesus.
Big slot type. I like Gadsden here. Mostly, I don't know if he's going to be a starting tight end. I think he'd be a TE2, H-back, fullback, hybrid let's just say chess piece. And then Branson Taylor, who's a tackle from Pittsburgh, who I actually haven't watched, but I will get to him because I have to do a thing for the Chargers on this. So great draft so far overall. Like the one true misstep where I was like, kind of early for me was Kyle Kennard. Other than that, they've done great.
Guess who's an Eagle?
Cam Williams. Okay, sure. Take all the 6'7" tackles.
All the toolsy tackles that you're just going to give to Jeff Stoutland and come back in 3 months and see how they've grown. It's such a force multiplier, folks, to have preeminent coaches at the position. We talk about this every year. Chris Kasurik as the defensive line coach in San Francisco. Anybody that goes there, we're like, well, we're going to see the best of them. Anybody that goes on offensive line to work with Jeff Stoutland and the Eagles, we're like, well, they're going to be a freaking absolute killer in like 18 to 24 months. Damn it. Like, you could just pick anybody he likes, right? His eye is so good.
Yeah, and he'll sort it out in camp.
Right. If he hits on 3 out of 5 and they're offensive tackles, that's worth $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The going rate for a good free agent offensive tackle right now, a playable free agent offensive tackle, is somewhere between $22 and $24 million a year. You're talking about like $60 million worth of value generated from, hitting on 3 out of 5 picks. It's unreal. Get yourself a good coach, and there's no cap on coaches' salaries.
Yeah, Stoutland.
So you can go buy the best coach you can find.
I would pay elite coordinator money to Jeff Stoutland and sleep like a baby.
Yep.
In fact, he probably does get elite coordinator money, if we're being real.
He should. If he doesn't, he should be leaving and getting it elsewhere because he is easily worth it. I mean, say you paid him $10 million a year, which is head coach money, right? All he has to do is hit on a couple tackles every other year, right? And he's more than paid for his own salary, right? In terms of what you're going to get back in draft assets for those tackles, because you're going to trade them, right? If you stack them up like that, right? Even if 3 out of the 5 of the tackles developmentally they have right now work on the roster, he's going to make them $40 million.
If I tried to shake Cam Williams' hand, I don't think I could even get it around his palm. He has 11.5-inch hands. Like, are you joking?
That's enough to palm your head like a basketball. It's ridiculous.
Unreal.
In a helmet.
Oh, there's Jimmy Horn. He's Carolina
Jimmy Horn
Panther.
Jr., there you go. Boy, he is a route running surgeon. He's a lot of fun.
I like this. Carolina just keeps kind of getting these bargain bin receivers that I happen to like, and they keep working. So I think he's going to make the roster. I really do. Like, if you're pulling up the Carolina depth chart right now, their receiver room is T-Mac, Xavier Legette, Adam Thielen, Jalen Coker. Shout out to all the fellow Cokeheads out there. You still got David Moore there. You still got Dan Chisna. But I think Jimmy Horn's better than both those guys. Like, so he's going to take the wide receiver 5 spot, and then maybe they carry 6. But like, there's your wide receiver 5, and he'd be a wide receiver 4 on a whole bunch of other teams.
Yeah, dude's a pro. Like, you watch him run routes, he is polished. He was, again, raised in the game. Dad was a very good receiver. You can see he started studying early, right? His feet work together with his hands. We talk about a technician or a craftsman or whatever. He's got all of those subtle things.
By the way, I found this out. He's actually not related to Joe Horn. I thought he was. Somebody told me he was at the Combine. He's not related to Joe Horn. Different Horn. Yeah.
I thought I read that somewhere. I didn't think you told me that. But again, with all the little scraps of information we get, I appreciate the correction. Okay.
But his father was a football player, but not an NFL player.
Oh.
So
maybe I read
half
that
right.
and heard something else and conflated the two and just made the myth in my head. All right. Good to know. Either way, he runs routes like his dad was a pro football player for sure. He is a technician. He has to be at his size, but he is, and he wins at his size regularly. Like, it's he wins far more routes than he loses. And yeah, he's going to be, in terms of receiver, he's going to be one of those receivers that is where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. And Bryce is going to love that. So
I will say, Joe Horn does have a child on the Panthers since JC. So we're like a quarter of the way correct.
Are they cousins? Because they're always cousins.
But that means we're going to get
Alexander.
Horn against Horn in practice.
Yeah. Sean Alexander gets up yesterday. He's like, oh, he's my nephew. And you're like, really? And you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, man. All right.
It's day 3, folks. We're hanging in there.
Okay. Jake for $4.99. Then Brett would be stuck in Cam's handshake because he'd hold on to that too.
No, I would do so.
Jake's so good.
Tucker
So
from
good.
KCSN does this thing where like we'll be at Shrine Bowl or Combine or whatever. He'll walk up and he'll shake your hand. And you reach out. He'll give you just a little club swim and go. I'm gonna do if I ever shake Cam Williams' hand, I'm gonna club swim him when we go in for the handshake, and then see if he immediately murders me. Just on instinct. What?
I'm just waiting until you see it.
Fuck off.
Right? At this point, I'm like, fine. Let's storm off. Like, I'm just gonna storm
come
off.
on, man.
All right, so here's your Philadelphia Eagles draft. Fly, birds, fly, because look out. This is ridiculous. Shahad Campbell, Andrew McCuba, Ty Robinson, Mac McWilliams, Smell Mondon, Drew Kendall, Kyle McCord, Miles Hinton, Cameron Williams, Antoine Powell-Ryland. Of all of those picks, 10 picks, right? Yep, 10 picks. Of 10 picks, one guy, Cameron Williams, is not my guy. Yikes. How
40-inch vert. 40-inch vert, and it shows on tape. He's got a great first step. He's bendy.
APR's a beast.
Yeah.
Absolute beast.
Yeah. It's a great pick.
Kyle McCord, who also plays for this team, told us that this is going to be fun in practice. He told us that APR was the toughest guy they faced all year in their schedule, that he gave them the most problems of any defensive lineman they faced. And now the teammates, so they can laugh about it.
Should make them room together.
The new odd couple. Forget Hard Knocks. We're just going to have Kyle McCord and APR in a room. We're going to film it. Be great.
It's just APR walking.
Big flinch.
2 for flinching.
Lambert Smith is Cam Chancellor's nephew. There you go. Bell Byers.
No shit. How
Yeah,
about that?
Bam Bam's nephew. So there you go.
Aeneas Peoples is a Raven. He is a fascinating prospect, right?
He is hard to characterize.
Because he's not strong. He's not like particularly big or long. He's not great against the run. And he doesn't win as often as you would think for somebody with his body type that has the first step that he has. And yet when he does win, it's like the coolest rep you've ever seen. He is a defensive tackle throwing outside spin moves, and they work. He's such a weird, like still fun, but weird, fun profile. And I have no idea what to do with it. I don't think the NFL did either, which is why he went here. Because they're like, it's super cool. You see it like twice a game, and we don't know what to do the other 58 snaps, but like that's cool.
Yeah. So here's the thing. He's 6 foot tall, like flat 6'0". And the NFL's looking at that going, I'm not sure I can play that on Sundays, but he's 6 foot, 282. He had 289 pass rush snaps, which was not the most, certainly not the least. Out of that, he got 37 pressures, 3 sacks and 3 hits, and then 31 pressures, which is ridiculous. Like Harmon, who again had 55 total, had 43 hurries, and Aeneas Peoples had 31. He doesn't have a ton of stops. He has 20, which is, good for a defensive lineman. Missed tackle rate's not super high, so that's good as well. But I think they're just looking at a guy that's 6 foot, 282, started in the middle for VT. This is not a guy they played out at 5 tech. This is a guy they played in at 3 and 4 tech, sometimes 0, which is super just off on film, looking at a guy that's 6 foot, 282 lined head up on a center. You're like, is this like a punishment? Like, and then he beats him, and you're like, all right, okay. So yeah, I think they were
He is
just
the third
confused.
highest on true drop back passes. He's the third highest pressure rate of any DT in this class.
I
Which you would
he
think like,
wins.
oh, that's going to go on, day 1, day 2. And it's like, but it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Like from a physical profile, it's like,
Yeah.
that wins that often? It does. It does.
Yeah, it's the Knives Out quote, right? Makes no damn sense, but it compels me though. Yes, that's an ESPN scouting report in a nutshell. In terms of Antoine Powell-Ryland, much more typical or traditional physical profile for an edge, 6'3", 258, a ton of snaps, 596 overall. Only 324 of those were pass rush snaps, but he had 48 total pressures, including 14 sacks. So in terms of guys that got home, JTT had 15 and Ezraku had 20. Princely had 16. After that, you're looking at Antoine Powell-Ryland, Ezraku had 14. Mike Green had 17. JTT had 15. After that, it's Antoine Powell-Ryland at 14, 25 hurries, but also 9 quarterback hits. So the guy knows how to finish. He does get there. And 33 stops, which was surprising to me because a lot of these other top edges are in the 20s. Like Nick Scorton had 22 stops.
Yeah.
Antoine Powell-Ryland had 33. So very active, very dogged pursuit, edge defender. I still think there was something up. He lasted too long for size profile, production, strength of competition. Like there's no reason he shouldn't have been off the board earlier.
You know what's crazy?
Many things, but you're going to tell me a fun one.
Day 3, our stream,
No pressure.
our stream last year for day 3.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Peaked at 3586.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the very end of the 6th round. We got almost 3,300 people in here. And we were over like 5,000 for a lot of it.
I know. Day 3 champs. Love it. Still day 3 champs. We were talking about this as we were setting up for this year's stream that when we started doing day 3, even into the second and possibly third year, but definitely the second year that we were doing the stream, there was like 3 options for day 3 coverage. And that included the major networks. Like they would break in a little bit, but they did not have continuous coverage. And no other podcast that we knew of did day 3 at all because day 3 takes a lot of work. You literally have to put in somewhere between 800 and 1,000 hours scouting prospects, organizing them, watching tape, because you wouldn't know who these people are if you don't. Like it just takes a lot of time. Wasn't worth the investment, and people didn't see the return on investment for doing it. Now, like we don't have market share. I mean, we have market share for sure, as evidenced by everybody that's here, but there's like 9 places doing day 3 coverage. Matt Miller's doing full-time day 3 coverage on ESPN's desk. Emery's doing day 3 coverage, which he's always done for CBS. But there's like 6 other podcasts that are going through day 3 because, everybody's figured out that there were a lot of eyeballs here, and we were happy to be here early on in the process. Happy that you all choose us because now you have a lot more choices. In the old days, it was like, well, we're the only ones on, so they have to watch us. Now you can watch, a bunch of different sources, and you still choose to come here, and we deeply appreciate that. Oh, puppies.
Hayden Connor went. The other Texas offensive lineman went to the Cardinals.
Okay.
He was one of the most effective pass protecting guards in this class. If you're looking at true drop back passes, Hayden Connor was right next to Gray Zabel in terms of pressure percentage allowed. He was at 2.4%. He only had 7 pressures allowed the entire year on true drop back passes. Obviously a good athlete, not an elite athlete, but a good athlete. If you take out the vert, which his first step is his explosive first step is a lot better than a 25.5 inch vert would suggest. Like I think his RAS is slightly misleading because I think he's a better athlete than he tested, but very good pass protector, very refined. Like I love his hands. I thought he probably his range probably started like the 4th round for me. So this is a good pick. Like I think he could make the team. I really do.
You see who the Ravens just took?
No, I didn't. Robert Longerbeam. Speaking of corners that miss a lot of tackles.
Yeah. Again, gambler for sure. Career high 11 pass breakups, but how many missed tackles? Probably maybe.
I think Quincy Riley. I think Quincy Riley was the only corner in this class that had a higher missed tackle rate than Longerbeam, off the top of my head.
Yeah,
was up
Longerbeam. I don't. Again, certain schools, like everybody loved Max Melton last year out of Rutgers, and I was not as high on Max Melton. Robert Longerbeam has a lot of fans this year. Didn't make my list. But again, Ravens have a type at corner, and if they can clean up some of that inconsistency, he fits them physically. So, I can see again why DaCosta and his troops would take this particular corner. Want to get to Julian Trust's super chat for 20 pounds. 20 euros. Love the show. Love your dedication.
Those are converting pretty well lately.
Yeah. Love the show. Love your dedication. I have a question. I feel like this year there are more players than usual who are dealing with off the field stuff. Is that your impression too? And if so, why do you think that is? That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. Thank you for the 20 euros. I don't think it's necessarily true that this is a, more involved off the field class than normal. I think as every year it does, as the sort of appreciation and interest and sort of depth of coverage of the draft grows, more and more people are sort of digging up this information and being more interested in it earlier. And quite frankly, 10, 15 years ago, a lot of people didn't care. It wasn't at all something they were really interested in. They were just kind of interested in whether or not they could play football. But there's just so many more media outlets. There's so many more people asking questions. There's so many more people connected to the entire process, whether it's through agents or anything else. And so I think there's more awareness and visibility, and it happens earlier, and people just kind of dig in. Yeah, puppies on set.
Oh,
did DJ survive this year?
I think he has yet to be peed on, but we'll see if he gets to the end of the segment.
So the inside joke is, we were talking to DJ about this. He takes an extra suit now to the draft because one year it was puppydom and he got peed on, and it was like the 5th round, and he didn't have any backup. So he just basically had to towel it up for a couple of rounds, and after that he has a full spare suit on set because of Puppy Bowl. So
I want to expand on the whole, does this year have more off-field than we're used to? It really doesn't. But I will say there is one observation that I have, and it's money either fixes your problems or creates a whole lot of new ones. And I think there is an equal rate of players who have gotten in trouble in this class that got in trouble because they got money. And I think there's also players in this class that did not get in trouble because they got money and they were financially secure enough to not make the decisions that they otherwise would have if they didn't have financial security. So, does NIL create some issues where people get rich way too young and they have no idea how to handle it because they have teenage brains that are underdeveloped and they don't know what they're doing? Yes. But I think there's also a lot of situations where these kids come from nothing, get money in college, and it rescues them from a situation that was problematic, and it helps them in the long run. So I think there's equal amounts of both. I don't think there's any more players that have off-field issues than before. I just think it's different ones now. And if anything, this point was made that evaluating character is almost easier now for teams because you see how these players react when they get money.
Yeah, correct.
And ahead of time, this kid probably shouldn't be rich because he makes bad decisions.
Oh man.
And I think from that standpoint, it used to be you don't really find out what a guy is like until he gets the first big contract. Now you kind of know when they're going into the league what it's like when they're a millionaire.
Yeah. Rich's puppy is completely sacked out on his chest. That's so cool. Oh, I'm loving that.
Ooh,
Anyways,
we got Montana State receivers getting
Yeah.
drafted. Let's go.
no. Tommy Malott. So again, played some quarterback at Montana State, getting drafted as a receiver. Somebody saying Tommy Malott before Quinn Ewers. Well, I think at this point it's probably pretty clear that Quinn Ewers' med sheet is not clean. People are worried about whether or not he can fully heal up, because I think, again, the NFL, everybody's like, I can fix him, right? I'm willing to take chances, certainly on a talent such as Quinn Ewers. But I think at this point, if we see Quinn Ewers go, anytime after this, which would be, 7th round or UDFA, it's an acknowledgement that physically there's some problems there that people are worried about long term.
I also there was, speaking of kids who get rich way too young, there was some maturity stuff early in his college career that followed him.
Yep.
And I'm sure some teams are still thinking about that. Kind of like Spencer Rattler. Like Spencer Rattler went in the 5th round. Was he a 5th round talent? Not really, but like he went in the 5th round because I think a lot of that stuff followed him.
Okay, you are again thrilled to be working with the Chargers.
RJ Mickens, let's go. Dude, me and Joe Ortiz just
like this.
Lockstep, man. We're best friends.
The top 3 in this draft, and Kyle Kennard, sure. Lambert Smith got me right back on board. Rondé Gadsden, I'm never going to get against that pick, especially not down in the 5th. And then Mickens, like RJ Mickens, really good safety from Clemson. Great eyes. He has good speed. It's not that he's slow. He's not slow. He ran, I think, 4.49 or something.
Pull it up.
4.49 or 4.51.
I was like 4.9. I don't think so.
No, 4.49.
Yeah. No, it was 4.49 on the dot with a 1.57 10-yard split.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But he plays faster than that because he sees it immediately. There's a play that I posted on Twitter, or maybe it was Blue Sky, I can't remember. Saw it immediately. As soon as the receiver he was covering in the slot sort of curved inside and started looking to block and like squaring up to pick off the linebacker, he was at the backfield. He knew that he needed to be there. He covered the 12 yards or so very, very quickly because off like a shot. As soon as he saw that guy turn and kind of set like he was going to set a basketball pick, he was in the backfield, blew up the screen. Like, again, it's eyes making the player look faster than he is. It's not that he's slow. It's that he looks even faster than his time speed because he recognizes it right away and knows what he has to do. So really, really like RJ Mickens. Very good value for the Chargers at this point in the draft.
Also, when he does pull that trigger, his first 2 steps are like instantaneous. Like that 41.5 vert, which is a crazy vert, like that shows up on tape. Like when he plants and drives off of that, it is like instant. Like him and Nicky Manwuri, I thought, had the 2 most explosive T-steps in this safety class. Now, I thought Malachi Starks had the lightest feet. He was the quickest, fluidity, all that kind of stuff. But if we're just talking about I am in a back pedal, I'm planting my foot, and I am exploding off that plant foot, it was Nicky Manwuri, RJ Mickens, like easily the 2 most explosive. I don't know why you went this late.
Oh, all right. Cam Miller.
I'll tell you what, he's grown on me.
I like Cam Miller.
He turned my head at Shrine Bowl, and I was like, he actually kind of throws a pretty nice ball.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to lie. And I knew he was going to get drafted. I didn't know where, but he really grew on me. As we got further along in the process, I was kind of talking myself into him as like that late day 3 dart throw, which clearly the Raiders are doing a late day 3 dart throw. Talented kid, though. I like Cam Miller.
I think he is much better passing than a lot of people give him credit for. And a lot of the things that, his time to throw is a little high. The big one is his pocket presence, right? His pressure to sack ratio is 22%. That's on the high side. That means you're not managing the pocket as well as you need to be. And again, remember, he had Grayzable blocking for him a tackle. Like he wasn't facing a ton of wildfire pressures just all the time. But in terms of he throws a very catchable ball. He's an accurate quarterback. His turnover-worthy play percentage is extremely low, 2.1%. Doesn't take chances with the ball he doesn't need to. Adjusted accuracy percentage is 77.5. His adjusted completion percentage, that's up there in this class. Like, that is above midline in this class with everybody else we're talking about. So while he doesn't have the crazy yardage numbers, 33 touchdowns, 4 picks. Like,
he's efficient. He throws
he's
a catchable
super
ball.
efficient.
He's athletic.
Yep. His ADOT's not, that was the thing is I thought, oh, well, if he has that accuracy percentage and he's got this crazy differential between touchdowns and interceptions, which you definitely want to see, I thought, oh, he's a dink and dunker, right? He's going to have an ADOT of like 6.9. No, it's 10.2, right? This is a good quarterback.
Here's a fun question for you.
Yeah.
Put Cam Miller on the Texas roster and put Quinn Ewers on the North Dakota State roster. Are either of those teams more successful than they were? Or is it the same?
I would love to see it. I can't imagine.
The fact that you're not immediately saying, no, Texas was better with Quinn Ewers is why Quinn Ewers is still on the board.
I fully buy that. But like Cam Miller, he's a little on the small side. He's 6'1", 212. I get it that he's not the eyeball test quarterback, right? But when you look at what he was able to do, and like you said, he throws it better than you think he does. Like his arm, he's got some pop in his arm. He is not a lame-armed quarterback that's just, again, loping out a bunch of screen passes and having his receivers make all the yards after catch for him. Like, he's throwing down the field. I like this pick. I think he's going to really enjoy being in that quarterback room, playing for Pete. Yeah, and, there's just more there than I thought people were acknowledging. I thought people kind of maybe helmet scouted him a little bit and just said, he played North Dakota State, so he's not going to be a passer. Wasn't highly recruited. Well, that's true.
Yeah, I think the specter of Trey Lance dragged him down in a lot of people's eyes, similar to how the success of Carson Wentz perhaps pushed up Trey Lance once upon a time.
Yeah, and 734 rushing yards. He is quick, more than fast, I would say. But, well, sure, it's day 3. Pull up his RAS card. Why not?
I actually couldn't find one, believe it or not.
Really? Okay, hang on. I'll pull up his pro day numbers. I have them here.
Because I don't think he was a combine invite off the top of my head.
I've got his pro day numbers. Hang on one sec.
We did have a question about, there was a super chat about the Broncos draft class that I can't find, but I want to roll you guys through the Broncos draft class now that the pick is in, because I happen to like this draft. It's interesting that Marcus apparently doesn't like the Broncos draft class, so I'd love to talk to him about this after. But they took it's because Jahdae Barron. That's why he doesn't like Jahdae Barron. I love Jahdae Barron. At pick 20, I love that. RJ Harvey, great receiving back for them, who also can get early down work too. But I think he's going to be their Reggie Bush type in Sean Payton's head. Like, that's how he's going to use RJ Harvey. Pat Bryant, outside receiver, going to play X for them. Because if they lost Cortland, I'm not sure if they had anybody else who they really thought was an X. Savon Jones, we got a first punter. Savon Jones, I adore, absolutely love him. Big body edge with fluidity and bend that is hard to find. Quay Robinson was one of the better on-the-ball Sam linebackers in this class. Does everything well, even if he's not elite in any one thing. Perfectly fits their system. And now we got Jeremy Crenshaw, punter from Florida, because punters are people too. I think they crushed this draft.
So Borregales is Miami, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're taking Florida legs here. Like Miami kickers, Florida punters.
It's a good class. Really good class. All right, we're on to round 7 now. Finally.
Give me the punter RAS. Okay, we'll see if we can find it for you. But I'm surprised. Cam Miller ran a 4.82. Looked slightly faster than 4.82. Yeah, he's quick. He didn't have long speed. He's not one of those quarterbacks that was a threat like Trey Lance once he got down the field to just open it up and run away from people. But again, he got 700 yards rushing as a I think 482 is just a bad time. I think he's not much of a time runner. Maybe never ran track. Maybe he doesn't know how to start. Who knows? But he looked faster than that on tape. He's not blazing fast. We're not talking about like 4.5 flat, but 4.8 something. I don't think so.
Nick Patrick, as somebody who works at U Idaho, the FCS love is cool to see. Needs more attention in the media. There's a lot of
Agreed.
FCS players that are NFL players.
Agreed.
A lot of them.
Yep.
And I think it's because FCS tape is harder to get.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people
Yes.
kind of ignore that they exist because
Yeah.
you can't watch them, right? But like if you obviously EJ and I are lucky enough to have FCS tape. Man, if you're just looking through some of these teams, like there's NFL players on every roster. Now, unfortunately, these days a lot of them get plucked in the portal.
Yep.
But they're there. Like you can see that sophomore where you're like, oh, that's juice. Like I remember I was looking at Elijah Ponder like a year and a half ago, right? And I was like, oh, that's NFL juice. And now he's going to be on an NFL roster. Like I don't know, they're everywhere, man. You gotta have the resources to find them, I guess.
Yeah, I will make the exact same plug for HBCU players.
Every year.
Yeah, every game. And again, tape is extremely hard to get. I have to reach out to people I know that work at HBCU schools and say, can you get me a few games of this guy? Like I'm seeing his stats. I'm seeing that he was a leader, in their, conference organization, was, up for all the awards. Like I can't find him. I can't see him. And you go and you look and you're like, oh my God. Like this guy's so good. Nobody has any idea. And then now they've got the HBCU combine, which is great. And the HBCU bowl game right after it, that lends more visibility to a lot of these guys that have a ton of talent, but tape is extremely hard to get. If you go to some of the sports reference sites for college football, they don't even have HBCU stats. Like ESPN does now, which is kind of nice, but you go to some of the other sports reference sites, they don't even you try and look up their name. They don't even have them. It makes it difficult, right? It lowers the visibility of players who are very, very talented. So, FCS love, HBCU love, just love football. We'll find it wherever it is. It's just sometimes we have to dig a lot more.
Nicholas says go Grizz FTC, which
is there you go.
Fuck the Colts. I'm just gonna assume it's Colts.
No, probably Cowboys
or Cats. Cats maybe.
Cats.
Fuck the Cats.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
All right, tell us what you mean, Nick. We don't want to screw it up. We already did twice, probably.
Yeah, there we go. Cats, got it. Jay Toya, Cowboys, had some medical flags, which is why he fell this far. Really stout interior defensive lineman at UCLA. Some might argue he was actually the straw that stirred the drink there in that front. I like Toya quite a bit. For me, this is just the Cowboys catching falling value. I don't necessarily think that they desperately need him, but they've already had success getting value DTs out of UCLA that are really stout at the point of attack in the past. Might as well get another one.
TJ Go Big, longtime supporter of my work, came over from Bears Over Beers and has been a bootleg follower since we started. $7 super chat. Appreciate that. Round 7 is like driving through Nebraska. It seems never ending. Thank you guys once again for letting us watch a draft with you. You're welcome, TJ. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. And yes, if you've ever driven through Nebraska, it does take a while.
I'm trying to find Jay Toya.
All right. Riley, we're gonna say hi to Riley too. Riley is a big time supporter of Bootleg. Brett, Pat's guys told me they love Mercer players. Look for TJ Moore or Dwayne McGee to go in this round, potentially. Inside information from a friend of ours that works for the Mercer program.
Did we get a Mercer draft pick last year when the receivers were coming out? I can't remember.
Was the Mercer lineman pick last year or the year before? I'm mixing up years. Riley, tell us real quick in chat.
Yes, they did. No, never mind. No. That's right. They were both UDFAs. But I remember I like those Mercer receivers too. I thought they had a shot. But there was also just so many receivers last year. It was going to be tough. But
Dude, favorite segment coming up.
oh, Jack Nelson, Falcons.
No, stump the truck. Stump the truck's coming.
Well, they had the Maryland linebacker, so they already beat me.
I got nothing. I don't even think it's funny anymore.
It's kind of funny.
Oh, you're gonna be happy.
Giants got Fedoni.
Giants got Patron-only.
Again, medical flags. Only reason he's here, and 7th round is where you do it, right? It's a throwaway pick. It's like, hey, we're not sure the knee's good. I'm pretty sure he had 2 ACLs in 2 years.
Yeah, he wore double knee braces as a tight end, and he was still out running people.
This guy blocked Tyleik Williams 1-on-1 in the hole, and he won at like 250. He's a dog.
He's absolute dog. The other thing is, I think he lost weight to go to the combine, maybe to take pressure off his knees, maybe so he could run faster. A lot of guys trim down for the combine so they can get better times because I think that's the biggest thing. But there's no way he played at 245 or whatever he was listed at the combine on tape. He's bigger than that. Like, he has the frame to be like 260 and probably still run. But it's
949 RAS.
It's nuts. I really hope the health holds up because here's the hot take of the day, right? If both of their knees hold up, Fedoni and Elijah Arroyo could have very similar numbers.
Not that hot. Because
For a lot of
they would have
like, whoa.
no, they would have been drafted a lot closer together if the knee wasn't the knee.
I'm just saying, like, they have similar talent levels and skill sets, and they also have similar knee histories. So,
but I think Fedoni's an even better blocker. Like, if you just watch the Ohio State game, like beyond the Tyleik rep, like he was going to war with JTT, and like JTT got him early on in the game, and then Fedoni came back, and they were running. I think it was like inside zone sift or something like that, and he came back across the line of scrimmage and he cracked JTT right in the sternum with his shoulder, and JTT like got, and that's a grown man right there, and he got rocked back.
Dog.
And you immediately saw JTT pat him on the helmet like, you got me, right? Like they were going at it, man. Like he's a
I'm gonna
dog.
be aware next time.
Dog.
I'm not gonna walk into that one blindly again. Oh
man, I like him.
That's good stuff. All right. Top available. Obviously, both Texas guys. We had a question earlier about is Isaiah Bond going to go in this round? If somebody's comfortable with the off the field stuff, that's really what it is. I mean, he did have an injury this year, ankle, I think it was, but he came back from that. He played on it. So I think the ankle probably checked out. I think it's the off the field stuff with Bond. And, if they're not comfortable, then no, he will be a UDFA. Damian Martinez, we talked about maturity issues more than anything else, but one of the most talented backs in this class. Certainly would have been off the board if he had clean off-field stuff at this point. Ewers, probably medical. Restrepo, look, he's not very fast. He is what he is. Somebody will pick him up, but he might end up being a UDFA, which I think is, I don't want to say funny because that's not what I mean. I think the juxtaposition between the way people were talking about Isaiah Restrepo 5 months ago was like, oh, Isaiah Restrepo, he's a borderline first-round pick. And I was like, what? And, it's not like, yes, his time was slower than we expected, but we did not expect him to be a burner at all. So,
playing stump the truck here.
Yeah, right. Late in the day, we started 2012-ish, started talking about this player.
I'm fascinated to see if they get him this year.
I don't know how it happened.
this is one of Brett's favorite segments of the entire
Yeah, because I used to help putting together the binder, and I used to cut the B-roll for this segment when I was at the network. This means something to me, man.
This is me. I started this.
And the truck was like, we'll show you. Well, what it did is it stumbled upon what everybody in TV's looking for, which is the connectivity to the fans and also to show off the hard-working production.
And yes, chat, we will get to Jack Nelson right after this, I promise.
So now here we are. It's the truck versus the world. Wow, we're going international now. I mean,
first, Daniel. Go for it. Let's see if you can stump the truck.
I'm going to let an easy one. Let's just see if they can just get into a rhythm, see the ball go through the hoop here. Shedeur Sanders, running back, Central Arkansas.
I got nothing.
Thank you. Mentioned earlier today from Germany, Central Arkansas, I believe. All right. Okay. 1 for 1.
You have nothing on Shedeur Powell, or you have nothing on Marcus Bryant, or both.
Both, honestly.
Okay, there you go.
I got Jack Nelson though.
All right, you got Jack Nelson in the bag. Did they hit it already?
Yeah, they got it.
Sure. All right, guys. How about Carl Vansky? Decius, D-E-C-I-U-S.
Who?
Carl Vansky, C-A-R-L-B-A-I-N-S-K-Y. From Morgan State, a defensive back. Go Bears.
Oh, Morgan State. Let's go.
Oh my goodness gracious.
This is Huggins' guy.
Do we have one from
Morgan State, man. That's Hugs' guy.
I had the linebacker. I didn't.
I know. Shout out to Gerald Huggins, one of our pals that works at Morgan State.
Oh,
And
Gerard Christian Lichtenhen. We got it. Oregon State. I got it.
Oregon State for sure.
I know this guy.
Sorry, Brett's gonna be overly excited for the next few minutes.
He's a good player. I like him too. He's 6'7".
Jaguars picked up Monheim.
Also a good player.
Very good player. Center out of USC.
Offensive lineman, Oregon State. Oh, there's a
Rod Christian.
Okay, that's simple.
Well done, Truck. Can I get one? I've got one here.
Okay,
I've got a request here.
From who?
This is Big Game Bengal, who's a YouTuber who's got a huge
Bengal.
Oh, Bengal, let's go.
hit me up with Deshaun Hill, DB Ohio Dominican. And did the proper
Ohio Dominican.
Bengal's a
Oh,
fucking
Bengal's
degenerate for that one.
Yeah, Bengal's drilling him.
Oh, he got him. Bengal got him.
I've got another one if we want to keep this. Go ahead. I like the demands get
Ohio Dominican. Bengal. Bengal got him. Yeah, he better. Ohio Dominican.
single-digit number guy.
I don't know. Just to be fair, Brett, I don't know that I've ever heard of Ohio Dominican, and I used to work in higher ed, so I've pretty much heard of most schools at one time or another. Nope.
I'm not even sure if that's real.
Could be the university from The Simpsons. Who knows?
All right, I got a good one. Pretty sure this is going to stump the truck. Mitch Van Voren from St. Norbert College. He's a tight end.
Oh, St. Norbert's right down the road.
Right down
Okay,
the
St.
road.
Norbert, and they had it.
Dolphins 2016 pick, like a third rounder.
Is he in this draft class, Ian? Are we sure? We need to double check Ian's work.
This comes from Tom Pelissero, and
Hey, Ian.
this has been fact-checked. Yes.
Ian, I love that you put in St. Norbert. St. Norbert is the site of where Lombardi's Packers did training camp.
Obviously.
All those years
Of course, CD has this note.
Yeah, I was gonna say Charles, the Rolodex opens up and just like, oh yeah, Norbert. Now I have heard of Norbert. Ohio Dominican. I got nothing.
There he is.
Nice job. Oh, they got the
Oh, Land Larison. They have to have Land Larison. They better have the steer wrestling B-roll.
Yeah, if you're not a wrestler, you're gonna sub in steer wrestling B-roll. That's
I sent this note to DJ about his steer wrestling.
nice. All right, Land Larison. I love Land Larison. I brought up Land Larison in like September or October on one of our Thursday night streams. People can go back and find receipts on that one. That one's fun.
Ohio Dominican.
God,
That's
Bengal.
dirty pool.
dirty
pool.
dirty boy. That's
Uh,
awesome.
All right, we have a whole bunch to recap. Let's start with Jack Nelson.
Oh, Seahawks break the seal.
Yeah, we'll get to Damian Martinez. Let's start with Jack Nelson so we could catch up here.
All right, you do it.
Wisconsin tackle. Personally, I thought he was probably more of a guard than a tackle, but I did like him a lot at guard. Not like a crazy athlete, which is part of the reason why I almost want him to play in more restricted space. When guys get a runway on him, that's when his anchor fails him a little bit. If he's jump setting people and he's getting on top of them quickly, like I think he can handle power just fine. But I really like him personally as a guard. I'm really curious to see how Atlanta likes him. In terms of outside zone and all the stuff that Atlanta does with outside zone, he's less of a reach blocker and more so of a, I'm just going to let you get to the front side and I'm going to pin you there so you can't get back and tackle in the cutback. Like, solid player, genuinely solid player. 5th, 6th round, kind of where I thought he would go. If they think he's a tackle, 7th rounder, take a flyer on him probably makes sense. Marcus Bryant, I did not. Did you do Marcus Bryant at all?
I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't focus on Marcus Bryant because, look, he's the other Missouri tackle. Right? It's not as if we had a low profile. He's the low profile Missouri tackle. I was not watching Marcus Bryant enough to say I have any opinion on Marcus Bryant, even though I watched a bunch of Missouri offensive line tape. So there you go. Didn't catch my eye.
Jonah Monheim has played,
did catch my eye.
Like 4 different positions at USC. Very flexible. Loved him in space. Like, he didn't play center till this past year. Loved him in space. Like, they got him out as a puller and active in the screen game, and he was a killer out in space. I really like Jonah Monheim. Better athlete than he's given credit for. Super experienced, position flexibility. I'm not sure where the Jags see him. Let me check my depth chart here.
Yeah, I liked him in space as well. Certainly had some questions about him with power. Didn't see him hold up there as much as I'd want to, but as a move center, as a, somebody that needs to get taken out on center pulls, things like that, it's definitely going to be a consideration. Definitely a draftable player for me. I'm surprised he lasted this long, given that there weren't that many true center options, and he felt like one, again, being an experienced guy there with good reps on tape against good players, but not all types. And again, things to work on. And if you're going to take undersized centers, we see it every year. They go in the 6th and 7th, right? It's like, oh, he's a good technician. He's really smart. He gets people lined up. He just can't handle monsters in the middle. And, there's not every center can.
And then we got Lindenberg, the Minnesota linebacker. He went 222 overall to the Raiders. He is 6'2", 236. So very well-built linebacker. One of the more productive linebackers in this class as far as getting into the backfield. I didn't love how he got off blocks, even at his size. I felt like he was more of a gap shooter, which makes sense of why he was fairly high in tackles for loss, tackles for no gain, but not necessarily high in stops. Because when a guard gets on him or a tackle or a center gets on him, he's not exactly somebody who can get off or avoid that block super well. So it's almost like he shoots it or he's not getting there. Part of me thinks this is more of a special teams pick than anything else. Not a huge fan of him in coverage either, but again, we're talking about 7th round linebackers here.
Yeah, we're talking about special teams linebackers at this point, and really more interested in getting on to the next pick, which is Damian Martinez. So we'll spend some time there, who is a very powerful runner, one of the most downhill runners in this class. And he actually kind of lulled me into a false scouting report. Early on, I watched him, and he just is so bruising. It's like he genuinely abhors being tackled. Like, he takes offense at it. And he runs that way. He runs with just this physical edge where he just dominates people in front of him. And I just kind of was so taken aback by that I was like, he's just a power back, right? He has to go to a power system. He can only run gap. Went back, did my recheck on him. And after he runs people over, again, not the greatest long speed, but there is some burst. There is some acceleration in the 8 to 10 yard area after he breaks that, which makes him so effective because he breaks for your contact, and then you really see him take off for the first 2 or 3 steps. Makes him very hard to catch. Also helps him build back up that head of steam to hit the next guy, because he doesn't just break one tackle and give up. Some running backs or wide receivers in terms of yak will make their signature move, and then whoever gets them the next time, that's it. Others like Ashton Jeanty or Damian Martinez are going to move upon move upon move upon move. It's going to make them very hard to bring down. It's going to give him all that extra production down the field in terms of yak. Martinez he's a very well-rounded back, great size, great power, really good feet, good vision. And then that little bit of burst after he breaks free of contact that I missed the first time around on him. Very, very good back. Would have gone as early as the 2nd round if he was clean off the field.
I liked how he improved throughout the season went on. Because when he started, and I watched like a game from the first 3 weeks, and I was like, he's okay. That was a little bit of a plotter. Didn't think he broke tackles super well. Didn't love the long speed. Pass protection was straight up terrible. And I was like, I just don't see it, right? And then I picked a game from about 4 weeks after that, and another one from later in the season, and then another one. I think it was the second to last game of the season. And you could literally see how he got better as the year went on. I don't know if he came into the year hurt or what, but like everything about his game was better. He pass protected better. He broke tackles more efficiently. I thought he had better burst. I don't know what it was, but he just like December Damian Martinez and August Damian Martinez were just different players completely.
Yeah,
and I understood it more the more I watched him.
Yeah, why it's important to watch games in order if you can. If you have multiple games and you're watching them, watch them chronologically, beginning of the season to end of the season. Now, some kind that can still be a roller coaster. Guys can get hurt in the middle and, the performance declines. But if you're watching a player that had, a steady game tape in terms of he was on the field every week in a game, you can see progression or not, right? If they go 3-4 games, 6 games apart, you watch 2 games, they're the same in both of them. Okay, you know what you're getting. Maybe that player's a little bit closer to his ceiling as opposed to other players, especially guys who are new in starting roles or quote-unquote one-year wonders who've been behind folks. If with game tape they get better and better, that's, an ascending player is much more attractive to the NFL. I'll say that. And a quick super chat from Matt Burns for $5. 5-year bootleg watcher. Thank you very much for that. I film for Delaware football. Does Marcus Yarns get drafted? What are your thoughts on him? Best player I've filmed in my 3 years. I think he does, or at least he should.
Explosive.
He is worthy of being drafted.
Explosive.
Extremely explosive, very good pass catcher, a threat to take it. Not a size threat necessarily, but you do have to catch him. He is extremely good in space, and when he gets through a gap, he is not a player you have to create space for, but if he gets to space, you're in trouble. And so, Matt, thanks for watching. Appreciate it.
Great receiver. I like him. I like him as a true, even down the field receiver out of the backfield. He's great.
Yeah, as people started to say, "Oh, Jaden Blue," I was like, "Why are we not talking about Marcus Yarns? Just because one went to Delaware and one went to Texas?" I don't know. Marcus Yarns, I think, is a better true runner than Jaden Blue. They're about equal as a receiver. And again, I spoke glowingly of Jaden Blue as a receiver earlier on. Oh, Bruner goes to the Steelers. Damn it.
With the Pat Tillman pick, by the way.
Oh, okay.
That's great.
Appropriate. And God, I really like Carson Bruner. Again, dad played in the NFL, was a tight end, and one of the best, if not the best, pass protecting linebackers in this class. But also, again, one of those players that I came in thinking, oh, he's a great pass protector. He's a great pass protector. Right as they show him, bursting through. So gets to play for the same team that his dad played for in the pros. That's pretty crazy after playing for the same team that his dad played for in college. That's pretty rare stuff. And Bruner has better burst to the line. He didn't have a ton of pressures or anything else, but he's quick and he's mean. He's a little extra as a linebacker. You're going to have to tone him down a little bit, but in pass protection, you're not going to find better in this class than Bruner. He is extremely solid.
Keontae Hamilton also went to the Texans. I did not get to Keontae Hamilton. I did 32, 33 IDL, and he was not one of them. Did you get to him?
I did not, but I'm very excited about the Cardinals pick right after that.
Keaton Crawford. You liked him a lot. I was lower on him than you.
Him.
I'll let you take the lead on that.
Yeah, Keaton Crawford, incredibly athletic safety, ended up playing at Nevada. Saw him at the Combine. He got one of my little C notifications from the Combine because he could really run. He was great in the drills, moved extremely well. I thought, what is this guy doing at Nevada? Yeah, he was a Texas recruit. He's from Denton. He went to Austin, played there. I don't know why he ended up transferring on to Nevada. Maybe that's why he got taken in the 7th round. If you need a true free safety that has range and plays the ball extremely well, Keaton Crawford's there. Also hits from depth. So again, as we talk about those 2 high safety structures where you have got to come down the alley and hit the run, boom, Really like him. A little bit undersized, not super tall, 5'10", 5'11", something like that. Crazy
He's
fast.
5'10", 202 with a 4.4, 140, 154, 10-yard split, 41.5 vert, 10.8 broad, 4.03 shuttle, 6.81 3-cone, 9.90 RAS.
Yeah, and you're at Nevada, and then you're like, oh, you recruited
Texas.
Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Cool. He can really run. Like him a lot.
Yeah, very, very athletic. I want him to play under control. Very out of control. But like, if you get it under, not even like,
yeah, if you can
tamp
harness
it down,
the
if you can harness it, he's like a friggin' infinity stone, man.
Damn it, you were correct.
Curtis Rourke to the 49ers.
Nope.
What, after? Hold on. Oh, Brashard Smith is a fucking Chief. What did I say?
You did.
What did I
You
say?
said it. You called it. It's your fault. Oh,
I said this hours ago.
I know.
Brashard Smith is a Chief.
I know. And I said, don't you put that evil on me. And now you did it. I'm
Arguably the best receiving back in this entire class. I have zero idea why he was here. Zero. Top 10 runner in the class. Immediate contributor in Kansas City. Gives them a legit vertical threat out of the backfield that you can either run him on like a wheel route out of the backfield. You can put him into the slot. You can put him out wide. He runs double moves. He's got great ball skills, great sideline awareness. He returns. What am I missing, EJ?
No, the reason that he's in the 7th, that's the only reason we're missing. I'm so freaking mad about this. Like, I'm sorry. Like, great pick for Kansas City. I wanted him on the Bears. He had a great visit there. He would be an asset. They don't really have a player like him. He's just big play in a bottle and tremendous work around the sidelines, body control, toe taps, reaching out, catching the ball away from his frame. Like, such a fun and exciting player. Got to him pretty late, but really, really like his all-around game. Much better runner than the typical wide receiver conversion to running back. Like, has a much better feel for the position than the average convert that goes that way does. Yeah, the Chiefs are going to have all kinds of fun with him in the screen game because really nobody calls the screen game better in the pros than Andy Reid, and Brashard Smith is going to be like danger man on those screens. It's not even funny.
I want to hit Curtis Rourke real quick. So he played the whole year on a torn ACL. It's just nuts. Played the entire year on it. Led Indiana to the playoffs. Really good deep ball thrower, specifically down the sideline, less so over the middle, but he was really good throwing deep down the boundary. Had a great fade ball. Their offense was very RPO and play action heavy, so there's a whole bunch of just manufactured production in there. But he processes quickly. He's got good vision. He does a lot of the stuff that Kyle Shanahan likes, which is find space and attack space. And, it's not like Kyle Shanahan's known for dialing up a corner post and saying throw it 60 yards. Like, it's not really Kyle's offense anyway. Like, he is a very Shanahanese type quarterback. I see this working. Also, just a genuinely good dude. Dante Kent, unless you have something on Rourke.
I do not. I mean, nothing really more than what you said. I really do think, for the most part, this is a camp arm, developmental practice squad player who, could eventually maybe be your QB3. So that's it. That's all I got.
Dante Kent from Central Michigan to the Steelers. Did not get to him, did you?
Nope, did not.
All right, we're at about that range, folks.
We are.
We're
gonna maybe get 50% of these next few guys before the end of the draft. I'm just looking at KC's draft, and outside of the wild Jeffrey Bassett pick, which I did get to hear that entire explanation because these are wireless. So when I went upstairs to get something from the kitchen, I was like, "Oh,
I thought I was pretty nice."
You're extremely nice.
Nicer than
for
it could have
sure.
been.
But outside of that, Josh Simmons, Omar Norman-Lott, Ashton Gelati, Noel Williams, Jalen Royals, yes, Jeffrey Bassa, and Brashard Smith. Like that's some good work right there.
Free my man Kobe, man. He doesn't deserve this.
Yeah, people keep asking about Kobe, and we don't know. The answer is we don't know. Kobe, for me, we're talking about Kobe Bryant, the corner from Kansas. Kobe for me was right up after Azaria Thomas.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe there's a medical I don't know about.
Yeah, he was above Quincy Riley. He was above Noel Williams. He was above Maxwell Harrison for me. Like, this is a very talented player that would have been picked.
I can't imagine there was a character thing.
You don't know. I don't know. I mean, we don't have the resources, and we don't have the access to get into what a lot of the NFL teams get into. I'm really surprised that Melo hasn't been taken either, because Melo, I mean, we're in the 7th round now. Like, Melo Dotson is better than a 7th round corner. I don't know what's going on with them. Quinn about to be a UDFA. Unfortunately, it does look like Quinn Ewers is probably going to be a UDFA at this point.
I'm wondering about the shoulder for Quinn.
Yeah. No, I think it's medical. And like when I say unfortunately, it's, teams are probably looking at the shoulder saying, hey, man, we're not sure that can hold up long term. And JT talked about it. JT O'Sullivan talked about it when he was on the podcast with us talking about Quinn specifically. But he said, hey, I played with some guys that, sometimes, and he was not saying this was the case with Quinn because we don't have any of that medical information. He said, look, I played with guys that, sometimes they got hurt and they were never the same, right? They couldn't come back, and it's unfortunate, but it does happen. So we hope that's not the case with Quinn Ewers, but nobody's really willing to take the chance right now. And look, very talented guy, very experienced. Did not obviously have a great year, but has had some of the best flashes of any quarterback in this class. It's just a question of, look, if your quarterback and your throwing shoulder is messed up, like, it's not a good combination.
Dan Jackson off the board to the Lions. That is a straight up gunner right there, folks.
God, I hate this so much.
He's not going to play safety, but he will play gunner.
I really love Dan Jackson. I think he is incredibly savvy and cleaned up a lot of messes for the Georgia secondary. Again, this is about the range he was going to go no matter where you're going to play him. And yes, likely starting on special teams, but attitude hits like crazy. Total Lion in terms of attitude. I would have liked Dan Jackson as a backup safety special teamer on my team. Instead, he's in the division. I'm glad he gets drafted for him, but it's kind of a bummer that I'm gonna have to play against him because he doesn't give up anything easy.
Quinn Ewers is a Miami Dolphin, which I'll be honest, from a fit perspective, for what Mike McDaniel likes, which is not really, again, chucking the ball deep and getting the ball out as quick as humanly possible and RPOing you to death. I think Quinn Ewers can do that. Like, it's actually the one thing he can do. So, again, is Quinn Ewers a starting quarterback in the NFL? No. Is Quinn Ewers a backup quarterback that we think we can get through a couple weeks with if Tua gets hurt again? I think there's a better chance of that being a yes. And also, they get the ball out so quickly in Miami that I don't think his pocket presence, or rather, I should say, terrible pocket presence, is going to come back to bite him as much there, because the ball should be gone in under 2 seconds anyway.
You hope. Okay, we have a ringer in the room. $10 super chat from Owen. Thanks for the stream. Love the draft content. On Stump the Trunk, I worked as a recruiting assistant for Ohio Dominican last year, and I know Deshaun. Also, Brett, I was the fan you saw at the Combine.
Oh, what's up, Owen? Good to see you.
That's awesome.
Ohio Dominican.
It's a real thing, apparently. It's not a fake for-profit university that's just shipping profits offshore.
That's amazing.
I know. Like,
I thought Bengal just like slid a complete lie in there just to see if he could get him. That's amazing.
God. That's awesome.
We got recruiting assistants for Ohio Dominican in the chat. Let's go.
Who actually know the guy
who actually knows him.
That's awesome.
That made my day.
That's so cool. Super chat from Starfall Rondo for $20. Cheers, fellas. Appreciate all the work you do. Thank you for your day 3 coverage. Has become my favorite day of the draft. And shout out to the 3K fellow sickos. Indeed. Shout out to all the sickos hanging out with us. Early predictions for Mr. Irrelevant.
So the Patriots are at pick 257.
Correct.
I don't know if there's any quarterbacks left.
Oh, I have one.
Huh.
Coleman Owen. Go be the new Julian Edelman.
I was going to say Land Larison to be the new Julian or the new Danny Woodhead.
Danny Woodhead.
But, sure.
Okay, either one.
White receiving running back, New England Patriots?
Okay, we get 2 answers because it's Mr. Irrelevant at the end of the draft. If either one of those is correct, we win.
Somebody says Tez Johnson. I think Tez Johnson is going 241 here.
241 to the bar. Okay, yep. I can see it for sure.
100%. Sean Payton is the kind of where he's like, hey, I'm going to throw my starting quarterback.
I'll throw you a bone.
Yeah, I'll throw you a bone here.
Yep.
The adopted brother of my starting quarterback. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great call out. After we already picked Troy Franklin last year, we're just assembling like Eugene East or Eugene Central.
Hunter Wohler went to the Coke.
The Colts.
Again.
Yeah.
6 hours into this, folks. Again, he's another one of these very smooth, like his hips, very, very technically refined as far as footwork goes. He runs a mean W drill, not super fast. Not super like you get everything out of what he is as an athlete. He is refined because he has to be. But I like Hunter Wohler. Again, this is special teams. This is special teams all the way.
Okay, like he's Hunter Wohler. Yes, I know the Bears just picked. I'll react to that in just a second. Hunter Wohler is your favorite safety who is half step late to everything.
Because
like he's this big imposing safety. He hits like crazy. He is ridiculous athlete in testing. On the film, he does not run at that speed. He is just a tick late to everything.
I remember we were watching him go through the field drills, and I was like, I wonder what his numbers were. And then I looked up what he did in the vert, and I was like, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I was like, nuh-uh.
When we say workout warrior, I'm sorry, Hunter Wohler, yes, he's a good football player. He has good eyes. He has pretty good instincts. He's just half a step late to everything. And if you're half a step late to everything in college, you're kind of doomed in the pros, which is why you're going this late. Like,
ooh, they list him as a linebacker.
Now that I could see.
Are we doing the Troy Reader route?
I actually like that for his prospects.
I like that better.
If you were going to try and keep him at safety, even if you were going to try and, play him down as like a big nickel or something like that, I just don't think he's got the quicks for it, right? If you're going to, protect him a little bit, put him behind the tackles, let him, run and hit. Okay, let's take a look. Like, I would rather take a look at him there because, he does have some short area, but man, he just does not get to things when you put him out there, hang him out there in the back end. He's just late to all the crossers. The catch has just been made and he's not there, to be able to contest it. Even with a tackle, he's like dragging him down and you're like, or missing him and they just keep running. Like, I wanted to like his game a lot and I just kept seeing that over and over. And I was like, it's just one of those players you get frustrated with on tape. You're like, oh man, if you were just half a tick quicker, you'd be really good. But he's not. And that's it.
I want to get to Kyle Monangai from Rutgers to the Bears. Great pass protecting back. Again, not very fast, but he's tough. He's got third down utility. Again, not really as a receiver, more so as a pass protector. I happen to think that this is also probably special teams, but more so on kickoff return unit as a blocker, because that's really where his skill set is. I don't know if I really want him actually returning. And this is where you fill out the special teams room, but I think he's either like a Travis Homer type pass protecting back for them or special teams.
Yeah, I would say that as well. I really like the determination that he runs with. That was probably the biggest thing I came away with on tape is he has hard nose. He's going to get everything out of every run. He's not physically super gifted, which is, again, why he's being taken in terms of speed. right? In terms of toughness and, ability to run into guys and withstand contact, sustain some momentum. He is good there. If you're looking for an athlete to fill out special teams, two of the rooms that are left that are really deep here are obviously we've talked about it all the time, running back, but also safety. And I think I probably would have gone to the safety pool here. I would have gone for a guy like Dean Clark out of Fresno State, good size, can run, can hit. If you're looking for a special teams fill out, the Bears need some safety overlap as well. But they choose Monangai, solid player, solid pick.
Oh, the Broncos got Wally pipped.
Did
Tez
they?
Johnson to the Bucks.
Okay.
To be
All right.
wide receiver 9 for them.
15, yes. Wide receiver 15.
That's a fun pick for them, though. So Tez Johnson, he ran like 4 or 5 flat in the 40. Ignore that because he also had the top speed in the go route drill. Like when he actually is doing football stuff, he is legitimately fast. He just doesn't time fast, but like he is a fast player.
Yep.
If you're bringing him in to be your wide receiver 5 that is literally just a deep threat, and that is it. That works, especially for a 7th rounder.
Yeah. In terms of the Bears pick, the other place I would have gone is developmental tackle again, because the lottery ticket nature of hitting on a late round offensive tackle that can play is, I don't want to say it's franchise changing, but you're literally saving yourself tens of millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bears have been good at it, right? The Bears have done it twice in the last, 15 years. And so Charles Leno Jr. was one and Braxton Jones is another. And, who's to say that Esapol is not the third one? Or John Williams. There's lottery tickets to shoot here. And they chose to take, a tough, very rugged running back who's going to play some special teams for him and fill in. Okay. Like, again, I'm not going to, who knows what they've got lined up in UDFA, because the other thing we should say right now is teams are on the phone to UDFAs right now. They have been for the last half a round saying, hey, we're getting near. Are you getting calls? Do you think anybody's going to pick you? If not, we have priority. We have space. We want you. They're lining up those players right now. So maybe they already have a safety or 2 lined up. Maybe they already have another pass rusher lined up. By the way, did Fadil go?
Not yet.
Okay. Like, I'm on the phone to him if I'm the Bears. I'm like, dude, come play in Chicago. Be in the edge rotation. Like, same thing to his teammate, Elijah Clark. They could use the safety help. Like, Elijah Clark, very smart. Dean Clark, the
Jordan Clark, all the Clarks.
All the Clarks. Get the Clarks together. Get the Jalen's versus the Clarks. That's the no.
And all the Shamars, just split them up.
The Clarks get winners of the Shamars versus the Jalen's.
Mark Kreutzer for $10. Happy to have you back, Mark, once again. Wouldn't miss these 18 hours with y'all for anything. Wouldn't be the draft without Bootleg at this point. Thanks for everything. Amazing content as always. Now we all get to rest. Well, first we get to pee. I still haven't peed since 8 a.m. this morning, and it is 3:18. So,
boy. You know who would have taken? Just total lottery ticket. That's just one of the most fun players in this draft. Robert McDaniel.
Oh, fun.
The safety, who they also lined up at edge because he's 6'2", 221, and he had 150 edge snaps this year.
I had him in my linebackers. Is that weird?
Nope, not at all. Could totally see it. I mean, if we're going to make Hunter Wooler a linebacker, let's take somebody that's already good at it and do it with Robert McDaniel, because his physical profile is, ooh. Yeah, I would have taken a shot there.
Jags took another running back.
LeQuint Allen.
Yep. One of the best pass protecting running backs in this class. There is a theme among 7th round running backs, which is pass protection. But he's got a lot more juice than Monangai. Like a lot more juice. He's a great Oh, here's Tom. Hold on.
Oh, let's go. All right, Crossy picks.
The last of Green Bay, but it's just the latest.
There it is. Shout out to Tom Grassi, one of the greatest humans working.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. How the hell are we doing?
This guy's good people. Speaking about raising money for St. Jude, he did a lot of that.
I fell in love with this
He
team
did
when I was
a
6
lot of
years
that.
old. And
And 28 years later, to stand in front of you in Green Bay to announce the Packers pick, it doesn't get better than this.
Good people. Good for him. It's a big moment. He means what he just said.
I appreciate the hell out of you. With the 237th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay mother-loving Packers select Micah Robinson, DB, Tulane.
That's so cool. Good for Tom.
I'm thrilled that Grossi gets to do this.
That's so awesome.
That is nothing but applause for our buddy Grossi. He is one of the best guys going. If you don't know who he is, go check him out. Grossi Posse is a real thing, and that guy is an A+ human being.
Yeah, one of the best humans I've ever met. I'm so proud of him. That's so cool.
That's awesome. That's just, I love that.
Did you happen?
Right.
We missed the Hawks pick, by the way. Mason Richmond. Did you happen to watch Mason Richmond?
Oh, sorry, I was just seeing it come up.
The other Iowa player.
The other. I didn't watch Micah Robinson either. Mason Richmond, no.
I didn't get to him
I don't
either.
think so. I don't think so.
I was woefully under Iowa in this draft. A lot more Hawkeyes have gone than I thought. Although not Jay Higgins. Like I thought Jay Higgins would have got drafted.
Oh no, not me. Jay Higgins was one of the first middle linebackers I watched because I was like, I knew somewhere in the middle, or at least I thought I was. Reached out to our buddy Matt Bowen, former Hawkeye, who knows Jay, still works with the program. And, you know, he gave me the scouting report. I was like, okay, I'm charged up. I'm going to watch Jay Higgins. I was half a game in, and I was like, is he hurt? Like, he's just not fast. Like, he's smart. He's tough. He can't reach even, like, I'm not saying sideline. I'm like,
Hey,
outside
he'll get there eventually.
Yes.
Can't tell you if the ball's also going to be there still when he gets there, but he'll get there.
He is a linebacker in this class. I can say that.
Apparently, they did not play Tom's pick on the national broadcast.
What?
I had it on
I'm
YouTube
on
TV,
NFL.
but they didn't have it on the broadcast.
Oh, that's a bummer. We'll have to reach out and tell him that I guess.
Well,
Depending on where
our
audience is
the
watching.
people here saw it, Tom.
They heard it.
You at least had 3,000 people that saw you do that.
Yeah, no. No, I had high hopes for Jay Higgins. I really like. Typically, I like Iowa linebackers, and again, programs recruit types, and I mean, if you have the middle,
ESPN didn't have it. NFL Network did.
Okay, I was like, NFL Network had it because I just watched it. No, if you have the middle of your defense being Jay Higgins and Sebastian Castro, like you're giving some things up.
They got type. They got type.
And
And 340-pound defensive ends. They got type.
yeah.
Hey, if you just
cleaning up a lot
if
of
you
things.
just
If it
go
never gets past the
anywhere,
defensive line,
anywhere outside the hashes, you're gonna have success against Iowa.
Man. Yeah, no, I was underwhelmed by them, which is funny because I loved Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson was my third-rated running back in this class. Like, I love Caleb Johnson, but the defensive side of the ball did not have a lot of offerings. And again, talking about the Broncos, they've had success with the defenders very, very recently, last couple of years. So I was kind of charged up to get in there and see what they had. Not this year for me on the Iowa defense.
Ricky White is a Seattle Seahawk.
Okay.
Good for him.
I think this is probably a program connection or coach connection who are they're betting on the guy. He was incredibly productive at UNLV, had really high hopes for him. I wonder if he's injured. I really do.
Well, supposedly he was when he ran his 40, which is why it was like 4.6 at the combine, and then it was like 4.4 something at pro day. But honestly, the reason why they're taking him here, it's not that they're like desperate for receiver. I mean, they'll add a receiver. Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
He was one of the best special teams players in the country.
Yes.
He had 4 block punts.
I was going to say 4 block punts. I was going to say 5 total, but yeah,
But
4 block punts.
He's a dog on special teams. So you take him for that.
He's a great dude, but like when we saw him at Shrine Bowl too, I wonder if he wasn't still struggling with an injury or just hadn't decided to maybe get it fixed or something, because he was one of the players. You know this. Like, I make a list of 10 players that are sort of like musts before we go to Shrine Bowl after the roster gets released. Ricky White was on top of the list. I was like, Ricky White's gonna be at Shrine Bowl. We have to talk to him. We did. We talked to him. He's a great guy, but like on field, he couldn't separate from anybody, and that did not look like his tape because he was incredibly productive.
Noel, it was him against Noel in one-on-ones, and Noel sent him to Narnia a couple times. But
everybody did. Like, he didn't win against anybody, and by the time we were 3 days into practice, I was like, I don't really remember like a winning, like definitively winning rep for Ricky White. And if you look at how productive he was at UNLV, not just this year but over the past couple of years, like, that wasn't the same guy. So something was going on, but you're not gonna ask him at that point. And then combine, same thing. But yeah, pro day speed started to come back. So this might be a John Schneider special, right? Of, hey, I'm down the board, going to take some damage goods of a guy that I know can play on special teams, but sneaky, like, if he gets healthy again, that guy could play wide receiver, like, demonstrated. So I don't know. There's a dip in that pre-draft process for Ricky White. I feel bad for him because he certainly would have been drafted higher if that had not been the case. But maybe this is the best thing. You never know. The draft works in funny ways.
Phil Maffa from Clemson also went to the Cowboys. I want to say their second running. Yeah, they also took Jaden Blue, who's a third down receiver.
They have 7 on the roster right now.
Maffa's your third down pass protector. Only allowed four pressures the entire year in pass protection. Top 8 in terms of pressure rate allowed. So if you want a 6-man protection, you put in Maffa on third down. If you want to actually throw the ball, throw the ball to the back, you put in Blue. We platoon this thing, and I don't know what Deuce Vaughn's gonna do.
Yeah, I don't know where he's gonna.
I don't know where he's gonna go. And then we got, who else is gone?
All right, who's the copium pick for the Broncos since they got pipped for Tez Johnson?
It's got to be Elijah Batcher, right? Caden Prather, the other Maryland receiver, just went to the Bills, by the way.
Yep.
Which they have so many receivers at this point. That's probably a camp receiver, practice squatter.
Special teams pick. Like, let's see, can you be a gunner, right? How many special teams snaps did he have? Look him up.
Because they have Keon Coleman, Josh Palmer, Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Jalen Laviscus, Chenault's still there. No, actually, he might be able to make the roster. I can see that, actually. Maybe it's a 5.
Yeah, I'm going to look up his special team snaps because now I'm interested.
Maryland had like 7 players drafted or something. They were up there. A lot of terps.
Yeah,
a lot of terps.
They were sneaky in the fact that not a lot of their guys were super high profile guys, but they had a lot of them. Like, Jordan was one of their highest profile guys, and he wasn't that high profile. He was a day 3 guy. So
I'm wondering who the Broncos are taking here, because Tez was like the easiest call ever. Now I have no idea. Could this be Kobe? Just have the most ridiculous corner room in the history of the NFL.
Caden Prather only took 95 total special team snaps, which is quite a few actually, because there's not that many per game, right?
Got a live announcement.
Mostly on the punt return team.
Caleb Lohner, the other Utah tight end.
No, the other Utah tight end is Brant Keithy.
Well, they didn't take Keithy.
No, I know. Keithy is not going to get drafted because he's overaged and over-injured, but I will never quit Brant Keithy, ever. He's so much fun as a player. I love him. You'd hate him because he doesn't fit that strict definition of tight end, but if you want H-backs that can run and catch and whatever else.
Again, linguistics has rules, EJ.
Yeah, not anymore.
If words stop having meaning, the world goes to the barbarians, and I will not fucking stand for it. If he's a fullback, he's a fullback. Say he's a fullback.
He's not a fullback.
If he's a big slot, he's a big slot.
He's a move tight end. He's a joker. There's a word for it.
Joker is the position you give to somebody who you really don't know what they are. You just like their vibe.
Joker is the position I give to somebody that Brett Coleman hates.
When did they ever work?
Well, there was a brief highlight which was not as high as people wanted it to be, so it has faded.
Like, it's worked one time with Kyle Juszczyk. and nobody else.
Yeah.
Nobody
Well,
else made
yeah,
it work.
because that is
Like
a
we fell
unique
for this with
form.
Josiah DeGuara. Never again.
It's true. We did.
3rd rounder, by the way. Thanks, Greenback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of how things have changed in the draft, not doing that anymore, are you? So the Rams draft picks: Ferguson, Stewart, Hunter, Hamilton, and Chris Paul Jr. Pick is in. Let's see who they're adding to the haul. McVay looks like he just stole somebody's lunch money.
Taysom Hill erasure. Taysom Hill is just like Ronnie Brown in a different font, if we're being real.
I love it. I love it.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna. Punt return, punt coverage. Yeah, 41 punt return snaps for Caden Prather, 13 in punt coverage, 7 in kickoff coverage, 34 in kickoff returns. It was really on the return teams for the most part.
Oh, we got the Underworld model doing a pick for the Rams.
Hunter Lodge at Australia Zoo, and I am so excited. We are so excited for this very important announcement. So, without any further ado, with the 242nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Kanate Mumpfield.
Oh, I love that pick too.
Yeah.
That's a
Let's
great
go.
pick. Separator. Like, this dude could beat man coverage. You know, we talked about the struggles that Ricky White was having Shrine Week. Mumfield was not. Mumfield was eating people alive every single practice. Like, he was murdering people. This is a great
Super
pick.
physical. Yep. Super physical. Captain at Pitt. Will absolutely fight you as a wide receiver, fight you through the down. He doesn't have long speed in terms of separation, but he does gain separation because, again, wide receivers can win at 3 points. They can win at the release off the line, they can win at the break, or they can win at the catch point. And his releases are pretty good. I think his breaks are great, and you dog at the catch point. Again, he's going to fight you at the catch point and win a lot of times. He's not going to outrun you.
That's the one thing. He doesn't have deep speed, but
Nope.
if it's anything but like a deep post or a 9 route, like, he's going to win.
Yeah.
At
There's a lot of ways
22
to
yards
win.
and under. 22 yards and under, he's going to destroy you.
Yeah, a lot of ways to win, and he will find him. He will absolutely find him. I like him as a player. I like the mentality. He's very Pitt, and he's just rugged, right? He's gonna show up every down. So easy to see why he was a captain for sure.
Peter Rouch for $5. Loner, the first player taken. I don't know. Had a good run. Cheers. Did you get the Ohio Dominican kid, huh?
He didn't get stuffed the truck, but I'm surprised you got the Bears linebacker. Come on, man. LB 35. You watched 35 inside LBs in this class?
Maybe he's a Maryland fan.
Maybe. No, very impressive if you did. I'm all for it, but I did not. There were positions I did watch 35 deep in, but that was running back, DT. I think I got there in safety, but inside linebacker, I stopped at like 15, 12.
Yeah,
15.
because you saw what is like.
I was
weird.
like, no, this is not good for my mental health. I'm not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole.
Not a lot of great ones in this class.
All right, now I'm just deeply fascinated because we are deep into the UDFA process. I realize the draft has not yet ended. Teams are on the phone right now. You're going to see many signings click off in the first 5 minutes. UDFA has changed significantly in the last 5 to 7 years on how this happens. So the Sean Dolaks of the world are on the phone, and their agents are on the phone with 5 teams right now going, where do you want to go? What do you think your best opportunity is? They're juggling, roster versus can you get a spot? Do you know the coach? Is it close? Because again, if your kid playing for University of Buffalo and the Chargers offer you something, you got to move all the way across the country and live in the LA market, as opposed to, hey, if there's a smaller market team.
If you want me to live in the LA market, it's going to cost you a lot more.
That's what I'm saying.
To get that apartment.
Yeah. And, what the tax structure is in a particular state, all that stuff is being juggled real time right now by hundreds of UDFAs. and their agents trying to figure things out, trying to figure out, hey, when this thing ends, if I don't get picked in the next, handful of picks here, I get to choose my spot, but I have to choose wisely, because if I choose wrong, I might not get a spot in the NFL, because I'm going to get training camp to go through, especially if I get a bonus, like who's offering me some money here. Bonuses can get pretty big. There is a cap on UDFA bonuses now, so teams have to spend them wisely. You can't just throw, $500,000. It's not the unregulated slush fund market that it used to be. But everybody's trying to figure it out, right? Everybody's trying to balance out what the best opportunity is for them.
So Garrett Dillinger, the other LSU guard, just went to the Ravens. I brought up the Miles Frazier stat where it was he led
5 total pressures or something.
Yeah, led all guards in this class in terms of total snaps on true dropbacks at 188, 5 total pressures. Garrett Dillinger had 90 because of injury and only had 1 pressure allowed.
I thought you meant pressures. I was like, okay, that's a record for anybody that ever got drafted.
But believe it or not, he was only 1 point. No, not 1.1. Where is he? He and Miles both were at the same percentage of pressures allowed or pressure. Oh, no, hold on, reading that wrong. Never mind.
Math it up.
I got it. I'm on the right column.
You got
now.
it. Okay.
He was actually less than Miles Frazier on pressure percentage allowed. I got it. He was at 1.1%. Frazier was at 2.7%. But again, played a lot less snaps, so sample size is kind of blah, blah, blah. The point I'm trying to make was, I was trying to lead into this, when you watch him on tape, because you're watching Miles Frazier, you're naturally, in the games that he was actually in there, going to drift over to the others. You're also watching Will Campbell. They had another tackle, Emory Jones, right? Name? Yeah, Emory Jones, who you're also watching. And Dillinger popped several times while I was watching the other LSU offensive lineman, where I was like, oh, he's actually pretty fucking nice. And then when I thought that Nussmeier was coming out, in a lot of ways, I was like, wait a minute. He had 4 NFL offensive linemen in front of him. Mm-hmm. And I was almost like, is this real? Like, does he have experience in a chaotic pocket? Yep. The answer, by the way, is no. His pockets were great almost the entire time. And then Nuss went back to school. But all that to say...
And then Nuss went back to school.
4 NFL offensive linemen at LSU there. And Dillinger, as far as rates of pressure given up, was very similar to Miles Frazier, who was damn near unbeatable in pass pro. What?
Okay, Christian Doyle got me for $2. I'm pronouncing Hippolyte like JJ from Good Times. You have to be of a certain age to get that joke, but it's hilarious.
Never watched Good Times, personally.
So JJ from Good Times, his tagline was Dynamite!
Hippolyte!
Oh, Christian, well played at the end of round 7. That's freaking hilarious. Yeah. So we're going to keep it rolling. Oh, there it is. Dominic Lovett. That might be the Lance's wide receiver. Maybe it was either Smith or Lovett. Those are the 2 wide receivers for Georgia, but he was way high on one of them. I have to look it up now.
Lovett was good. Smooth operator. First caught my eye at the combine. I hadn't got to him yet, but like you, I saw him go through the drills at combine. I was like, this guy is hauling ass through every drill. Super smooth and out of breaks, like always under control. Didn't look wild at all. Caught everything.
Oh, it was Lovett. He had Lovett right under Knoll and above Kyle Williams.
Damn.
Yeah, no, he fully sort of said, I realize I'm on an island. I watched him and really liked him. I love folks that have conviction about their takes and just say, look, I know what everybody else is saying. I know what I saw. I know everybody else thinks I'm nuts for this, but, here's my justification for it. I think that's great. So, obviously, fair bit of distance between Kyle Williams and where Dominic Lovett got picked, but you never know in terms of the off-the-field stuff, the medical stuff, the whatever.
I
what he
did
said
like
in
him a lot,
interviews.
though. Like,
Yeah, he's a
genuinely
good player.
good player.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, just smooth operator. He's gonna be like a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5 for you.
Yeah, everybody's hoping that their favorite player that we talked about all draft season that hasn't been picked up is going to get sniped in these last 15 picks.
Well, there's no Kobe,
yeah, that's one that
No-
keeps showing up in the chat.
Jared Ivey. There's no who else? Wait. Oh yeah, Jonas Sanker went, right?
Yeah,
he
Jonas
went.
Sanker went. Correct.
There hasn't been Elijah Badger yet. There's been no Restrepo yet.
I told you about Badger.
Hey, at least I resisted doing the Bo Melton thing and have him as like a top 50
Round
pick.
one. Yeah. No, Badger was so. For those of you that have followed bootleg for the whole time, and for me personally, there's always a couple. I'm always aware because the first couple of years I didn't get it, and then I was like, oh, there's a couple of picks that Coleman's gonna like pull out and just sit on and be like, nope. And so the two that I was pretty sure of this year was Badger, and Chris Paul. I thought you were higher on than most folks I knew. I like Chris a lot, but I wasn't. You had him up as like, I don't know. I'll be 3,
He was, hold on.
4, something like that. Now, he's way up there. So
I had him in the same tier with Schlesinger.
Yeah, no, yeah. See, I was like, okay, that's one. That's a flag for me.
See
Badger
that
was a
hill
flag.
back there, EJ? I am dying on it.
That's right. That's right. I've planted my flag. I'm not leaving. And I'm not saying they're not going to be great players. I hope they are. But there's always like 3 a year where I'm like, okay, buddy. It's your Dominic Lovitz, right? It's your Stone Forsythe, your Bo Meltons. You're right on Zach Tom for sure. But Badger, Paul, and I'm trying to think of like who else you were like really high on that. I was like, who did you love that I was like, who is your top rated running back that you feel like you were different on consensus then?
This year, Taj Brooks.
Taj Brooks. Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until like 4 days ago though, when you sent me your running back ratings. And I was like, that Taj Brooks.
10% of the time, it works every time, baby.
That's right. Yo.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Speaking of undervalued running backs.
I was pretty on.
No, he just went.
Oh, nice.
Commanders.
Oh, I love that too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. So I think those were like Taj Brooks. I didn't know about till 4 days ago. So my brain's been mush for all those days. So that hasn't settled in yet. But they took Kay Madrano too. I missed that one.
Yeah. No, we talked about it. Were you just gone?
Yeah. I was probably I was probably digging up somebody's
Zooted?
stats and PFL. Yeah.
Wasn't Brett the high man on Sheed Walker? No, I was the high man on Zach Tom.
No,
EJ was on Sheed Walker.
I love Sheed Walker.
Yeah.
I had him way up there. And honestly, like, dude can play in the NFL. And again, if you can play tackle in the NFL right now, you're getting paid $20 million. I'm sorry. Like, it's a thing. He's functional as an NFL tackle. It's not great. I'm not saying that, but he is functional.
But
And
he
a lot
will
of
get
people.
money.
And he went what, like 7th round or UDFA or something? Like Sheed Walker got picked late.
I think he was day 3.
Yeah.
I think he was 7.
Deep down the board.
Yeah.
So that's my Zach Tom. Not as good as Zach Tom, but like he can play. And
Corey Trice. Which by the way,
in that year, sure.
good
But
player.
that was injuries.
Corey Trice is a good player.
Great player. He just can't stay healthy.
I'm only 72% wrong about Corey Trice, but there's a 28% part of me that was dead on.
Dude, if we came up with like bionic implants that could keep all of his limbs and joints together, that dude would be an all-pro. Ridiculously talented.
Corey Black, I did not get to him. Oklahoma State corner, did you?
No. No, with a K, definitely not.
Oh, but you got the one with the C.
No, that's not what I mean. It's that That's a unique name. It's not Jalen something. So I would definitely remember if I'd scouted a Corey Black and started with a K. No.
Cowboys got to be receiver.
Okay, so a Cowboy just got drafted, and now it's the Cowboys' pick. Just to be clear. Cowboys going to take Bond. Bond is on Bond.
I don't know if Bond's getting drafted at all.
No, at this point, honestly, if there is a high-profile pick, i.e. Kobe Bryant, who's not been picked, they're not getting picked at this point. Like, the draft pick has passed them by. Like, they're going to be UDFAs if they – like, the Kobe thing I'm really wondering about because –
has Andrew Armstrong gone?
Nope. I have not seen it. I mean, again, I missed Kane Medrano, so it's possible. But, yeah. Oh, I think EJ was getting drinks when Kane Medrano got picked. Okay, that's fair. But, no, I don't think Andrew Armstrong has been picked. I should go through the horizontal board.
We got another Terp. Aking Bisote. Their other DT that played next to Jordan Phillips. He just went to the Cowboys.
Okay.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was all right. I like Phillips.
No on Armstrong. Okay. That's boy. There's something going there because Andrew Armstrong is 100% a draftable NFL wide receiver. Like, there's no question about that. Got great size, runs really good routes. He's physical, had good production in an SEC program. Like, he was playing against all those SEC corners, still had production. Like, Andrew Armstrong, 100% draftable player. So, in terms of on-field grade, something else. Could be medical, off-field. We don't know. Who knows? Maybe he just told everybody he doesn't want to play football. I don't know.
So, I'm looking at pressure percentages for the DTs. I'm going to pull it up so you guys get good read here because he was more of a 3 technique. Well, Phillips played a lot of 2-eye for them. 6.8% pressure percentage overall on 278 pass rush snaps, 19 total pressures. Oh, we got another live selection here. Oh, Maliki Matavao.
Yeah,
Tight end
let's
to the Saints.
go. All right, I'm counting that as a win. There's so many people told me, no, he's not getting drafted. And I was like, I think that guy's getting drafted. And then I watched him at the combine. I was like, that guy's definitely getting drafted.
There's not a whole lot of Ys that can actually like line
Catch.
up and catch. Yeah.
Yeah, he is very coordinated for his size. Can catch the football. Wasn't asked to do it a lot at UCLA, but the difference is, can he or was he just not asked to? And he absolutely can. Yeah. Love Maliki Matavao. Has been one of my sort of deep sleepers at tight end since before the draft or before the combine. And yeah, love him. He's great size. He's not super fast at all, but a lot of tight ends aren't. But he's a huge target. He's got good hands. Puts in a lot of effort blocking. He's not as good a blocker as you think he would be. Still needs to work on his technique. Really just uses mass and size at this point, but it's effective. It's hard to get around him.
How did Maryland have like 9 guys get drafted and win 4 games?
They, again...
How is that even possible?
Look at where they got drafted.
But like you have how many
in the last 2 hours?
I don't care. You have NFL players on your team in college.
A lot of them.
And you win 4 games?
One of them didn't get drafted, who I think probably should have. Like Glendon Miller, I believe is, capable of certainly playing special teams, but I think he could be a 3rd or 4th safety in a, dime package, no problem. And he hasn't even been drafted yet. So,
speaking of, where all these Iowa Hawkeyes getting drafted now?
Connor Colby.
Who are you people?
Pedigree. Yeah, we're going with pedigree. Like, hey, he played line at Iowa. Like, we'll take him. He's not a bad player.
I didn't get to him.
I wanted to see him get more. So they show him hooking a guy to the ground. Okay. Neat. No, I wanted him to get more motion 101. Good pass protector. But again, like Iowa, good pass protector. What are we talking about here? Like, that's not you don't throw the ball. Like, I wanted to see him root more people out. He's got a nice looking, his frame in terms of how he looks as a guard. He's very stout, built heavily in the lower body. I just didn't see it. Like, I didn't see him. Like, if it wasn't a duo block, didn't seem to be a guy that could really wheel in the open field to me. And then, very stout on pass protection. But again, how many times did they pass this year? Like, more than ever in history, I know, but that still is probably only like
I'm
300
actually curious.
times.
I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look up that stat.
Yeah. So he was a bit of a conundrum. And I was like, yeah, he's a solid guard, but solid guards go from the 5th to the 7th. Like, if they don't have a outstanding trait, if they're not super big, super fast.
So, just in the Big Ten, where is it? Pass play percentage in the Big Ten, Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, this is great. Just in the Big Ten, right? Not even counting all of college football. There's 18 teams in the conference. Where do you think Iowa is ranked in pass percentage?
17?
18 by a lot.
Okay.
41% pass rate as a team.
Really? Just didn't do it a lot. Oh, damn it.
I like John Williams.
I like
John
him
Williams
a
is great.
lot. He's got to get stronger, but he is very good in pass protection, has great feet, super coordinated. We got to see him at Shrine, and I was impressed. Like, I like him a lot. Yeah. He's got to get stronger in the upper body, but you guess where he's going to be really good on the offensive line?
Green Bay.
Green Bay. Like,
They're like 9 deep at O-line now.
I hate this so much. He's like 10 picks away from being a UDFA. Well, maybe this just means that Ezepole becomes a Bear, and that's the silver lining.
You think Ryan Poles going to do the right thing? Come on.
No.
Come on now.
No, not after the last 2 days. I really don't. First day, he had me going. I got to say. I was like, hey, that's the best possible way you could get out of pick 10.
EJ, I'm sorry, but we're doing this. I'm pulling up the draft class.
Oh, don't. It's so bad.
Here's your Bears draft, everybody.
No, I have it. It's right in front of me. You don't need to pull it up.
Colston Loveland, pick 10. We're doing good. We're doing good. Luther Burden, fine. All right.
I'll give Ben his pick again.
Ozzie Trapillo, love that
Solid.
pick. Great.
And you loved it. I think it's solid, and that's fine. Like, I don't hate it. So far, we're benefit of the doubt for Luther Burden. Love Loveland. Think Trapillo's fine. They needed to pick him. Like,
Yep. Shamar Turner, okay, the first pinhole in the dinghy out in the middle of the ocean. Like, we're taking on a little bit of water. Let's see if we can tape that up real quick. Ruben Hippolyte, the second. All right, hole's getting a little bit bigger now.
yeah, for sure.
Zay Frazier, okay, all right.
I like it.
Put our thumb in it a little bit. Stop the bleeding. Luke Newman, I can't tell you one way or another.
I'm just going to go fair. Like, again, I feel like him about like I feel like Trapillo.
Kyle Monangai, sure.
Again, kind of like right
Fine.
down the middle. I just feel like you left so many opportunities in this draft on the board.
It's one of those. It's not terrible, but it could have been amazing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It feels very okay.
I went from very happy to whelmed.
Yeah. I would say that's a completely fair assessment. So I look at it and I'm like, each one of those picks, I know in future with most of those picks outside of Loveland, which we've already talked about at length, but literally from Luther Burden on down.
We got a long snapper.
I heard.
Getting drafted. Julian Ashby from Vandy. Of course, it's the Patriots that do it. Of course.
All right. Yeah, of course. Kyle Sudruth for $5. Sorry, EJ, but as a Panthers fan that is tired of seeing your Bears make our picks, I really like your draft class. Okay. Neat.
Again, it's one of those, in 3 years, you're going to look back and you're just going to see the guys that are taken after those guys.
Yep. And I see them right now as the thing. People go, nobody knew that at the time. And I'm like, don't say nobody.
EJ.
Don't say nobody.
We got long snapper RAS cards.
All right.
And this dude's a unit. 6'1", 230, 30-inch vert, 9'7" in the broad, 95th percentile, by the way, 4.94 in the 40 with a 1.56 10-yard split. Put him in the slot.
I love that we have percentiles for long snapper athletics.
He's got a 100th percentile, 1.56 10-yard split.
Yeah, nobody can touch it.
That's actually insane. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Jacob's like, 1.56 10-yard split. What?
That's kind of nuts.
Yeah, if you're gonna spend a pick on a long snapper, like make sure he's quick. Oh,
that's crazy.
I think 3 or 4 of those guys in the Bears draft class are going to turn out. Outside of Colson Loveland, like I could see Trapillo being very solid, and very solid would be an upgrade for Chicago swing tackle. Like make no mistake, I am glad he's there. Shamar Turner, look, if they have a plan for him, he could totally work. He's athletic. He's been injured. He has not been terribly productive. He was in a bad defense. We were talking about this 2 weeks ago, that the Texas A&M defense, whoever was running that, should just probably be moved to a different position, because they had 3 NFL players, highly thought of NFL players on their defensive line, and they were not good. So, that system was not maximizing their guys' talents for sure. But it's like, oh, Scorton looked better at Purdue. Like, okay, fine. I get it. But, like, maybe Shamar Turner turns into, like, what was Harmon's thing? He's a Bush Light? Like,
yeah.
Saying the one. Yeah, maybe he's the Bush Light version of Cam Jordan, right? Big, heavy, like, controlling end. Can rush the passer because he's athletic. Like maybe that's the shining vision for Shamar Turner. Ruben, who knows? Maybe he proves me wrong. Again, I haven't watched him. I'm not going to talk shit about him because I have no idea who he is. Zay Frazier, like, yeah, inexperienced, a little bit of injury concern, but boy, like when he played full season this year, he played really well. Luke Newman, again, Big Ten, interior offensive lineman. A lot of times the guys get drafted in the 6th or 7th round, are really good. Like there's a ton of, Michigan linemen who are drafted in the 6th and 7th round they're all over the league. They never seem to leave. Modern guy, okay. Like it's just the opportunity cost of what you left on the board at almost every pick that really leaves me feeling like, oh boy. You didn't steal anything, right? You're not looking at that draft class and going, look out. Oh, Zeke Biggers.
I like that pick a lot.
I know you love Zeke.
Big fan. Really stout nose tackle type. Again, we're talking about resetting the line of scrimmage here in Miami. They got a bunch of dudes that can do that, because you're going to put Kenneth Grant next to Zeke Biggers, next to Zach Seiler. Who else did they take? Hold on. They got another defensive lineman who I like. Jordan Phillips. Yeah. Just ass kickers on the line of scrimmage. Again, pass rush, they're going to be a little bit limited in pass rush. They're overly reliant on Jalen Phillips. But as far as being able to stop the run, they're going to be able to do that. So we had a Montana State receiver before. Now we got a Montana receiver. So the Brawl of the Wild's back on.
Dude, pull up his RAS.
Junior Bergen?
Yes. This dude is legit fun.
Wide receiver Montana. Here we go. So 5'9", 184, 4.53 in the 40, 36 and a half in the vert.
Yep.
4.22 shuttle, 6.97 3-cone. 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands. So what are those like? Again, I didn't get to them, so you tell me if I'm wrong. Small, shifty separator types is the vibe I get here.
Yeah, but check his special teams work as well. Like, look up when we're done here, look up his highlights. That dude can ball. Like, Bergen's fun. He is legit. He gets the fun stamp.
Fadil Diggs just went to the Saints Again,
Oh,
big,
brutal.
long, strong edge, not very fluid, not great hips, but he's got a great first step and he converts speed to power. So in a way, he's almost kind of carrying on that Dennis Allen edge prototype legacy. But I think he's good. I like Fadil Diggs. I thought he could have gone like round or two earlier than this. But I'm also not surprised. Like, I don't think it's like a crime that he's here in the 7th,
No.
but I do think it's good value.
Yeah, I would have taken him anywhere after the middle 5th, again, because of positional value. If you hit on an edge in the middle 5th, that's even a contributor on a NASCAR package, a rotational third down guy, like, you win. Like, this is, again, when we're taking projects and special teams players and guys to fill out your linebacking room, stuff like that. If you hit on an edge who has any pass rush whatsoever in the 5th round, you win. 6th round, absolutely you win. 7th round, throw a dart, 100%. Like, if that guy's functional and plays special teams for you, you win. So, yeah, I would have taken him anytime after the mid-5th. I actually like him as a player. I don't think your description is off at all. But, yeah, I would have liked to see a UDFA call to him to see if maybe he could have come to Chicago and play in the edge rotation, because I thought he was good. And he almost made it. He was so close.
Speaking
Luke
of
Lachey.
another Iowa Hawkeye, this one I did watch, Luke Lachey.
Yeah, he was a try.
I genuinely like. I think he's got good zone feel. He's one of those tight ends where like you see him in person and you're like, man, like he's cut. He's got huge quads. Like he just looks like an Iowa tight end. It's like, I think you look like a Y. You look like CJ Fedorowicz. Then you watch him on tape and you're like, he's not as physical as I would hope for from a guy who's built like that. He's not as
Okay. He's Jim Lachey's kid. I just put that together.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, he's a legacy. But it's like you look at him in person, and you're like, I want you to be CJ Fedor. I'm not even going to put the George Kittle comp on him. It's like I want you to be CJ Fedorowicz, like a starting caliber wide tight end, and I just couldn't get there with him. I saw him as like a TE2, a TE3 to round out the room. Has potential, like legitimately athletic, but I just don't think he's there yet. So maybe the Texans get something out of him. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Ian S. Martin for $9.99. Hey guys, love your coverage. I've actually been watching you guys while my girlfriend reads next to me. Hey, family that hangs out and watches the draft together stays together, or something like that. Any thoughts on the Steelers class? Any steals? I love Carson Brunner. Way down in the 7th round. I think he will outplay that draft status. Honestly, just solid more than steals, right? Maybe Will Howard. If Will Howard pans out as a 6th round pick, you win again. But Harmon, Johnson, Sawyer, and Black to start off this class, like Steeler. Like they definitely drafted to type. So
what I like about it is none of these first 4 picks are quarterbacks. Like
yes.
they didn't reach.
They resisted.
They didn't panic. They didn't reach. Right. It was, we're just going to draft players that we know are going to be on this team and start and contribute, and we're not going to panic just because we don't have a plan after Aaron retires. Like we'll cross that bridge, but like they didn't do the Kenny Pickett thing, and I love that they learned their lesson.
I'm glad they didn't try and do that again, because that would have hurt. Matthew Wright says any girl that puts up with this nonsense is a keeper. Yes, from experience, 100%.
I married mine.
Right. Right. Oh boy. Oh, that's so funny. The Texans UDFAs better be O linemen, I swear. Yep.
Trequezi Bridges just went, the other Florida corner. I did not get to him, unfortunately.
No, I got none of that. All right, Connor for $19.99 British pounds. Last one for me. Great 3 days with you guys. Thank you, Connor. We appreciate it. Thank you both. JJ Pegues will be the best two-way player in this draft. I hope not, because that means Travis Hunter lost a leg.
He's at least the second best.
He's on the podium.
He's on the podium. He's there. He's right there. Pegues was one of my favorite Raiders picks, and I loved all their picks.
I think the Raiders have cleaned up. We will have, just so you all know, a best draft classes or favorite draft classes pod, not a best draft classes because you can't really grade them, but the ones that we thought were just amazing all the way down the board. So we'll do that. But no, Raiders, yeah, extremely good.
Do you have any last minute prediction for Mr. Irrelevant with the Patriots?
Well, we
picking
had
in?
our two, and I forgot what they were completely. One of them
I
was
had Land
Larson.
Larison. You had.
I had somebody. Chat, remind us, because I don't remember who my pick was. We said if either one of us got right. Kobe Bryant. That would be amazing.
At this point, it's better for Kobe
I was gonna say
be a free agent right now.
These last 15 guys are not wild about this. They were really close to choosing their own spot. And possibly getting larger signing bonuses because you can give UDFAs larger signing bonuses than seventh rounders. Seventh rounders are preset by the collective bargaining agreement. UDFAs are flexible. There is a cap, but you can get. So these guys are probably angling for a little bit more money. Now, Raiders was amazing. Genty, Besh, Porter, Rogers, Grant, Dante Thornton Jr., Tonka Hemingway, Pegues, Tommy Malott, Cam Miller, and Cody Lindenberg. Tailed off a little bit at the end, but there we go.
All right, here we go.
Thank you, Green Bay, and we've saved the best till last. Thank you to the person way in the back, the Bob Uecker of the field. Way to hang in there, Green Bay.
Thank you to everybody that's still with us in chat. I can't thank you all enough. This is ridiculous that we are at Mr. Relevant. We have 2,400 people hanging out with us.
Event, just like Irrelevant Week, we've been doing it for, this is the 50th year. You love your team. We love your community. We'd like to
Give
thank
me Land Larison.
Fran Orsini for being good to us and
Did
feeding
chat
us
remember
cheese
who my
curds
guy
and
was?
ribs. Go Fran and McKim at the Union Hotel.
They're saying Shiloh.
He's awesome. All of you have been great.
Yeah, that
We'll
would
see
be
you in
funny.
Newport Beach, the final pick of the 2025 draft. We'll see
Oh,
you in
Coleman
Newport
Owen.
Beach.
There we
You can
go.
check
My guy
visit
was Coleman Owen.
newportbeach.com or go to the
Thank you,
bank
chat.
and come party
Appreciate
with
that.
us. Bring your cheeseheads. We like that. The 257th pick in the 2025 NFL draft by the New England Patriots is Kobe Minor, a defensive back from Memphis.
It was a Kobe, but not the right one.
Didn't get to him. But congratulations
No.
to Kobe Minor, wherever you are out there. You got drafted in the NFL. There's something to be said for
And
that.
you get a parade and all kinds of stuff. You're Mr. Relevant. That's pretty cool. You get to come to California and hang out. Like, let's go.
I feel bad for Jaquezi Bridges for being one pick short and not getting the parade.
That's right.
like-
everybody's like baited by Kobe. Everybody heard Kobe and we're like, yeah, Kobe. Oh, not that Kobe. Kobe Minor. Another Kobe with a K. Well, we got Corey with a K and a Kobe with a K. My bad. So
Let me see if I have an RAS card.
for Kobe Minor,
I do not.
DB from Memphis.
I do not.
Oh, okay. Well, you know who we could ask is another UDFA who I would be calling right now, Caden Priestcorn, because Caden Priestcorn was a tight end for Ole Miss, but he played at Memphis for that, so he probably knows Kobe Minor. Yeah, a lot of good players still to be picked here. You're going to start seeing the UDFA lists just crank out. Like in the next 2 to 3 hours, they're largely going to be set. Used to take almost a full day. Now this process, I don't want to say it's automated, but it is much more rapid. Like in 5 minutes, you'll be seeing UDFA signings coming out. So if you're not already, top 5 UDFAs. All right, I'll give you a quick rundown, and then we got to get out of here because Brett's got to pee, so it doesn't pee his pants.
Kobe. Jared
Kobe
Ivey.
for sure.
Jared Ivey's
Yeah.
up there. I
Jared
would
Ivey
say
for sure. No, I fully agree.
probably Land Larison would be up there for me.
I mean, Isaiah Bond, depending on how you feel about whether or not you can get him on the field.
well,
Zay
or more
Alexander.
like depending or not if you even want to.
True.
Yeah.
Zay Alexander. Seth McLaughlin, depending on his health, would be a very valuable player.
Esapole.
Esapole, Joshua Gray, Jake Brenningstool, the tight end from Clemson. Logan Brown. Logan Brown did not get drafted.
Yeah, I want to check into what was up with that.
Yeah, so I would say Jared Ivey, Kobe Bryant, Logan Brown, maybe Zay and Seth. I mean, that's the order, but like I
Yeah.
like Joshua Gray. Holland Pierce
Armstrong.
Holland Pierce didn't get drafted. Nick Nash didn't get drafted. Jake Majors, Mello.
Elijah Badger. Which, hold on, let's be honest. Elijah Badger not getting drafted. Something's up there that I was not aware of, and therefore I cannot be held liable for this.
Oh, you want the out. I see. Well played. Never use an excuse in in competition you haven't used in practice. So, Ja'Cory Brooks, come on. Andrew
Restrepo,
Armstrong?
Conyers.
I'd take Andrew Armstrong above Restrepo 10 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Sean Dolak, Cam Horsley. Like, there's a ton of talent in this UDFA class. I haven't even gotten through the first page. Juice Wells didn't get drafted.
Thomas Perry.
Oh, absolutely. Thomas Perry is going to be signed as a priority UDFA.
Jake Majors.
Yeah. Who else? Brew McCoy, the other Tennessee wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Yarns, the aforementioned Marcus
for
Yarns
sure.
from Delaware. He's getting signed up. Elijah Huzzy, that was an injury thing, I think.
Rock Taylor.
Urosic. Ben
Yep.
Urosic, tight end from Georgia / Stanford.
Fun fact, by the way, his grandfather invented the baby carrot.
I think I saw that. Sam Brown, the big wide receiver out of Miami.
Isaiah Nair.
Isaiah Nair. Daquan Felton, the other receiver from Virginia Tech, still there. Montrell Johnson, the back from Florida.
Jimmy Horn Jr.
Oh
no, Jimmy got drafted. Never mind.
Jimmy got drafted. Joe Huber, the guard from Wisconsin. Ethan Downs, we talked about him, the edge from Oklahoma. Who else?
Rocket Sanders.
Oh, yeah. Raheem Sanders.
Corey Kiner.
Corey Kiner's a good one. Like, Corey Kiner's going to get a UDFA deal. Hey, buddy, let's make a quick bet. What do I get if Corey Kiner is picked up as a UDFA by the Niners?
I'm not taking that bet because it's like 80% true.
Because I introduced Corey
you're just
Kiner.
asking me to give you money, dude.
That's right, 100%. Because I introduced Corey Kiner to Frank Gore, who was scouting running backs for the Niners, and he came up to me the next day and said, "I like him." I was like, "Oh, okay." So I would not be surprised by that at all.
Chat, did you notice just the most casual name drop in EJ Snyder history? Oh yeah, I introduced him to Frank Gore. Fucking A, man.
It happens. It happens.
All right, I gotta pee.
Right.
I gotta pee.
You gotta pee, and I think we've listed most of the top name UDFAs, but not all. Tommy Hill, corner from Nebraska. There's a ton. So you're gonna see all these names get signed up here very, very quickly. We got to get Brett to the toilet very, very quickly because he's got to pee. But thank you very deeply to everybody, not only that was with us today, but that followed our coverage throughout the year. There are literally several 100,000 of you, and that is bananas to think about. Huge thanks to our sponsors, Underdog, Homage Clothing, Blue Wire Podcast, everybody that has gotten behind us to make this happen. Couldn't do it without them. Couldn't do it without you. And you'll see us very shortly with a wrap-up pod. Either going to record it tomorrow or Monday. So it'll be out early in the week in terms of our favorite classes. And then we are both going to take a serious break. I am going to take a couple of weeks off starting Thursday of this next week. And we are going to go radio silent because we need sleep and rest and hydration and to get our eyeballs back. So
we will we'll catch up with you very soon. And then we'll probably see you again for summer series, basically.
Probably.
So maybe we'll have DJ on for like a pod for talking favorite fits in between that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you for being here for the last 17, 18 hours. We love you all. We'll be back in a couple days.